Hello, hello. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Can you hear me? Is everything working? Late. I started talking a few seconds in and already you're saying I'm late? You guys are so needy. Alright, we live? You testing? Hey! Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, I won't lie. Originally, this was supposed to be a stream that was purely dedicated to me talking about Orwell and politics in the English language. But then I saw Iron Project's statement, and I realized that it was simply too good of an opportunity to pass up, because we have so many case studies of exactly the kind of, I suppose, deceptive language that Orwell was warning people about right here in the VTubing industry. So that was a fun revelation to have. Can anyone see me? No, you're here, Sinvalad. You're here. You're fine. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter, but another VTuber, I think it was Spectra. I need to go back and check. Did some testing because they also realized that YouTube was randomly shadow banning people for seemingly no reason at all. And so far, the only fix that they've discovered is switching your device, because there's nothing that I can do on my end, apparently, and there's also nothing that you can do on your end if you are shadow banned on one particular device as well. So, unfortunately, that's the only fix that seems to have presented itself. Oh, hi Cecilia. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, literally 1984, exactly. Oh, Simple Lad, thank you for being a member for 2 months. First membership streak, yippee. Glad to have you around. I've been a while since I could catch a live. Hope you've been doing well, especially the American bros. Yeah, no. The American bros have been going through an interesting time. With every election you guys have had over the past, like 12 years? 13 years? Something like that? Each one seems to have upped the ante on how divided the two sides are. Which is not exactly a great trend to see in a democracy, because that kind of tribalism tends to result in said democracy slowly declining towards something that isn't a democracy. But yeah, it can be a rough watch, but you know what time it is. I'm just tired of politics, man. Yeah, no, I completely understand. There's so many people in countries besides America who want to give an expert opinion on the state of American politics by taking sides, which is, I'm sure as people who live in America, it can get pretty exhausting to listen to. Don't worry though, because while there are definitely going to be concepts being discussed in this stream that might relate to actually, you know what, might is not the right word, will relate to politics and the current state of politics, particularly in America, this isn't going to be a stream that's dedicated to politics by any stretch of the imagination. So if you want somewhere to retreat from all of the howling, you can come here. It's fine. It's exhausting and stupid. Yeah, I agree. The polarization is getting worse and worse. And the main problem is, well, this is a natural consequence of pursuing identity politics, right? Because when you start dividing people based off of superficial traits, immutable traits, you start segregating them into groups and teams. Well, again, politics ends up becoming a team sport, and that is a cancer on Western society as far as I'm concerned. Because instead of, voting or having civil well, two things happen as a result of that. First, instead of voting for policy or based on principle or values, you start voting based off of what other people are voting for. Or again, and the second thing is that it creates this environment where the other side is always dehumanized, because otherwise how are you supposed to fight them with everything you have? It's such a death spiral of civility. It's related to dystopia, yes, that is true. You have no idea how bad it's gotten here. I suppose we will find out over the next few months or years, but yeah. Twitter is absolutely melting down on a daily basis. I mean, it's spread into VTubing as well, which is understandable, if a little unfortunate. I see a lot of VTubers... How do I say? I see a lot of VTubers expressing political opinions in a way that is both bad for their content creation and also bad for their supposed political side. Because, and if you follow me on Twitter, you would have seen me make a post about this in response to another tweet that was popping off where a creator essentially said to their audience, I don't care about your immersion, I'm going to talk about politics, people who I love have their rights and lives at stake, something along those lines. The thing is, when you exist in a democracy, and this is something that I think every content creator should be aware of, especially in the West, when you live in a democracy and that democracy is functioning as intended, right? Which means, not devolving into tribalistic nonsense. Content creators become progressively less effective politicians the more democratic their society is. And the reason for that is because democracy is a system of governance that is set up in a way that it is just a game to see who can alienate the smallest number of demographics. Democratic politicians, by nature of the way that their society is set up, need to be able to appeal to as many different groups of people as possible. Now, what that also means is that politicians and creators, when both exist in a democratic society, have opposite goals. Because I've had entire streams in the past dedicated to talking about this, and the Quinn stream that I did 2 weeks ago is pretty much, exactly what this is. Creators have to curate their audience, right? They basically have to they set out with an idea of the kind of person, kind of people that they want in their community. They gain an audience, and then over time, whether it be unintentionally or intentionally, they end up slowly cutting that audience down to size, pruning that audience into a state where it resembles their ideal community. This is the opposite of what politicians need to do in a democracy, because politicians don't have that choice. Politicians have to appeal to, like I said, as many different groups as possible, and so they can't afford to let things like personal feelings or personal values get in the way of forming an alliance with people who are simply different to them. So, when you think about it that way, you start to realize why talking about politics as a content creator, especially when your main content does not revolve around politics, can be such a futile endeavor. And why, if a creator is willing to publicly announce to everyone that, they don't care about your immersion, which is, mind you, probably the reason why people watch you if you're a VTuber, if you break character in that way, if you signal to people that you don't care about them, that you are willing to dismiss people from your audience simply because they share a different political opinion from you, because mind you, that's all this is, right? A different political opinion, nothing else. As much as politicians like you to believe, one's political opinions does not say everything about them, right? If you're willing to alienate different groups of people from your audience as a result of that, as a content creator, you are automatically an awful politician. you are automatically kneecapping your own ability to effectively make a case for your politics in a democracy. Because that's not how democracies work. Democracies don't revolve around you only being able to... Democracies do not work according to tribalism, right? It inevitably descends into tribalism, but once it gets really bad, it stops being a democracy, because inevitably one tribe will figure out how to dominate all of the rest of them. But before you reach that stage, right, democracy is about appealing to as many different groups as possible, or in other words, alienating as few groups as possible. And again, politicians, content creators, completely opposite goals in a democracy. And this is where we get into the sort of mental dissonance of it all, right? Because if you are a content creator, if you are willing to alienate different groups of people simply based off of, differences in opinion, value, possibly even minor ones, because they might agree with you on plenty of other things, right? If you're willing to do that, then there are one of two things that you're going to have to confront. Either you don't actually care about democracy, which, to be fair, I suspect quite a lot of people don't. I will admit even I am not a big fan of democracy because I do think it inevitably devolves into tribalism, and what we're currently going through is not a bug but a feature of the way that social structure works. But the second thing is that if you don't concede that you don't care about democracy, right? If you are adamant that democracy is something you believe in, and you still do that anyways, then the reality is simply that you don't actually care about making an effective case on behalf of the people you claim to be concerned about. Because if you were, you would fight according to the rules of democracy. You would try to appeal to as many different groups of people as possible. You will not allow differences in personal values or opinion get in the way of forming alliances, with people who disagree with you. Because that's how you win a political battle in democracy. That's how you implement your preferred style of governance, by forming alliances, having discussions with people, even if you disagree on quite a few things. And if you're willing to wholesale cut people off, well, you're not really suited to being able to operate in democracy. And it probably means that you care about your own emotional catharsis, having a bit of a hissy fit over actually implementing some form of change, while claiming that the form of change you'd like to implement would objectively improve society. And I can't really condone that kind of behavior. The rules of engagement, yeah, exactly. When you are participating in any sort of discussion, disagreement, or conflict, there are rules that you have to follow in order to succeed. Assuming, of course, that your goal isn't simply destruction of the other side. And what I'm very concerned about is what I've seen over the past few days, is that there are quite a few people who seem to be following that, that concept of, oh, our goal is to destroy the other side, not, win for ours. We will see what, Malegacy's current unity government is a prime example of what you're saying now. We will see the legacy it leaves, yeah. And the worst part of this, this stage of democracy that America seems to be in, and I would argue that a lot of the Western world is in, is that we won't see the full effects of this until around, well, we are in one of the, I would say we're in one of the later stages of a democracy deteriorating because of identity politics and tribalism. But we won't see the full effects of this kind of thing until 4, 8, 12 years down the line. So, I'm voting Jerry from Face Connect as president. Honestly, I would too. Strangely enough, my criticism of democracy started because of a Star Wars video where Anakin and Padme were discussing the failures of democracy. Yeah, I mean, democracy is supposed to be the politics of compromise. Is something I think that's a good way of well, that's admittedly one of the more romantic ways of describing democracy. I mean, I like that explanation. I forget who said it exactly, but democracy is a system of governance by the people, for the people, of the people. But the people are, stupid. Rima is the only choice, I would agree. Can we put off the deterioration of democracy until after I'm gone? Fair point, fair point. We might as well get started. So, hold on, let me move you for a second. There we go. Alright, everything's working. Alright. So, what we're going to be going through today is just giving me a bit of a space to chill out with you guys and spurg out a little bit about one of my favorite writers. A man by the name of George Orwell, or his formal name being Eric Arthur Blair. Now, a lot of you might know him because he wrote 2 novels that made him famous. 1984, which is what everyone knows, the meme, right? Literally 1984. And another one called Animal Farm, which is taught in quite a lot of schools, primary and high school. Now, the thing about George Orwell is he is famous for writing these 2 books, but he also wrote a lot of other stuff, including essays, right? Personal essays that expressed his thoughts on various concerns he had about society at the time, about the way that people communicate with one another, the way that people speak with one another. And I do feel like his essays are a little underrated, mostly because they don't get taught in schools as often as his books do. And I wanted to sort of go through one of those essays with you guys today. However, that being said, it is worth understanding for a moment what Orwell wrote in these books, because they formed the foundations of some of the ideas that we're going to be discussing later on in this stream. And before we jump into this, I want to make this very clear. This is not going to be a stream about the books. My summary is going to be very bare bones in its style, right? Pretty much the way that schools, or most schools in my experience, would teach, some of the concepts or the main plot of these books. To start off with, Animal Farm. Now, the thing about Animal Farm is that it was supposed to be an allegory for the Soviet takeover of Russia, the Russian Revolution. Basically, where the communists in Russia threw off the yoke of the royal family, the aristocracy, and were then promptly betrayed by a man called Joseph Stalin, who established himself as a dictator of Russia and his regime as the undisputed party of power. Now, the other thing is, Animal Farm was also inspired by Orwell's own experiences with communism. To my knowledge, his fear of communism came mostly from his experiences in Catalonia during the Spanish Civil War, when he was part of a resistance group that was fighting against communists. Now, while he was fighting, he somehow found himself promoted to the position of lieutenant, and during one of these battles, he almost died because he was shot in the throat. And from that moment onwards, he had a deep-seated fear of communism. Now, Orwell himself is a little interesting because he was a socialist. He had socialist beliefs. But he had, again, like I said, he deeply distrusted and feared communism. And this book was perhaps one of the most, in my opinion, if you are to teach children about what communism is actually like, this is probably the best book you can use to teach them that. Because it has this macabre this macabre fairy tale-esque style to the way that it talks about communism, where if you read through the book as a child, you would probably pick up on some of the ideas that it gets across. But then when you read it back as an adult, you realize, oh, some of the subjects it tackles are pretty dark. But in any case, the main plot of this book, and this is a really, really bare-bones summary, right? Essentially what happens is, like the title suggests, it is set on a farm in this hypothetical world where farm animals could speak. They were intelligent. Most of them couldn't write, except for the pigs, and that will become a relevant plot point later. But essentially what happened is, one day, the animals on this farm decided to rise up and revolt against their human owners. You can start to see how the allegory to the Russian Revolution works here. And they succeeded. The animals managed to drive off their human masters, and as a result, the animals had now been left in possession of the farm that they had previously only been laborers on. Now, when it came to organizing this farm, right? Because again, just because you give power to everyone in a society doesn't mean that they will automatically know what to do with it, and it definitely doesn't mean that they will be cohesive enough to do something useful with it as a group. So, the animals decided that they needed a leader, and naturally, because, well, pigs are probably the most intelligent animal out of the usual roster you find on a farm, the animals elected a pig as their leader, or 3 pigs as their leaders. The oldest one, who was formerly known as the leader, called Old Major, and 2 younger pigs who formed his lieutenants, one by the name of Snowball and the other by the name of Napoleon. And once these pigs were elected as the de facto government of these animals, they created a constitution of sorts, a set of 10 rules that they referred to collectively as animalism. Now, the first commandment of animalism, and the most important one, we'll talk about later, because it will become very relevant to the topic we are going to be discussing in this stream. But for now, that's where we're sort of at. And over the course of the rest of the book, what ends up happening is a few things. First, Old Major, the original leader of the revolution and the elected leader, dies. After he dies, the other 2 pigs take over. Snowball becomes the one in charge of educating the other animals in the art of reading and writing, while Napoleon sets himself a bit more of an interesting task. He puts himself in charge of raising and quote-unquote educating the puppies on the farm. You know, the ones who will grow up to become the dogs, the only carnivores on the farm. Then what eventually happens is, at some point, humans attempt to break into the farm to take things over again, and the animals once again fight them off. But this time, Napoleon accuses Snowball of conspiring with the humans, and Snowball is given a mock trial before being driven off. Then, because at this stage the puppies had become dogs, Napoleon had a monopoly over force in this farm, and Napoleon became the de facto dictator of, well, this burgeoning empire. Dogs are omnivores? Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, you make a good point. That was wrong for me to refer to them as carnivores, sorry. But in any case, dogs were the only ones capable of enforcing rules. They basically formed the police of this place. And so, as a result, over the course of this novel, Napoleon becomes increasingly despotic. He becomes increasingly cruel. He drives the animals to give him their labor, their produce, and eventually it gets to the point where, well, Napoleon becomes so wealthy, so well-fed, his life becomes so easy that he begins walking upright. He begins to resemble the humans that they first drove off of the farm. And the way that the novel ends is that the pigs of the farm, these are all, Napoleon's co-conspirators, etc., right? Children, I forget exactly. It's been a while since I've read and taught this book to other people. But essentially, all of the pigs begin to wear clothes. They all begin to walk upright, and they start to converse, trade, barter, and negotiate with humans, to the point where they are basically indistinguishable. And again, you can kind of see how this is supposed to form a parallel with the way that communism tends to unravel in real life. You start off with a pretty idealistic, an idealistic population that believes that they are under a system of oppression that must be destroyed. They rise up against their leaders, get rid of them, and replace them with someone who bears the right vision. And then that person who bears the right vision doesn't last in the position, and there is a crisis of succession, and it inevitably descends into dictatorship and tyranny, to the point where now the new dictators are every bit as bad, if not worse, often worse, than the form of government or the form of governance that existed prior to the entire revolution. Yeah. That quote is so haunting. Yep. And the first rule of animalism that I was referring to earlier is this, or it starts off as this: all animals are equal. That's, that makes sense, right? If you are a whole civilization of animals, it would make sense that you want equality to be your fundamental right, your fundamental principle. But by the end of the novel, this has now evolved. This has now changed to all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. When you look at these two quotes, right, when you look at the way that all animals are equal has shifted to become all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others, there are a few things that are going on conceptually with the way that that phrase is stated at the same time, right? There's a few things going on at the same time. So the first is that now equality, right, has shifted from being a contextual thing to being an individual or inherent thing, right? The first version, all animals are equal, acknowledges that, again, contextually speaking, all animals exist on a level playing field. However, by the end of this, and this is the second thing that's going on, when you turn equality from a contextual trait to being an individual one, you end up corrupting the meaning of the word. Instead of equality being, meaning a state where everyone is equal, everyone is on a level playing field, no one is more advantaged or, positioned in a different way to another, at least at the start. You have now turned equality from a state of existence to being an individual trait, and you've eroded its meaning from, what it originally was, to simply something, a vague idea that it is good, right? You have taken the word and you've removed its meaning while only retaining its connotations, right? The impressions, the mental associations that accompany that word outside of its definition. And the reason for this is quite simple and quite nefarious, because you don't care about what the word means. You just care about using it as a marketing tool. You care about using it as a tool to make other people approve of what you're doing, right? And that's exactly how this is used throughout. Now, the whole idea behind the story of this book is very interesting, but also very haunting. Yeah. And it's teaching this book is always well, in the years prior where I did teach this, it was always very funny to watch children at the beginning of a term learn about this book, read through it, go, ha ha, funny animal dictatorship, right? And by the end of it, hopefully, if they've done all of their research, done all of their homework, you see this fearful light emerge in their eyes when they realize, oh shit, this actually happened in history. And when you see them make that connection, it's kind of beautiful to watch as a teacher. But yeah. Now, what you might realize when I said that, that whole thing about turning a contextual trait into an individual one, is that I've talked about this before in my Dustborn analysis stream, because we do have a modern equivalent of this. And that modern equivalent is diversity. You start off with a pretty simple idea, right? All people must be represented to achieve diversity. Now, again, that makes sense, right? You can't have diversity without difference. However, since this initial idea was floated in corporate backrooms and schools and different areas of academia, it has since changed, twisted. It has now become, all people must be represented to achieve diversity, but some people are more diverse than others. It's the exact same thing that I talked about with equality. Diversity has gone from being a contextual trait to being an inherent or individual one, which is, like I said, absurd. That's not how diversity works. No one is diverse when they are by themselves in a room. They are only diverse when they are put in an environment with other people who are different from them. And difference is at the soul, the heart of the definition of diversity. Funless, thank you for the 5. Fun fact, pigs in pre-modern times were a common cause of child mortality. Funner fact, human meat tastes extremely similar to pork, hence long pork. Thank you for sharing that nugget of knowledge. How exactly were they a common cause of child mortality? Was it because they killed children? Or was it because... I can only assume that was it, right? Because otherwise, foodborne illness or something? But I would assume that, kids are being mauled by boars or something. But in any case... So yeah, that shifting of diversity from being an individual trait to being... from being a contextual trait to being an individual one is one thing. But the second thing is now, whenever you see the word diversity being slung around, right? It is now, oh, they ate children. Oh, that's grim. That is very grim. I did not know that before. Damn, pigs fell off, man. But in any case, yeah. Nowadays, when people use diversity, the word diversity, and they sling it around, they almost always use it in a way that doesn't actually match its real definition. They are just using it for the connotations. Because when you think about diversity, right, when you think about the way that the word has morphed, right, it has now become, well, one of the things that I talked about in the Dustborn stream was how diversity has been conflated with two other terms or concepts, one of them being minority or protected group, and the other one being inclusive or inclusivity. And the reason for this conflation is because the people using the word diversity or diverse, the people slinging it around to justify getting hired by companies or by governments, they don't care about the meaning of the word, they just care about the connotations that it's managed to pick up. Connotations that it has gradually inherited or gradually built up, like rolling a snowball down a mountainside, from the other terms that people are trying to conflate with it. For example, if you look at the word minority, it has connotations of people being oppressed, an underdog, isolated. It's a collective thing, and the idea that there is weakness that needs to be looked after or cared for. And when you look at protected group, it also has its own sort of, unique mental associations. The idea that protected groups are always lacking agency, right? That they deserve aid, they need your help, they need assistance, and urgently. That there is some sort of concept of membership. Certain people will belong to a protected group, but not everyone is a protected group. That protected groups are inherently unfairly targeted from birth always, regardless of how they exist in society now. And finally, this idea that they require compassion, that it is a moral imperative to, look after them. And as a result of conflating diverse/diversity with these two terms, diversity has now picked up a few connotations of its own. The idea that diversity is communal, right? That it is adaptable, it is multifaceted, it is accepting of all. Whereas in actuality, diversity is quite the opposite of inclusivity. Diversity is what happens when you have a set of common problems that different groups of people come up with different solutions to. That is diversity. It does not guarantee that everyone who approaches this problem will be able to overcome it, but for the people that do, that you will often find that, again, the thing that creates diversity in this scenario is the fact that each individual group has its own different set of solutions, right? This is exactly how the concept of diversity works in nature as well. Nature is an unforgiving place, and as a result, any organism that is able to carve out a niche for itself has its own evolved solutions to the problems presented by its environment. This is the nature of biodiversity, right? A lot of different organisms with a lot of different solutions to the same set of problems presented by their environment. Inclusivity is the opposite. Diversity is what happens when you instruct a bunch of different people to climb Mount Everest and each of them has a slightly different approach to doing so. Inclusivity is installing a wheelchair escalator up the side of Mount Everest so that everyone can reach the top regardless of what their abilities are. So, when you think about the reason why words get twisted around like this, well, that's something that's worth paying attention to. Because when people start using words for reasons aside from their actual meaning, when they start using words for their connotation instead of their definition, that's a reason to start looking at them, giving them at least a little bit of side eye. Because when people don't care about expressing themselves clearly, it's not always unintentional, right? Because if they do that persistently, without seeming to care, that almost always means that they want you to buy into whatever they are selling, right? Whatever they are selling under the guise of, inclusivity or concern for diversity or representation, no, or equality. None of that, right? All they care about is giving you the impression that this concept, whatever it means, is just good, right? It becomes a selling point instead of an idea. Now, the thing is, Shaman of the Forever Winter, I mean, we do and should help minorities. That depends, right? That depends on what you mean by minority. When I talk about minorities, I mean the most literal definition of the word. A minority of people, smaller group than the majority. And not all minorities deserve the same degrees of help. For example, serial killers are a minority. If you want to help serial killers as a whole, your job is going to be a little bit more difficult than if you simply wanted to help people who are wheelchair bound. Again, I agree that more often than not, helping minorities is a good goal to have. However, simply saying that all minorities deserve the exact same approach to help isn't going to do anything useful for you or for society. Because first, right, not all minorities are, the same. Every minority is going to have individual idiosyncrasies, individual needs that are different from other groups. But on top of that, you can't treat minorities as if they are a monolith, right? Just because the measures that you propose will help a portion of a minority does not mean it will help everyone in a minority, right? And again, this is something I talked about in more detail in the Dustborn stream. So if you haven't seen the VOD for that, Shaman, I would recommend that you go check that out as well, because I do dive into that quite a bit more deeply than I can here. But in any case, the second thing that Animal Farm really goes in depth in their exploration of is how governments slowly but surely convince their populations to hand over more and more power. How over the course of time, governments become increasingly centralized as they convince their citizens to hand over more and more of their freedoms in return for, well, whatever the governments promise. And in Animal Farm, this is a pretty, it unfolds pretty simply, right? Initially, it starts off with the idea of, give us your weapons, we'll keep you safe. This is the most basic premise of any government, right? You centralize a little bit of your power, you give up a little bit of your freedom to the state, and your state will enforce your ability to stay protected from groups that are outside of yours and make sure that order is maintained within your group as well. So, in the case of Animal Farm, this was pretty simple, right? The pigs took the children who would later grow up to become the only agents capable of exercising power. Napoleon brainwashed the puppies. Then, once that force was secured, once a monopoly had been established over power, over force, the government then starts asking for other things, right? Give us your products. Give us your produce. We'll keep you fed. And then the animals continued to labor away at making food, which they handed over to the pigs for redistribution, right? And eventually, once the pigs had both a monopoly over force, had all of the produce, all of the food that they could redistribute or choose not to at their whim, they said, give us your labor and we'll make you rich. And the animals did. They continued to work away at the farm, producing more, making more produce, and eventually they kept working to the point where the pigs, the government, became rich enough to go out, reconvene with other governments, and trade and barter and make themselves richer, right? Again, with every stage there is a promise that is made, and the promise is partially kept. But in every stage, the population elects to hand over more and more of their individual freedom and agency to a government, in the hopes that the government will be able to look after them better than they can look after themselves, right? This is the basic premise of, communism, Marxism, socialism, that a centralized government will be able to look after the population better than the population can look after themselves. And often, how much you agree with the ideals of Marxism and communism will be dependent on that, your own confidence in your own ability to look after yourself. It tends to be the case that people who feel like they are, for want of a better word, losers, tend to favor Marxism more, because they don't feel like they're capable of looking after themselves, and they don't feel like people are capable of looking after themselves. So they would rather a centralized government do that for them. Yeah, give us your labors and we'll be rich, but that's an exclusive we. Exactly. We are protecting you from the enemies, oh look, a folk devil? Yep, exactly. See, what happened in the case of Animal Farm is that the humans became a folk devil, right? All humans in general. That scary enemy on the outside is coming to get you, and we're the only ones who can protect you from them. This also explains why, in current day, a lot of democracies tend to devolve in this sort of, like I said, tribalistic back and forth. Because if you want people to hand over their power to you, how do you convince them to do that? Well, the easiest answer is you convince them that the threat lies outside and that only you can protect them from it. And when you apply this to a two-party system, what ends up happening is you get the two parties calling one another the threat. Now, this might work fine during election season, but as we're quickly finding out now, in the aftermath of the US election, once your election is done in a democratic manner, now you've set a bit of a mess for yourself to clean up. after using that kind of rhetoric. Yeah, the state maintains a monopoly on force in exchange for protection from enemies within and without. That's a good way of putting it, right? Don't let the government get too big. Exactly, right? And that was the allegory that was written by Orwell in Animal Farm. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. I hope you enjoy that Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord of Thunder. Now that's a name. There's also an issue in trust. Do you trust your fellow neighbor and countrymen? Yeah, exactly, right? You tend to find that in the circumstances prior to communism, Marxism rearing its head, it is rife with people who make money off of convincing other people that everyone is out to get them, right? This is stuff like, and the thing that disturbs me when I look at the state of modern Western politics is that you have entire industries that revolve around trying to convince minorities and women that everyone in society is out to get them, right? In last week's stream, when we were talking about Me Too, we touched on the same thing there, where one of the founding ideas of Me Too is the idea that all of society is responsible for rape culture, right? Everyone is out to get you. You see this sort of thing with DEI experts in gaming as well, right? If you're a minority, the world is inherently bigoted, and we're trying to fight back against that. And this is the thing, because when you default to that kind of rhetoric, when you are willing to try to convince people that the whole of society is arranged to persecute them, kill them, assault them, whatever, you reduce the amount of trust that people are capable of having in their fellow citizens, right? And then you get into this situation where people feel like a loser because you convince them that they've been disempowered from the moment they were born, right? That there's nothing they can do to get out of this state that they are currently in, besides a government who's willing to lift them up. And you also convince them that their fellow citizens are not worth trusting either. Because again, everyone is conditioned to be a monster. And, it just becomes so tiring. Tiring to watch and even more tiring to go through. But yeah. Hashtag me too, but the hashtag has historically been pronounced as pound. So yeah, that's a little awkward. Nothing says I'm the good guy like making perfectly happy people feel that they are victims so you can sell books and go on a speaking tour. My thoughts exactly, Seacod. My thoughts exactly. Now, the thing is though, when you look at the way that governments are able to convince their populations to do this, right? This slow but inexorable, this insidious handing over of power. One of the ways that they do it is by controlling the way that their population thinks. And that's where we get into the next book that made Orwell famous, right? Now, Animal Farm was his breakout, but 1984 was what solidified Orwell as an author that people were going to be talking about for, I would wager, centuries after he died, right? 1984 was a bit of dystopian speculative fiction about what the Western version of the Soviet Union would look like, right? A totalitarian government by the name of, that just called themselves the Party. And the Party of 1984, this authoritarian government that, this was a case of unironic fascism, right? Fascism being a system of nationalistic government that was autocratic, meaning had, one government, no political rivals, and operated by suppressing all possible dissidents and also possessing complete control over all of its citizens' lives, right? Centralized, authoritarian, etc., etc. This was a party that was inspired by two things that were going on in history around the time that Orwell was alive. Stalinism, which was what we just talked about, right? Stalin's dictatorship over Soviet Russia, and Nazism, what Hitler implemented in order to make the German population comply with what his regime demanded. Now, never knew it was about Stalin and the man himself. I always thought it was about America, considering that 1984 was banned in the USA. The funny thing is why 1984 was banned in the USA. And I would very much suspect that the reason why it is banned is the same reason why people might not want to confront the literature instead of the meme today. Because what 1984 accomplished was encapsulating, well, first of all, if people actually read 1984 in schools nowadays, I think the word fascism would be used as an insult a lot less, because it is a word that has quite serious implications, a set definition that has since disappeared as a result of, modern name-calling, mudslinging, etc., etc. The Curious Orcas, thank you for the 2. Party time, excellent. Yeah. But it's not banned now. It was prior. But 1984 managed to create a version of a dictatorial, authoritarian, totalitarian state that summed up a lot of the techniques that governments around the world might use in order to gain control over their population. Not just over the way that their population, works, commutes, votes, etc., etc., but controls the way that their population thinks, feels, expresses themselves. What 1984 accomplished that I don't think a lot of other dystopian fictions accomplish was creating a very realistic depiction, not just of authoritarianism, not just of dictatorship, but of effective propaganda. And the most effective forms of propaganda accomplish something that has now been immortalized in one of the most memorable quotes from the book, which is this. Quote, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. And if all others accepted the lie, if all records told the same tale, then the lie passed into history and became truth." End quote. Essentially, what 1984 managed to depict was the process through which a government was capable of convincing its citizens to believe its teachings instead of their own experiences, right? And when you look at the most effective but unethical forms of propaganda, that is what it is ultimately aimed at doing, right? Divorcing its audience from reality so that they only accept whatever it is you feed them. Whimsy Health, 1984 was taught in high school when I went through it about 10 years ago, so it's probably still being taught. Oh yeah, in Australia I know for a fact that it's still being taught. The only problem is, when people teach 1984, what I tend to find in quite a lot of schools is that it focuses almost exclusively on, oh, isn't it so bad when an authoritarian state arises? Isn't fascism so bad? Isn't totalitarianism so bad? But schools don't seem to focus on what got the population of 1984 in that state. There is more of an emphasis on focusing on oppression, authoritarianism, government control and surveillance, but not a lot of attention seems to be put on the actual, the propaganda, the ways through which this party is able to convince its citizens to reject, in the words of the quote, the evidence of their own eyes and ears. And that's the sort of thing that I wanted to get into today. Because two of the things that have immortalized 1984 as a meme going forward, but also as what I would call a timeless piece of literature, are two concepts that Orwell invented. One of them, newspeak, and the second one being doublethink. These two together form the basis of how the party is able to control the way that its population thinks and feels, and as a result control the way that they, act. Newspeak is a propagandistic language that is characterized by euphemism, circumlocution, and inversion of customary meanings. Basically, taking words and divorcing them from their actual definitions, right? Manipulating language to limit the ways in which people can express themselves and therefore the ways in which people can think. The second concept, doublethink. This one is more popular and more referenced than newspeak. But doublethink is basically belief in contradictory ideas simultaneously. So, the first one, right? To go into a bit more detail on some of the different aspects of newspeak. The first one, euphemism. Essentially, the definition of euphemism is a mild or indirect word or expression substituted for one considered to be too harsh or blunt when referring to something unpleasant or embarrassing. Essentially, the rationale behind using a euphemism is the idea that the situation or the people that you're speaking to are not strong enough, not built to handle the full import of what it is you're about to say. So you soften it, right? You use language that will obscure the full implications of what it is you are actually trying to communicate. Now, this example that I've included here, stop using anti-art house film language. This was a meme, right? This wasn't actually published in an article or study, to my knowledge. But I use this because it is a pretty good example of the kind of euphemism that infests modern paid reviews, especially in things like movie reviews, TV reviews, or TV show reviews, I should say, or game reviews, where provided that the client is a AAA company, that some form of benefit has been provided to the reviewer will then be incentivized to avoid saying anything outright negative, and so they'll default to using euphemisms, right? And in the words of this meme, instead of using words like boring, they might say something like it's a slow burn. Instead of saying that it's pointless, they'll say that it has a ambiguous ending. Instead of saying that you fell asleep while watching, you will say that the film has a dreamlike atmosphere. Instead of saying that it's hard to watch, you'll say that it challenges you. And instead of saying that it's confusing, you say that it requires multiple rewatches, right? Now, the thing is, not all euphemisms are made equal. Some of these range from being, simple, outright lies, right? For example, boring and slow burn are not at all the same thing. Slow burn implies that there is some form of tension and investment that is present throughout. It just builds up over time. So if you were to simply take out the word boring and slot in slow burn, that is a lie, right? However, with the other ones, like for example, confusing versus requires multiple rewatches, it's not technically a lie. It's not technically deception. It's not technically a lie. It is just deception. Because you are, technically speaking, right? If something is confusing, it will probably require multiple watches, right? And however, if you only say that it requires multiple watches, you are deceiving your audience by obfuscating or cutting out the reason why that's the case. You present an outcome without presenting the cause, and that lopsided view of something is how you get across that, how you use euphemism in that particular instance, right? Yeah, Whimsy Health, reframing can be genuine and useful in helpful ways, but it also has genuine issues, as in here. Yeah, exactly, right? A good horror movie is a slow burn. Exactly, right? So again, in some cases, euphemism is an outright lie, but in most cases, and I would say that this is the one that's worth watching out for more, euphemisms are simply distortions of truth, deceptions without being outright lies, where they present you with only part of the information you need in order to make an informed judgment, right? Yeah, and when they say you lie, they just call you a bigot. So when you say they lie, they just call you a bigot. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is much of the way that modern game reviews work, especially when it comes to reviewing AAA games and when you're looking at publications like IGN, which is infamous for this. You know, the whole, why does every game get a 7 out of 10? The fact that Dragon Age The Veilguard got, I believe, what was it, a 9 out of 10 from IGN or something like that? What a joke. But in any case, yeah. Kiernoth, I can see parallels in the political space, but I understand why you use films as an example. It's much easier to grasp. Yeah. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Anthony Burgess wrote a reaction to 1984 called 1985. First part was a set of essays, second part is a novella. Huh, that's fascinating. I haven't read that before. See, the problem with the way that texts are taught in schools more often than not is that they will ask you to look for context, right? They will ask you to research the circumstances that surrounded the text creation, right? But they won't tell you to look at things like, what came after, right? How did other authors respond to this? Or what are some of the works that were made that are derivative from that, but not supposed to replace it anyway, or not a direct appropriation or adaptation of it, right? And I do feel like that's a bit of a gaping hole in the way that literature is taught and English is taught in our schools, but I'll check that out after stream. The second thing that constitutes a part of newspeak. Circumlocution. Now, the word circumlocution basically means the use of many words where fewer would do, especially in a deliberate attempt to be vague or evasive. Now, again, this is basically just bloating out a sentence so that you hide the significance of what it is you are saying, so that you avoid having to use a word that has a set and clear definition. We went through quite a few examples of this when we were looking through the Me Too movement last week. For example, this headline by The Sun UK edition: Sex claims heiress accused of having sex with boy 4 times in one day. Breaks silence as cops reveal major update in case. Now, as you can probably tell in the title, if an adult is accused of having sex with a 14-year-old, a child, not even the kind of child that you can somehow make some sort of stupid argument about being, just on legal age. No, this is a 14-year-old, right? If that is your title, we have a word for have sex, and it's not have sex. You say abuse, assault, rape. However, in this headline, they've opted for having sex, again, using more words where fewer would do, as a way of avoiding the full scale of the implications of what they are talking about in this story. However, another interesting thing that's also kind of related to this is the way that because of how feminism has intersected with gender ideology, right? There have been sporadic attempts in different parts of Western society to replace the term woman or female with abominations such as birthing person or person with a capacity for pregnancy. And again, this is probably one of the most obvious examples of circumlocution that you can find in modern day, right? Because why on earth would you say birthing person or person with a capacity for pregnancy instead of woman or female, right? Unless woman or female is a concept that you are trying to obscure, that you are trying to turn into a taboo. And this is why, and this is a concept that I will talk about a bit more later, this is why I believe that feminism and gender ideology is fundamentally incompatible. Because one of the fundamental tenets of feminism is women are more than just their bodies, right? And imagine going through all the trouble of mainstreaming the idea that women are more than just their bodies, to intersect with another ideology that wants to call women birthing person or person with a capacity for pregnancy, essentially taking a woman, right, and reducing that concept, the very concept of what it is to be female, down to just a uterus. Which is, again, It's one of those kinds of weird things that only seem to happen in the West. But in any case. So, again, circumlocution happens quite a lot in society, and for various nefarious reasons, right? Or reasons ranging in different degrees of nefariousness. But in any case, I still remember when they were trying to make the word woman as a slur and use female instead. Also, don't forget latinx. Yeah, latinx is another example. Well, not exactly an example of this, right? But an example of trying to... Well, it's the opposite. Instead of adding more words when fear would do, it's trying to eliminate other words, right? Trying to remove gendered language from Spanish, right? There's, Latina, Latino is something that they wanted to do away with because they viewed that distinction as taboo. So they suggested latinx, being completely unaware of why that comes off as completely out of touch with the people they were trying to pander to, or more accurately, condescend to. Latinx heard anger kickstarted. I do find it to be one of the best little moments of comedy in modern history, where people tried to introduce this word for you guys, and it ended up becoming a slur. Nothing tickles me quite as much as seeing that happen in real time. You know, I was in a previous relationship. I was seeing a girl who was quite a big fan of Gabriel. What was his name? Gabriel Iglesias, I think. Fluffy. And we were watching through this show that he had made a few years prior. I forget exactly when, where they had an entire segment trying to present the word latinx as being more inclusive, because some people don't like having to resort to Latina or Latino, and so, it built up latinx as this sort of great thing that they were introducing for such good and compassionate reasons. And watching that back nowadays is just so funny, because you try saying that to an actual Latina or Latino nowadays, you get punched in the face if you're in front of them, or you get, they'll throw slurs right back at you if you say it online, which is quite funny. But yeah, what about Philippines? But yeah, it doesn't even make sense in the Spanish language. Exactly, and that's what makes it so funny. But yeah, no need to brag about your date. It was an interesting time of my life. But yeah. Girlfriend haver? Not anymore. Like I said, previous. There are some funny stories that I could share about that, but that particular time of my life. But I'll wait until a later stream where it's more suited to the topic than this one. But in any case, the next element of newspeak: inversion of customary meanings of words. Right. And this is pretty self-explanatory. It's basically when you start using words in ways that are designed to retain their original connotation while obscuring or outright subverting their original definition. And we have countless examples of this nowadays. But because of the fact that we've brought up gaming and we've talked about that so much on this channel, the most obvious ones that I can think to use to demonstrate what I mean to you guys are diversity and inclusion. Like, again, I don't think I need to go into that much detail because, again, anyone who's watched me more than once will have will be very intimately acquainted with what exactly I mean here. But diversity and inclusion are no longer used in a way that respects their original definitions. Instead, they are now just used to mean generally some vague idea that some vague connotation of acceptance or right thinking or tolerance or good. Right? In especially egregious cases. So, as a result, right, when you actually look at the way that diversity and inclusion is being implemented, you see that when they are used, they refer to situations, programs, or policies that end up creating the opposite or creating environments, situations that run completely counter to the definitions of the words. Inclusive programs are almost always exclusive because they target a quote-unquote minority protected group or, someone who needs to be uplifted or someone who needs to be included at the cost of excluding everybody else, right? Instead of diversity, what you often get is that these programs, these policies often end up creating environments where there is only one way of thinking, or there are, it creates, in severe cases, really, well, let's just say an environment where all of the employees start to look a little too close to one another on the color grade, right? And so what you end up doing is a new age version of segregation, right? Where it's just marketed differently, but it functions the same. And this is the problem, right? Because when you start treating people as if they are inherently diverse, you lose sight of what actually creates real diversity, which is the ability to accept difference, to coexist in spite of difference. And this includes difference in terms of the way you think, your expressed opinions, and your personal values, not just your skin color, gender, or sexuality. But unfortunately, we've kind of, unfortunately, we've lost sight of that because the words have become so overused outside of their actual definition. So again, when we talk about inversion of customary meanings, this is what we mean. However, there is more to newspeak than just these three things. Some of the other things that newspeak includes is the erasure of entire words, right? Smickles, this also leads to doublethink. Oh, don't worry, we're going to be talking about doublethink quite a bit more in a sec. But another aspect of newspeak is the erasure of words, right? Entire words, entire meanings from language, especially when they are replaced with another. And the reason why you get rid of words like certain words is because they have definitions that are uncomfortable, or that are inconvenient, I should say, to whatever you're trying to get people to think. And we went through another example of this in last week's stream about Me Too, from this Time article, an essay that was published in Time magazine by one of the founders of Me Too, Tarana Burke. Quote, "The world is forever changed because of #MeToo. The language we use is shifting, replacing words like victim with survivor. We talk about mental health." So again, immediately you can see how this is an example of what I was talking about, right? Erasure of the word victim and replacing it with survivor. However, we'll talk about the implications in a sec, but the reasons as to why they would be incentivized to essentially rewrite language will be explained as we go on in this very same quote. "We talk about mental health and healing, and employers are crafting thoughtful human resource policies, not just reacting after a workplace harassment crisis. Consumers are more conscientious about the cultural content they consume and vocal about calling out rape culture when they see it. Do these changes translate to more people going to jail for the crime of sexual assault? Probably not. But I have a better question. Is this the goal?" So to sum this up, Me Too has emphasized in this one quote everything that they can do to call out rape culture, craft thoughtful policy. They have described everything except put perpetrators in jail, enforce consequences, accountability on people, the monsters, who force themselves onto other people. And now you start to see the reason why victim is being replaced with survivor. Because, like was said in this, and this is something I talked about last week as well, this is a movement that is built around healing. However, an unfortunate side effect of that is that you also, when you establish that your movement is based off of survivor healing, you risk coddling survivors. You risk making it out so that you can't say anything that might be misconstrued or even construed rightfully as a demand or a request on a victim. Because victims must be, protected at all costs, given the space where they don't, nothing is asked of them, etc., etc. Me Too has created a taboo around the subject of the provision, gathering, and scrutiny of evidence. And as a result, this idea that there is no such thing as a victim, there are only survivors, is something that they've chosen to run with. Because to acknowledge that you are a victim of abuse, of assault, would require acknowledging that you have lost your agency, for one thing, right? And that is not a reality that Me Too would like the people who it pertains to represent to confront. However, the second thing is also that by replacing victim with survivor, entirely erasing the concept of victimhood, they also imply that you are automatically a survivor, that you don't need to do anything in order to be a survivor, which obscures the fact that it's not the same thing, that there is a transition between when you are a victim and when you are a survivor. And as I said last week, when you become a victim, you have your agency taken away from you by a monster, a human monster, but a monster nonetheless. When you become a survivor, becoming a survivor requires you to make a choice to claw back the agency that was taken from you in that moment. And your opportunity to make that choice comes from the moment that your abuser fails to kill you. And there are things that you can do. As I talked about last week, one of the messages that Me Too is forbidden from talking about because of the taboos it's established for itself, but which would also be objectively useful to tell victims, to tell people in society in general, is don't wash after being assaulted. Now, again, that is an awful message to have to hear. Because the first thing instinctively that everyone would want to do after going through something as horrible as assault is wash themselves. However, the problem is when you do that, it doesn't get rid of the emotional, psychological, spiritual feelings of trauma. It just removes physical evidence that might be useful in putting the perpetrator behind bars. And as again, like I said before, because evidence has now become a taboo subject, that objectively helpful message is now uncommunicatable, right? They can't say this because it would go against the whole point, it would go against the whole premise of their movement that they've built up for themselves. And so, instead, they shift to other goals, like changing culture, altering language, replacing victim with survivor, and obscuring the fact that in order to become a survivor, you as a victim need to make a choice. It's harsh, it's cold, it's cruel, it's unfair, but it's reality. And people not telling you that is not going to be helpful. It's going to convince you to feel empowered, right up until you realize that because you're not solving the problem, which is, monsters that need to be taken out of society, that need to be prosecuted, convicted, put behind bars, until you solve that problem, you will never be left in a position where you are short of people who can relate to your trauma, which is pretty dark to admit. But again, it's the natural consequence of neglecting that fundamental fact. So in any case, reality is funny. Good morning, armchair. Hello, Eva. But yeah, again, whenever people seek to simply remove entire words out of your language, always question why it is they are doing that, because I guarantee there will be a reason, a cynical reason behind that. The next thing that newspeak involves. Words are treated as interchangeable parts of speech. And again, what that means is that you will use words as nouns or verbs or adjectives or adverbs, irrespective of what they originally are. Right? For example, you will use a noun as a verb, an adjective as an adverb as a noun as an adverb, etc., etc., with no regard for what each word was individually. And we can actually see this happening with the word genocide. Genocide, in its original definition, is a noun, a noun that refers to the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of eliminating or destroying that nation or group. However, on social media, people have started picking up the use of genocide as a verb instead of a noun. For example, this tweet by Not Acre on Twitter saying, "Why the fuck do people think Trump is gonna genocide gays and trans? Bro, what?" Now, the message of that tweet, I understand and can get behind, right? Again, it's basically, it's basically telling people not to panic, not to buy into the propaganda that Trump is going to go out and exterminate all these minorities, right? Which is applaudable. And it is important to reinforce that, especially with as divisive a rhetoric as American politics has seemed to, adopt. However, the use of the word genocide here is what I take issue with. The use of it specifically as a verb instead of a noun. Because the problem with this catching on is that you now retain all of the connotations of the word, right? The idea that it's really, really bad, while not paying attention to the definitions. And the definitions are important to retain, because genocide is not just a bad thing. It is a specific bad thing. Like I said before when I was reading out its definition, it involves deliberate killing of a large group of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of exterminating them entirely. All of these components become left behind or get left behind when you simply default to using genocide as a verb, not a noun. And you can start to see the consequences of that happening when later on you have the next part of newspeak, or the last part of newspeak, which is the idea that words have part of their meaning removed or selectively obscured. With, again, using genocide, the exact same word, right? This is how you get things like people claiming that there is some sort of transgender genocide going on in society, right? Again, to really make this clear, the definition of genocide, according to the, I forget the exact name, but Convention of Genocide or whatever, right? The definition of genocide that they provide is, well, it has a number of components. First, killing members of the group, right? In present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, or national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, such as killing members of the group, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Now, this isn't the Geneva Convention. This is another convention formed specifically against genocide and to define genocide. Now, the problem is, you had in 2015 a group or sporadic attempts at trying to imply that there was some sort of transgender genocide going on, or a genocide committed against transgender people, when that is simply not the case, right? Because what this attempt to use the word genocide neglected was the fact that genocide requires, well, one, systematic attempts to kill or remove children or to suppress the population, the numbers of the population, I should say. And two, it requires both, it requires intent and it requires an objective, the objective being complete elimination, right? Now, when people say that transgender people have it tough in society, I'm not going to argue with that, right? But to say that there is a genocide against transgender people is diluting the word in a way that erodes its meaning, its significance throughout the rest of history and throughout the rest of its uses in our language, right? So again, if you want to say that the transgender community, again, I have issues with calling it a community, but regardless, if you want to say that the transgender community is going through things like discrimination, right? Sure, that's fine, you can say that. But to say that it's a genocide, that's a bit much. Now, statistically speaking, I'm pretty sure that, apparently transgender people seem to be more of a threat to themselves than anything external, which is yet another reason why genocide doesn't work as a word in this context. Because genocide requires that the threat be external, not self-administered. Now, again, if you want to say that transgender people have it rough, that there is discrimination against transgender people, that's fine, right? It's perfectly within your rights to make that case, and I'm not going to get in your way. However, if you are going to say it's a genocide, then we have something, that's another issue, right? The next thing, right? So what happens when you take all of these little tricks when it comes to manipulating language, right? What happens when you erode people's ability to express the way they think and therefore think in a way that makes sense, right? That has a logical foundation that renders it communicable to other people, is you now create the perfect conditions for people to have really idiotic thoughts, right? You essentially soften people up. You soften up the minds of people so that they are capable of holding some pretty outlandish and self-contradictory ideas. And this is exactly what you see happening in the conception of Doublethink in 1984. For example, some of the main slogans of the party include... Sorry, give me a second. Some of the main slogans of the party include: war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance in strength. And you can see exactly how this whole concept of holding two contradictory ideas at the same time manifests, right? Because obviously when you look at each concept in each pair individually, right? War, peace, freedom, slavery, ignorance, strength. They are completely opposite to one another. The problem is that, well, when you limit people's ability to express logic, to communicate the foundations of the way that they think, you open them up to believing in these things, right? So, the thing about Doublethink, and the thing that renders this to be a pretty relevant concept even today, is that you can see examples of this over and over in different parts of society today as well. For example, some modern versions of Doublethink include: feminism is for everyone. You can't be racist against white people. Queers for Palestine. And trust the science. Now, to go into a bit more detail as to why each of these are examples of Doublethink, right? First, feminism is for everyone. No, that is not the definition of feminism. Feminism is an advocacy movement for women's rights, women's equality. Now, you can say that anyone can be for feminism, but that's not the same thing as saying that feminism is for everyone, right? Because feminism is a movement that fundamentally is only designed to advocate for one group of people, the female sex, right? This is the reason why you don't see a lot of feminists talking about things like the men's suicide rate, because that's outside of their parameters. That's outside of the parameters of their movement. Again, like I said, feminism is not for everyone. And the distinction I made earlier when I said that anyone can be for feminism, what I mean by that is that anyone can support feminism. Man, woman, non-binary, whatever. However, feminism is not designed as a movement that will advocate for just anyone, right? Because it's in the name. Feminism, right? The second one, this is pretty self-explanatory, right? You can't be racist against white people. Like, what? You're really going to tell me that? Again, this tries to define racism, essentially redefine the term to mean something along the lines of, structural systems of power that throughout history have etc. And that's all rubbish, right? Racism, what the term means, is to discriminate against somebody or to imply inferiority or to thrust that status upon somebody on the basis of their racial, ethnic, or cultural background. Now, when you say you can't be racist against white people, when you make that same distinction, we discriminate against white people on the basis of their race, and you say that that's not racism, sorry, you don't have the correct idea of what racism is, my friend. So, again, this is pretty obvious mental dissonance, right? Uki, is that you? Yeah, I do find it quite amusing how I think 1 or 2 days ago, Uki was coming out with this sort of like, throwing people's help hotlines in the wake of the US election. And then a lot of the comments were just, oh, aren't you that racist guy from Nietzsche? Ian? Which is, that's just poetry. But in any case, yeah. Again, Rio Hoshi. Feminism has some groups that have been very much caring about men's rights too, but GFL finding a proper radical, but good luck finding a proper radical feminist anymore. Yeah, so the thing is, right, and again, I want to make this very clear. I'm not saying that feminism is completely devoid of people who do have concerns for men's health, for example. However, what I am saying is that the movement itself is not designed for that, right? The movement itself, that is why I say that feminism is not for everyone, right? Because it did not set out, it was not designed to act as a universal advocate. It was designed to act as an advocate for women universally. And there is a difference between those two. So, the next one, Queers for Palestine. Now, I don't think I need to explain why this is, why this doesn't make much sense. But, to go into more detail, just to make it very clear, Palestine, according to the UN, is one of the least tolerant countries when it comes to LGBTQ rights. In fact, when people were when people were first getting into publicizing the Queers for Palestine movement, you actually had quite a lot of Muslims come out and say, we don't want your support, we don't want your assistance, we think you are ill, right? So again, when you say Queers for Palestine, you need to go through quite a lot of mental dissonance before you realize that you are advocating for a group that does not acknowledge your existence as being any sort of valid. If anything, at best, they view your condition, they view your sexuality, your gender orientation, your sexuality, your sexual orientation as an illness. Right? That's best case scenario, assuming that they don't just dismiss you entirely as a plague that needs to be eliminated. So, again, when you say Queers for Palestine, you do need to reconcile those two ideas together. And that's the sort of thing that I'm noticing in a lot of online discourse surrounding the Israel-Palestine conflict, is this desire to put either side up on a pedestal, right? Again, you can support the idea of Palestinian freedom, but you do have to acknowledge that between the two, Israel and Palestine, one of them, Israel, is significantly more tolerant to people of your persuasion than the other. So if you are going to campaign for the freedom of Palestine, I would advise you not campaign it while lumping it in with the label of your sexual orientation and your sexuality. Because that is simply, that's not going to do wonders for your ability to get your message out there. Wait, House, trust the science one? Again, so I thought trust is based on educated guesses and belief is a non-scientific one. So, trust the science. The reason why this is an example of doublethink is because it makes science out to be a product instead of a process,
right? Trust the science dismisses and obscures the same values of inquisitiveness, curiosity, evidence-based analysis that science as an institution, as a process, is founded on, right? Science as a process exists on the premise of not trusting the science that came before it, right? This is why things like peer reviews or meta-analyses exist, because the idea is that you always have to double check what was done before you, right? You don't dismiss it entirely, of course not. But you don't just accept it all wholesale as if it is simply gospel, right? Again, science is not a religion, exactly. And saying trust the science is mentally dissonant when you take into account what science as a process, as an institution, is built on, right? Again, to be fair, for corpos, products that make good money is prioritized more than experimentation, and that's the problem, right? That's why trust the science is, in my opinion, an example of doublethink that is worth keeping an eye on, because you need to make sure that that element of inquisitiveness, curiosity, evidence-based analysis and experimentation, that needs to be constantly front and center when people think about science, because otherwise you risk science just becoming another tool to use to enforce authority or to use for marketing, and that's not what you want, right? Because science is far too valuable of a concept, of an institution, of a process to be reduced down to that. And when you say trust the science, again, that defeats the purpose of the entire concept. Now, some of the examples of doublethink that also... So, it occurs on many levels, right? It can occur on an individual level, like individual philosophical level. It can occur on like a social level, and it can occur on like a government policy level. But to give you an example of how individual doublethink manifests, right? I wanted to use this post that was put onto r/askfeminists, right? And the post says, is the natural endpoint of feminism gender abolition? Now, to make this clear, feminism is essentially the idea that women are equal to men, right? Very simple premise, right? An advocacy movement for women's rights, equal rights. Gender abolition is abolishing the concept of gender entirely. Now, when I explain it that way, it's pretty obvious as to why those two ideas should be incompatible. And yet, as we'll come to see when we read through this, you start to see this version of doublethink infesting modern feminists, right? For example, to read out what they say, quote, the more I learn about gender, it seems like, quote, masculine or, quote, feminine traits are non-exclusive. Like, I cannot think of a thing that's described as a, quote, masculine trait that a woman couldn't do or possess or vice versa. So what's the purpose of identifying as masculine or feminine? Is identifying with either of these not regressive or conservative in any way? And the top reply is, quote, I don't think I'd use the term abolition, but as a feminist, I would hope that in time there will be next to nothing that I'd consider masculine or feminine. The idea of sex or gender won't even enter our brains when we think of doing a menial task like cooking or changing a tire. So, that's the problem, right? When you want to say that you are a feminist, which means that you are for women's equality, but then you refuse to identify what a woman is, you run into a bit of a problem with your movement. Because again, like I said, those two concepts cannot coexist. And the only reason people are capable of holding the two of them in their mind at the same time is because of some severe cognitive dissonance, right? Now, when it's saying stuff like, you know, when it seems like masculine or feminine traits are non-exclusive, right? No one is saying that there is absolutely no crossover between the sexes when it comes to different traits. However, what people are saying is that, broadly speaking, there are a combination of biological differences and sociological differences that are important to take into account, right? Biological differences, pretty obvious. Men and women produce different hormones in different quantities. Men have a penis, women have a vagina, women have a uterus, men have testes, that kind of thing, right? And if you choose to abolish all conceptions of gender, then the whole point of women's suffrage loses its meaning, because, well, what's the point of women's suffrage if women don't even exist, right? So, again, if you're thinking about men and masculine and feminine traits when changing a tire, you're probably failing at all the points in thinking. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, right? So, again, ignoring the fact that there are some immutable differences between men and women, as is the point in gender abolition, which believes that all of the differences are merely social constructs and nothing else, right? The problem is, feminism and that do not coexist, cannot coexist. And if you believe that it does, well, that's an example of doublethink, right? Those are two fundamentally incompatible beliefs that you are holding at the same time because you refuse to take either one of them to their logical condition. How about the rare intersex conditions? Again, those are an exception, right? However, the problem that movements like these, or attempts at crossing over movements like these inevitably make, is looking at fringe cases and trying to expand those out to define the entire rest of the group, right? The entirety of the rest of society, culture, and humanity. Because, and this is also a side effect of prioritizing equality as a virtue and nothing else, which is the idea that, this obsession with equal representation. The reason why there is a case to be made for understanding that minorities are just minorities, right? The whole rest of society should not be considered in a standard that is determined by a fringe case. Because when you look at the stats, right, intersex conditions are undeniably a thing, but they are not at all common enough to define entire concepts of sex, gender, based off of them, right? And if you want to do that, sure, but you're going to have to remake a lot of parts of, human society in a way that I don't even think is going to be beneficial for intersex people. So again, the issue of taking a fringe case and then turning that into a standard to judge the rest or the majority of society, it is a little bit of a futile task, a bit of a Sisyphean endeavor. And it's not something I would recommend. So, again, what is the point of saying that there are different definitions and scopes of the same term? Yeah. Counterpoint accessibility ramps do determine how we as a society build buildings in general. And that's a different case, though, because in the case of, well, it honestly depends, right? It depends on what the minority is and how you choose to include them in society, right? For example, if you are to change an entire society's understanding of sex and gender based off of intersex people, you have to first consider what are some of the actual tangible effects of being intersex on their ability to exist in society. Are they being persecuted? Are they being locked out of opportunities because of the fact that they are intersex, because of their condition? And to my knowledge, it is illegal to discriminate against someone who is intersex on the basis of them being intersex. You can't refuse to hire them because of that. You can't, again, if you set out to persecute them on an individual, you make the individual choice to persecute them, you will probably be sued and arrested, right? But when it comes to, disability, right? When it comes to someone who's wheelchair bound, for example, accommodating them makes sense because otherwise they are completely locked out of entire areas of society, right? Physical areas as well as, figurative ones. And the accommodation that you make is not so large as changing an entire society's conception of a basic concept, right? It's just adding a ramp or making sure that there are elevators that go between all levels of a building. So, again, different things, right? Most people can't tell an intersex person if you show them the crotch. Yeah. So yeah, they're not strictly they're not strictly detrimental accommodations. That's true. So the thing is, yes. So to answer your point, Whimsy, the comparison between people who are wheelchair bound and people who are intersex, it's not quite. It's not exactly a counter. The wheelchair example is not really a counterpoint. It's just a different. It's just a different. I suppose. How do I word this? Give me a second. I don't want to say it's besides the point because that comes off as dismissive when I don't intend it to be that way. But it is a little bit of an apples and oranges type of comparison. The next example of doublethink is this is especially funny to watch in the aftermath of the US election. Oh, Whimsy, the point I was trying to say is that there are ways in which there are ways which do change how we understand these things, plus those aren't actually minor when you consider how it changes fundamental approach. Fair enough. But yeah. Yeah, adding an elevator to all levels of building, isn't this just normal? Yeah, exactly. Right. And it helps as a measure because the fact that it's not exclusive to disabled people, right? These are services that normal, quote unquote normal people can use as well, right? People who don't share the same disability can also benefit from it, which is not necessarily the case when you look at all of the other, the other examples in which inclusivity is used as a premise to change a fundamental aspect of, society. So. Next example is what I've been seeing in the wake of the results of the US election, where immediately you had a lot of people, a lot of people who voted Democrat suddenly turning around and blasting Latinos, just being outright racist because there was a higher percentage of Latinos that voted for Trump. And they said, you had example of comments like, I know this will sound racist, but Latinos fucking disgust me. Latino men and their fucking machismo. Fuck Latino men, lol. Latinos aren't immune from being fucking idiots. I am going to fucking laugh at all the Latinos who voted for Trump when he starts mass deportation and separating families. Bro, Latinos don't give a fuck once they get their documents. Also, they are religious, heavily against abortion and drugs. Again, all of the tolerance went out the window there in some cases, which is extremely funny because again, the mental dissonance here is that you are the Democrat Party. Democracy revolves around allowing individuals or different demographics to vote differently. And here you are rejecting somebody's right to democratically express their opinions on how your society should be governed. So the mental dissonance is off the charts. But on top of that, when you look at some of the actions of the Democrats' administration, the Biden administration, you start to see some actions that are a little contrary to the whole concept of democracy, right? For example, this story that we looked at in last week's stream, Zuckerberg admits Facebook wrong to suppress Hunter laptop story, scolds White House for COVID censorship, published August 27th of 2024 by the National Review. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg acknowledged Monday that Biden administration officials pressured Facebook into censoring COVID-related content and conceded that his platform was mistaken when it censored the Hunter Biden laptop story ahead of the 2020 election. So, again, in case people wonder, why aren't I making the same criticism of Republicans, for example? Because again, I want to make this very clear. This is not a partisan issue, right? Doublethink is by no means a partisan issue. But when it comes to the Democrat Party, these examples just make it all the more funnier to point and laugh at. Because this is a pretty blatant example of doublethink going on there, right? So this links into another example that I want to touch on, which is especially the way that doublethink manifests in people who claim to defend democracy, or the concept of democracy. Such as this article, this opinion article that was recently published in The Hill, right? Where the tagline was, to save our democracy, we must get rid of online anonymity. Written by a guy called Mark Weinstein, and published on the 2nd of November in 2024. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 5. Fingernail reveal when. You've changed it up a little bit. You've changed it up. It's not quite the same tradition when you say fingernail reveal. We'll do it when I at some point find the space and time to do a hand cam stream. But yeah, in any case, this idea that the best way to protect democracy is to get rid of online anonymity is just, again, it's yet another perfect example of how Doublethink represents, especially in the minds of those who claim to defend democracy. Because if you look at one of the paragraphs from this where they outline the premise of this opinion, right? How do we balance protecting a user's privacy while holding them accountable for actions violating the law or a site's terms of service? How do we eliminate anonymously boosted content from all originators and the manipulation of our opinions? How do we protect the rights of free speech by nurturing civil discourse among real people? That's the backbone of democracy. Billy, okay, thank you for the 5. Okay, fine, feet videos when? We broke him, guys, we broke him. That's more like it, that's more like it. Thank you, Billy. It's I always look forward to these whenever I do a stream. But like I said, what did I say last time? 25k for feet reveal. But yeah, in any case, so what is going on here is actually quite nefarious, because instead of, actually sticking to the definition of democracy, right, they are trying to redefine democracy as, well, in the last 2 sentences, how do we protect the rights of free speech by nurturing civil discourse among real people? And then they say, that's the backbone of democracy. No, the backbone of democracy is discourse, not civil discourse. When you give everyone equal right, equal representation, when it comes to deciding who gets to govern them, you have to at least some degree, sacrifice civility as a primary objective, right? You have to concede that at some point, when you give everyone equal right to express what they think and feel, you can't always guarantee civility. You can encourage it, but if you try to enforce it, you risk digging into the whole concept of, free speech, democracy, equal representation, etc. Because there will inevitably be, if you try to ensure civility, you are going to have to suppress a group of people in that democracy, which runs against the entire premise of the thing, right? Armchair, don't worry, Billy will remind you even if you forget. True. So, again, when you choose to have a democracy, which means government decided by people in a democratic manner, right? By the population, right? You can't always guarantee civility, and to insist that civility is the main backbone of the whole concept of democracy, that is quite frankly misleading and a blatant attempt at redefining the word to accommodate what you are advocating for, which is more authoritarianism, right? Taking control over the way that people express themselves by removing anonymity. So, again, you can start to see how the way that people facilitate this doublethink is by slowly chipping away at the integrity of language until words can be freely redefined or misused as is convenient in order to push a particular perspective. And that's where we get to the main subject of this stream. After what, 2 hours of yapping? This essay that Orwell wrote, called Politics and the English Language. in my opinion, one of the most underrated works of Orwell, although I say underrated quite loosely, because, well, people mostly know him for his novels, but quite a lot of people are also aware that he wrote this essay. Let me change scenes in preparation for this. There we go. Okay. So, now, what Orwell discusses in this are quite a few flaws, or a few... Oh, Alan's 3D. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 2. Sorry, Chairman, I'm late. Here's my late fee payment. I appreciate it. Welcome in. So, in this essay, so some of the things that Orwell touches on are some persistent bad habits that are at risk of eroding the integrity of English as a language, right? At risk of eroding the ability for language to convey the way that people think and feel, right? And specifically, what he's talking about here is the deliberate misuse of language. So yeah, whimsy. Language does change, but it gets redefined naturally. The problem is balancing that with preventing abuse. So that is the assumption that language evolves naturally, right? That is something that Orwell is going to address kind of in this essay as well. But one thing I want to sort of put out there as a disclaimer is, in going through this essay, right, in reading it out, endorsing what it says, the concepts that it gets across, I am not claiming that I am completely innocent of any of the bad habits that Orwell points out here, right? I don't want to accidentally put myself up on a pedestal to say that I'm better than everybody else. I'm not. But what I do want to get across is the idea that there are some pretty decent ideas, and when we start reading, it's a few of you might find how uncannily relevant it might be to today's day and age, right? But in any case, for those who joined for a little bit of, chill ASMR type content, now's where you can sit back and relax a little bit. Politics and the English Language by George Orwell, preserved by the Orwell Estate. Most people who bother with the matter at all would admit that the English language is in a bad way, but it is generally assumed that we cannot, by conscious action, do anything about it. Our civilization is decadent, and our language, so the argument runs, must inevitably share in the general collapse. It follows that any struggle against the abuse of language is a sentimental archaism, like preferring candles to electric light, or hansom cabs to aeroplanes. Underneath this lies the half-conscious belief that language is a natural growth and not an instrument which we can shape for our own purposes. Now, to address the point that you raised earlier, Whimsy, about how language is a thing that naturally evolves, but we also need to balance it with the abuse of language. What Orwell is pointing out here is something that's important to remember, which is that while to most people they think that language evolves naturally, there are always going to be a subsect of people in society that are consciously trying to change language, right? Altering words, using them outside of their actual definitions, right? And trying to do that as a way of shaping thought and behavior. Now, Whimsy, you're absolutely right in that both are true, right? I do believe that language is a natural growth and an instrument, right? And although Orwell leans more towards the idea that it is just an instrument and it doesn't evolve naturally. However, the main point here that I do think that he's trying to make is that when you view language as just a natural growth and not an instrument that is deliberately shaped, you render yourself blind to the manipulations of skilled propagandists and those who make media when it comes to shaping language and therefore the way you think, right? Yeah, you've read this before and generally agree with it? That's, yeah. Again, this is interestingly enough, this is a text that is prescribed and taught in Australian schools, at least to my knowledge. However, interestingly as well, this is, it's usually taught as part of a module where schools get to pick from a pool of texts. And in my years of teaching, I have seen only 1 or 2 schools make the choice to teach this text. Now, I'm not saying that it's some sort of nefarious conspiracy, but I do find it interesting that this is not more popular of a choice when it comes to things to teach to children, because the ideas presented are, in my opinion, pretty important to start, feeding to kids from a young age. But to go on. Now, it is clear that the decline of a language must ultimately have political and economic causes. It is not due simply to the bad influence of this or that individual writer, but an effect can become a cause, reinforcing the original cause and producing the same effect in an intensified form, and so on indefinitely. A man may take to drink because he feels himself to be a failure, and then fail all the more completely because he drinks. It is rather the same thing that is happening to the English language. It becomes ugly and inaccurate because our thoughts are foolish, but the slovenliness of our language makes it easier for us to have foolish thoughts. The point is that the process is reversible. Modern English, especially written English, is full of bad habits, which spread by imitation and which can be avoided if one is willing to take the necessary trouble. If one gets rid of these habits, one can think more clearly, and to think clearly is a necessary first step toward political regeneration, so that the fight against bad English is not frivolous and is not the exclusive concern of professional writers. I will come back to this point presently, and I hope that by the time the meaning of what I have said here will have become clearer. Meanwhile, here are 5 specimens of the English language as it is now habitually written. Scarling Michael Ori, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Sorry for being late, Jam, and traffic was hell. No problem, no problem. And by the way, if anyone tunes in past the time that I already start stream, don't worry about that. You can always just watch the VOD to catch up on what you missed. But in any case, yeah, because this text isn't taught because it goes against what's being taught to children now. Yeah, I'm acutely aware of that. So, when he states here, the thing I like about this essay is that it doesn't assume that it's worth your time. It goes into depth to address the reasons as to why people might simply hand wave away the idea of trying to preserve the English language or preserve original meanings of words and stuff like that, right? Because it addresses directly the assumption that this is something that only grammar Nazis do, or something that only, people who are obsessed with dusty tomes would do, right? The way that he puts it, most people will dismiss this as sentimental archaism. But in the very second paragraph of this essay, he goes into detail when it comes to justifying the reason why it is, well, it's not just the case that it's not a niche concern, but it's something that everyone should be concerned about, right? And it's something that everyone has a reasonable reason to care about. Reasonable reason being a bit of a clumsy way of putting it, admittedly, but yeah. Rand Cossack, this text is vicious anti-Bibu slander. The funny thing is, actually, you know what? I'll come back to the idea that it is possible Bibu slander later, because it will become very relevant in a roundabout way later on in this text. But, again, it is, in Orwell's words, and I thoroughly agree with this, that, when you protect the integrity of your language by making sure words have distinct meanings, they have set definitions, you make it a lot more difficult for people to lie to you, right? Because they can't use words for their connotations when they actually are trying to describe something. For example, when they're trying to outline a policy or make a suggestion as to what you should do with your country's army, they actually have to put it in concrete terms, right? They can't hide behind, ornate words or convenient marketing or whatever. They actually have to stick to using words that have a set definition. And when words have a set definition, it becomes a whole lot harder to, well, I suppose, dance around what you're trying to say. Ryohoshi, honestly, I feel that teaching kids the difference between formal versus casual language is very important, especially if their first language is English. Oh, I agree. I mean, the problem with the way that schools are, well, the way that schools operate nowadays, in my opinion, as someone who has taught English, is that, especially in Australia, because we have a testing system that revolves around, getting a mark, right? Giving kids a mark that's supposed to sum up a number that's supposed to sum up their academic potential, is now that mark has become the objective instead of learning, right? Which means that the way that a lot of schools teach and the way that a lot of kids approach being taught is very, very bare bones, right? I can't count the number of times that I've had kids walk into a class where they are completely disinterested in any of the concepts, right? They know how to write an essay, they just don't know why any of the texts they're studying are relevant at all, right? Because schools don't bother to teach that, since these are just texts that you need to study in order to get a mark at the end of the day, right? Oh, Vivian, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. I hope all the new footstools enjoy that. But yeah, so a lot of when I was teaching kids, a lot of my time was spent simply trying to unravel all of the reasons why certain texts are worth studying beyond simply looking to get a mark at the end of their time in high school, right? So yeah, it's more, yeah, it's exactly right. The mark that, the mark-based system of education that we have has made hitting the KPI, the key performance indicator, more important than actually learning, right? Which is why, even though we have texts like this, right? Texts like Politics in the English Language, 1984, Shakespeare, and, being taught in schools, the overwhelming majority of kids will walk into a classroom and then walk back out with no understanding of why it is worth learning about, right? And as a teacher, there is no better sensation than, well, at least in my experience, than having a kid come into class, right, sit through my whole spiel or whatever, and then not only getting better at getting marks, but seeing that little light that emerges behind their eyes as they say something along the lines of, "Oh shit, I get it now. I never thought about that. I never thought about it that way. Oh, so this is why it's worth looking at, etc., etc." And in that moment, those those little those little moments, that's when as a teacher, it's kind of like, oh fuck, finally, finally I'm doing something that's not just teaching kids to game a numbers system, right? Because otherwise, why teach English? Why teach literature, right? But yeah, the metric has become the goal instead of the measure. Many such cases. Yeah, exactly. At uni, I had an English class which structured the entire course around using techniques to understand how texts impart meaning. It gave a reason why to use those techniques. Yeah, and again, one of the other sort of armchair as a teacher, the death of the love of knowledge for knowledge's sake is sad. Yeah, I agree, and you can kind of see this as well. And this is starting to grow as a tangent, but disappointing thing that I saw in university when I made the transition into becoming a uni student myself years ago is that the idea that university is designed around the premise of making its students smarter is almost completely gone. It's more the case that university is sold purely as a stepping stone to a career, which it doesn't even succeed in giving you, by the way, because companies are not looking for a piece of paper. They are looking for experience. They are looking for skills. They are looking for someone with drive, with the ability to prove that they've done something with their life. And unfortunately, going to university no longer counts as doing something. However, as a result of that, universities have had to pivot in their marketing in terms of what they offer their students. And what I've noticed is that universities no longer seem to be places you go to get smart. They are now places you go to act smug, to give you a reason to feel superior to all the other people who are not as educated as yourself. And the problem is that with university, best case scenario, they give you skills that you probably could have learned outside of the university if you just put enough time and effort into looking in the right places. Worst case scenario, you pick up all of these skills, but you never understand how to use them yourself. Part of the reason why I started making videos, and part of the reason why I'm very grateful to all of you guys for, showing up whenever I choose to press the go live button, is because this has given me a chance to use all of the skills I learned over the course of my media degree. For a company, for outside of, simply feeding them to a company that doesn't give a shit about me, that isn't, it's given me the ability to actually use everything I've learned in a way that isn't restrained by these sort of discussions about, all of the typical social sciences brain rot that infests so many universities. And it's been infinitely more fulfilling because I've had the ability to pass on what I've learned in a way that also, and this always sparks joy in me as admittedly a bit of a spiteful person, in a way that undercuts the gatekeeping that universities rely on in order to sell courses to people, right? Scarling, thank you for the 2. Are you happy that chat got lights behind our eyes, Teach? There is, it always puts a smile on my face when I look through a VOD and I look at chat and I see people going, oh shit, that's this is a word to describe something I've been noticing for a while or something along those lines, right? But yeah, so again, getting the chance to actually go out into the world and use the skills it's infinitely more important than the universities try to sell themselves as being. Unironically, the best part of the university experience is networking. Like the chance to meet other people who are, like-minded, similarly skilled, similar age, which means that you can probably sow the seeds for nepo hiring later on. But if you don't, besides that, the way that universities currently exist as glorified diploma factories, there really isn't much reason to go in. And they have this huge air of prestige that is especially easy to buy into if you are the child of immigrant or migrant parents, right? But it's just really not all it's cracked up to be. Now, all of that is a really long-winded way of coming back to the point that I was trying to make earlier, which is that academia, in straying away from the love of learning, it's now become this sort of weird arena to push ideas and ways of thinking onto people who are simply too inexperienced and naive to understand that that is what's being done to them. For example, in the way that English is taught in Australian high schools, right? There is a massive amount of focus placed on the idea that any interpretation that a student comes up with of a text is correct so long as they can find enough evidence throughout the text to justify that interpretation, right? And again, when I just say it that way, you can see why it might make sense, right? Because any interpretation needs evidence in order to be considered, in order to be regarded as valid. Now, The problem is that that way of doing things implies that any interpretation is valid so long as you can gain enough evidence to supposedly prove it, right? Another thing is that one of the modules... Oh, Star OW, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. Another part of the way that English is taught in Australian high schools is that it's broken up into different modules, right? And one of the modules is called Textual Conversations, where students are presented with two texts, right? A classical text, like, for example, a Shakespeare or a poet by... a modernist poet or whatever, right? And they are also given an appropriation of that text, right? A modern adaptation of it. And they are asked to look at the two of them simultaneously and explain why it is that studying the two of them together enhances their understanding of both. However, the problem is, the way that this module is taught, it is almost never the case that students are asked to consider how the appropriation takes away from the original, or how the appropriation is an insufficient adaptation of the original. Students are not really encouraged to critique the appropriation. It's always supposed to be this kind of blind assumption that any appropriation, any adaptation, always adds something to the original text, right? And again, because of the fact that this is the most common way of thinking among teachers, among schools, among markets, in our Department of Education, it is a safer bet for most students looking to maximize their marks to simply accept that premise, right? That any appropriation will automatically add something onto the original text. However, again, little bit of a problem there when it comes to actually trying to critique text, because those two ideas simultaneously, right? One, the idea that any interpretation is valid so long as you can find evidence to support it, and two, the idea that any appropriation automatically adds something onto the original and is worth appreciation as a result of that. When you put these two things together, what you get is this subtle divorcing of objectivity from the understanding and critique of literature, which is something that I have a massive issue with, personally, as both a teacher and someone who is quite an avid consumer of media. Because when you try to divorce objectivity from your critique, you lose the ability to judge media according to any sort of standard, right? You lose the ability to say that, some forms of media are objectively better than others, that they contribute more to others, that they say they get across their message in a more effective way than others, right? And this is what's being taught in schools to children who don't have the ability to reject that idea or to even identify that that is the premise that is being sold to them via the education system. Which, again, if you're trying to teach children that objectivity isn't important, well, I have some bad news for you in 10 to 20 years' time about how those children are going to act, right? Scarlett, thank you for the 2. Hi, future chairman. Welcome to the VOD. Gets to work. Cute. But yeah, exactly. Han Chen Jun, exactly. Your baggage does not equal the author's intention, but nowadays it's accepted as valid so long as you can vomit out an essay without touching the original text. Exactly. That is a good segue into video game journalism. Exactly. Because you see this same idea that objectivity is not somewhere that, it's this weird sort of thing, especially when you look at video game journalism, where opinions are presented as if they should be taken seriously, while at the same time, the people writing those opinions seem to insist that there is no such thing as objectively measuring how good a game is, right? That all opinions are equal. Their opinions are just more equal than everyone else's, right? And again, that's the kind of insidious, this sort of insidious attempt at eroding the idea of objectivity, this sort of solidness of language that Orwell was concerned about decades before us, and people have been concerned about for centuries before Orwell. So yeah, in any case, to go on. Sorry, before we go on, let me just grab a drink of water, because I can feel my throat's kind of beginning to die a little bit. Robin v. Mars, notice how this is a problem, especially a problem because you know their parents or other authority figures aren't going to teach them better? Oh, yeah. I mean, again, the problem is with the way that the school system exists nowadays, and I'm speaking from experience with regards to the Australian way of approaching education, is that you start to see this sort of effect only emerge over the course of generations. Because if your parents were taught according to the same methods as you were taught, then they don't really stand much of a chance at schooling you any better. And it just gets worse and worse with each generation, which again is a problem, which feeds itself, right? It's a, you can't break out of the flaws of the education system unless you are capable of homeschooling as a parent. But you are incapable of homeschooling as a parent if you've also gone through the same system you're trying to change. So it's a bit of a catch-22. Much better. Aquareg easy, marry a teacher. See, that's the thing though, because with teachers, right, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Because I have no doubt that there are lots of teachers that are equally as critical of the education system that we have adopted nowadays. But they are few and far between when you're trying to look for them in the wild, because more often than not, teachers are just people who care a lot about children, but are not paid nearly enough to do that job with the same amount of dedication as they would want. And again, this is yet another problem where, they do just enough to get by, right? As a teacher, you generally want to not rock the boat in whatever system you find yourself teaching in. Because to do that would jeopardize your payment, and you're already paid, you're already paid little enough to begin. Of course, assuming you don't teach as you don't teach at a private school or something, or you're not a head of a department or something. But yeah. I'd be interested in your thoughts on Jacques Rancier's The Ignorant Schoolmaster. I haven't read that book before. I'll add that to the list of things to check out after stream. Even worse, teachers cannot teach the students. Yeah, I do find that to be worryingly common. Although I know for a fact that in Australia, we use a number metric to determine the quote-unquote academic potential of high school graduates called the ATAR, the Australian Tertiary Admissions Rank or something along those lines. And funnily enough, ATARs are supposed to separate people who have higher academic potential. And again, the way that ATARs work is that certain degrees will require higher ATARs in order to get in. Teachers require they have some of the lowest ATAR requirements of any subject, which is, again, like I said, right? The way that we teach is not great. Admittedly, it is a lot more focused on conformity and acceptance of, disregard for objectivity than it is any sort of creativity or skill with expression. But that being said, if you set your standards low, what you're going to get are, low standards, right? You're going to get people who are only capable of living up to a low standard. And that's kind of what's happening with teachers. Kieran, thank you for the 5. Have you heard of Common Core Math? I lose brain cells trying to interpret it. It's been years, close to half a decade since I've touched anything math related, so without using a calculator anyways. But yeah, I have no idea what Common Core Math is, sorry. Yeah, that's poisoning the well, right? Exactly. There are too few teachers and too few good teachers, which is, it's a problem that actively makes itself worse. But yeah, teachers aren't trained very well in the US, and I know that my areas are not paying well because the school board is rightfully not trusted with money anymore. Yeah, again, education systems need major reforms. But yeah. To continue, these 5 passages have not been picked out because they are especially bad. I could have quoted far worse if I had chosen, but because they illustrate various of the mental vices from which we now suffer. They are a little below the average, but are fairly representative examples. I number them so that I can refer back to them when necessary. 1. Quote, I am not indeed sure whether it is not true to say that the Milton, who once seemed not unlike a 17th century Shelley, had not become, out of an experience ever more bitter in each year, more alien to the founder of that Jesuit sect which nothing could induce him to tolerate. End quote. Professor Harold Lasky from Essay in Freedom of Expression. 2. Above all, we cannot play ducks and drakes with a native battery of idioms which prescribes egregious collocations of vocables as the basic put up with for tolerate, or put at a loss for bewilder. Professor Lancelot Hogben from Interglossia. 3. On the one side, we have the free personality. By definition, it is not neurotic, for it has neither conflict nor dream. Its desires, such as they are transparent, for they are just what institutional approval keeps in the forefront of consciousness. Another institutional pattern would alter their number and intensity. There is little in them that is natural, irreducible, or culturally dangerous. But on the other side, the social bond itself is nothing but the mutual reflection of these self-secure integrities. Recall the definition of love. Is not this very picture of a small academic? Where is there a place in this hall of mirrors for either personality or fraternity? Essay on Psychology in Politics, New York. 4. All the, quote, best people, end quote, from the gentlemen's clubs, and all the frantic fascist captains united in common hatred of socialism and the bestial horror at the rising tide of the mass revolutionary movement have turned to acts of provocation, to foul incendiarism, to medieval legends of poisoned wells, to legalize their own destruction of proletarian organizations and rouse the agitated petty bourgeois to chauvinistic fervor on behalf of the fight against the revolutionary way out of the crisis. Communist pamphlet. 5. If a new spirit is to be infused into this old country, there is one thorny and contentious reform which must be tackled, and that is the humanization and galvanization of the BBC. Timidity here will bespeak canker and atrophy of the soul. The heart of Britain may be sound and strong of beat, for instance, but the British lion's roar at present is like that of Bottom in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, as gentle as any sucking dove. A virile New Britain cannot continue indefinitely to be traduced in the eyes, or rather ears, of the world by the effete languors of Langham Palace, brazenly masquerading as, quote, standard English, end quote. When the voice of Britain is heard at 9 o'clock, far better and infinitely less ludicrous to hear H's honestly dropped than the present priggish, inflated, inhibited, school-mammish arc-braying of blameless, bashful, mewing maidens. Letter in Tribune. This GG brain rot has destroyed my brain and I cannot understand any of this. I'm not the only one. Yeah, I don't understand this. My English stopped working. Is he talking smack about the BBC? Indeed he is. Indeed he is. He's basically saying that the BBC has lost its ability to speak with authority, right? So, again... No, stop. September. So, again, the main point is that all of these are various combinations of word soup, right? They don't really mean much when you try to read them because they're so full of a language that attempts to sound sophisticated and flowery that it ends up cancelling out its ability to actually get across meaning to an audience. This is the classic version of brain rot. Just, dressed up in a more intellectual way. It looks more classy than, for example, Skibbity Riz Ohio. But this is the exact same thing, functionally speaking. It's just word salad that's designed to... Well, it has a different purpose. When you mix up words like, for example, Among Us, Amogus Sus, imposter, right? When people do that, it's usually for the sake of satire, post irony, and just general humor. But this is for another purpose, even though it's equally performative, right? It's just making it look authoritative, making it look intellectual, making it look smart, right? Bashful mewing maidens. There's mewing? What? Not that kind of mewing, guys. Mewing meant something prior to simply accenting your jawline, as it does, in today's day and age. For those who don't know, mewing used to refer to the noise that a kitten would make, right? Sigma, skibbity. Hearing mewing maidens is brain rot. You know what? We'll be touching on that later on when Orwell goes into more detail on why this is a bad habit. But in any case, to go on. Each of these passages has faults of its own, but quite apart from avoidable ugliness, two qualities are common to all of them. The first is staleness of imagery. The other is lack of precision. The writer either has a meaning and cannot express it, or he inadvertently says something else, or he is almost indifferent as to whether his words mean anything or not. This mixture of vagueness and sheer incompetence is the most marked characteristic of modern English prose, and especially any kind of political writing. As soon as certain topics are raised, the concrete melts into the abstract, and no one seems to be able to think of turns of speech that are not hackneyed. Prose consists less and less of words chosen for the sake of their meaning and more of phrases tacked together like the sections of a prefabricated hen house. I list below with notes and examples various of the tricks by which the work of prose construction is habitually dodged. Now, essentially what he's saying here is that it has become commonplace for people to replace actually picking out words to construct an argument or to construct what you're trying to say in a way that is precise, that actually has meaning. And instead, what people have been doing is grabbing ready-made words and phrases and just jamming them together to avoid having to come up with anything original, right? They don't communicate, they, quote, engage in dissemination of information and ideas to reach a common point of discussion, end quote. Exactly, A2. That is exactly how I would describe this. So how do these academics communicate with each other with this word salad? That's the fun part. They don't. What I've always said when it comes to academia, especially in university, is if you write a paper that cannot be understood by someone without your degree or the degree you're aiming to have, that is a badly written paper. Because, sure, you can have jargon, fine, But if you simply phrase your entire paper in a way where you need a university degree to read it, where it needs to be decoded before it can be understood by people who haven't gone to university, you have failed as a writer. Because it's useless if your work is only usable within the ivory tower of a university. It needs to have applicability, readability outside of that environment. And if it doesn't, well, all you've succeeded in doing is filleting the shaft of your own tertiary education. Typical modern essayist. Yeah, exactly. Page limits don't encourage good writing, it encourages filler. Yeah, that's the problem that I find as well. Are you telling me I need to have a special kind of academic artism to understand this stuff? Yeah. Yeah, Alan is 3D, classic knowledge gatekeeping, that's exactly what it is, right? Sigma skivity the gyat. But that is very informal. I actually generally agree, though there are some specific exceptions, like where the technical precision is 100% necessary. Oh yeah, I agree. And again, this is why I make a distinction between jargon and just general bloat, right? Because there are going to be cases where you need to use jargon that is inaccessible to people outside of your field, because it is designed to be specific to the mechanics, the processes that are unique to your field. However, that being said, not every word in your paper should be jargon. Right? And if you were to remove the jargon, it should at least be sensible to somebody outside of your field, right? They should be able to see how you are making an argument or making a point of some sort, even if they don't understand the exact specifics of it, right? It should never just be word vomit or word salad. Yeah, it does feel like a dick measuring contest sometimes to see who can write the longest article. Exactly. That's also my objection to overusing jargon such as shibboleth, and a lot of other papers are like that. Yeah, exactly. So to go on, some of the things that Orwell talks about in terms of bad habits that he identifies in bad writing include dying metaphors. A newly invented metaphor assists thought by evoking a visual image, while on the other hand, a metaphor which is technically dead, for example, iron resolution, has in effect reverted to being an ordinary word and can generally be used without loss of vividness. But in between these two classes, there is a huge dump of worn-out metaphors which have lost all evocative power and are merely used because they save people the trouble of inventing phrases for themselves. Examples are: ring the changes on, take up the cudgels for, toe the line with an E, ride roughshod over, stand shoulder to shoulder with, play into the hands of, no axe to grind, grist to the mill, fishing in troubled waters, on the order of the day, Achilles' heel, swan song, hotbed. Many of these are used without knowledge of their meaning. What is a rift, for instance? And incompatible metaphors are frequently mixed, a sure sign that the writer is not interested in what he is saying. Some metaphors now, current, have been twisted out of their original meaning, without those who use them even being aware of the fact. For example, toe the line with an E is sometimes written as toe the line with a W. Another example is the hammer and the anvil, now always used with the implication that the anvil gets the worst of it. In real life, it is always the anvil that breaks the hammer, never the other way about. A writer who stopped to think what he was saying would avoid perverting the original phrase. I like grist to the mill. That's fair enough. And again, I want to emphasize, this is an essay that was written decades ago, right? So some of the phrases that he's talking about are no longer cliche because they've fallen out of fashion. So they still retain some element of, well, they've regained some element of their original vividness. However, other phrases that he raises, for example, Achilles' heel, are just as overused now as they were back then, right? So again, what he's basically saying is that there's no point in using a metaphor that has been done to death so much that they basically default back to just being a normal word. For example, every time you say Achilles heel, essentially, well, the way that I used to explain it to my students was if you use a metaphor and that doesn't immediately conjure an image in your head, replace it with something else, right? Think harder for a more original metaphor. Because think about it, right? When someone says Achilles heel, in your head, what do you think? You don't think about the story of Achilles. You don't think about somebody's heel. You just think weakness. And at that point, the metaphor is dead because it's basically the equivalent of the word it was supposed to, flesh out. It was supposed to make more vivid, right? Same thing with stand shoulder to shoulder with. That has basically just become stand with, right? Or solidarity. Or to take a side. Again, you don't think about what that means anymore when people say it because it's been so overused, right? Same thing with the phrase axe to grind, right? Or maybe nowadays, Achilles heel is foot. Yeah, cowards use real brain rot kryptonite. Yeah, that's a good one actually, it's Sumonite. Yeah, kryptonite. When people say kryptonite, it's the same thing, right? People just think weakness. They don't think about the magical substance that that could kill Superman. They just think weakness, right? The Ohio man skibbity. Yeah. Now, the next thing that he talks about is okay. This is something that I find to be especially interesting, and I'll see afterwards if you can pick up on how this is relevant to the way that people seem to speak and communicate nowadays as well. Operators or verbal false limbs. These save the trouble of picking out appropriate verbs and nouns, and at the same time pad each sentence with extra syllables, which give it an appearance of symmetry. Characteristic phrases are render inoperative, militate against, prove unacceptable, make contact with, be subject to, give rise to, give grounds for, have the effect of, play a leading part or role in, make itself felt, take effect, exhibit a tendency to, serve the purpose of, etc., etc. The keynote is the elimination of simple verbs. Instead of being a single word, such as break, stop, spoil, mend, kill, a verb becomes a phrase made up of a noun or adjective tacked on to some general purposes verb, such as prove, serve, form, play, render. In addition, the passive voice is, wherever possible, used in preference to the active, and noun constructions are used instead of gerunds. By examination of, instead of by examining. The range of verbs is further cut down by means of the I's and D formations, and banal statements are given an appearance of profundity by means of the not un formation. Simple conjunctions and prepositions are replaced by such phrases as with respect to, having regard to, the fact that, by dint of, in view of, in the interests of, on the hypothesis that, and the ends of sentences are saved from anticlimax by such resounding commonplaces as greatly to be desired, cannot be left out of account, a development to be expected in the near future, deserving of serious consideration, brought to a satisfactory conclusion, and so on and so forth. So basically, what he's saying here is that there is a reason why people feel the desire to blow out the length of sentences and phrases. Because sometimes when you try to dress up what you're saying to make it sound more sophisticated, make it sound, again, orally more pleasing, you need to achieve this illusion of symmetry. So you end up subbing in more words than you need, turning verbs into phrases. Now, what that also does isn't so on and so forth part of that list? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's irony. But again, I think that's intentional irony there, but you know. But in any case, you often see the way that this is used in, surprise, surprise, corporate statements. Because when it comes to a corporation, one of the things that corporations are allergic to is the idea of individual accountability. When something goes wrong, it is never one person's fault. Or when it comes to the corporation trying to take responsibility or accept liability for something, they will always try to avoid naming specific people that have been affected and then naming specific people that are responsible, right? So, as an American, I must express my own shame. What the fuck is a gerund? A gerund is basically, a gerund is basically a verb, right? So by saying that you are doing something. So again, when you see, for example, in some of the corporate statements we will examine later on, instead of what this way of speaking, right, prioritizing passive voice over active voice, what that does is it prevents the allocation of responsibility, right? It essentially makes it so that it creates the illusion that things just happen. Never mind that they were caused by someone or something. Never mind that someone's actions caused those things to happen. No, it just exists. It just happens as a result, right? Instead of saying that I contacted somebody else, it's simply contact was made with somebody else, right? So again, it's all just, obfuscation of roles and responsibilities, right? Trying to make things sound pretty by obscuring the banality of what you are saying, right? Announcement of the negligible. Yeah. Oh, I remember this way back. Yeah. It removes agency. Exactly. That's a great way of putting it, Whimsy Heath, sorry. I'm reasonably certain that corporate statements are written by people paid by the word, or at least the 5-minute block. I think 5-minute block is probably more accurate and realistic. I have a feeling that the ChatGPT and other very polite default language learning models are the epitome of these polite, jargonful, long speech, and we can spawn 1,000-page speeches with those. Oh yeah, absolutely. However, the more interesting thing is what people have written, and some pretty popular examples of speeches that were completely written by people before AI transcription became a thing, right? The next thing that Orwell writes about: pretentious diction. Words like phenomenon, element, individual as noun, objective, categorical, effective, virtual, basic, primary, promote, constitute, exhibit, exploit, utilize, eliminate, liquidate are used to dress up simple statements and give an air of scientific impartiality to biased judgments. Adjectives like epoch-making, epic, historic, unforgettable, triumphant, age-old, inevitable, inexorable, veritable are used to dignify the sordid processes of international politics, while writing that aims at glorifying war usually takes on an archaic color, its characteristic words being realm, throne, chariot, mailed fist, trident, sword, shield, buckler, banner, jackboot, clarion. Foreign words and expressions such as cul-de-sac, ancient regime, deus ex machina, mutatis mutandis, status quo, glacial tongue, Weltanschauung are used to give an air of culture and elegance, except for the useful abbreviations, i.e., e.g., and etc. There is no real need for any of the hundreds of foreign phrases now current in English. Bad writers, and especially scientific, political, and sociological writers, are nearly always haunted by the notion that Latin or Greek words are grounder than Saxon ones, and unnecessary words like expedite, ameliorate, predict, extraneous, deracinated, clandestine, subaqueous, and hundreds of others constantly gain ground from their Anglo-Saxon opposite numbers. The jargon peculiar to Marxist writing, hyena, hangman, cannibal, petty bourgeois, these gentry, lackey, flunky, mad dog, white guard, etc., consists largely of words translated from Russian, German, or French, but the normal way of coining a new word is to use a Latin or Greek root with the appropriate affix, and, where necessary, the "-ise formation. It is often easier to make up words of this kind, deregionalize, impermissible, extramarital, non-fragmentary, and so forth, than to think up the English words that will cover one's meaning. The result, in general, is an increase in slovenliness and vagueness. Didn't know lackey was a Marxist word. Yeah, it was popularized as part of Marxist jargon. Rio Hoshi, some of it is definitely meant as a class marker. Latin or Greek is educated. Exactly. But again, that comes as the thing where you are not using a word for its meaning. You are not using a word for its relevance. You are using a word for its connotation. And in that particular example that you just gave, the connotation is status, being educated. And the thing is that there is a funny parallel to be made here about how importing foreign things in order to give the illusion that you're doing fine is not going to lead to long-term substance and integrity. Not sure what that might be alluding to, but that is definitely something that a lot of people seem to be noticing around the world nowadays. But in any case, the basic point that Orwell is making here is don't use pretentious diction as a way of dressing up what you're saying, and don't resort to importing words from other languages to make up for the fact that you are incapable of using your own language effectively, right? And again, I in my opinion, that's pretty, I'd say that's a pretty admirable position to take, right? If you have an entire language at your disposal, don't get lazy and simply try to, don't try to give yourself the impression of being more educated or more sophisticated than you are by borrowing words from foreign languages that your audience might not be completely familiar with, right? Instead, just put in the time and effort to come up with your original expression, your own way of speaking. Use words that you have found that you think are suitable to the message you're trying to get across, not just a bunch of connotations slung together haphazardly. And the other thing that I wanted to come back to, now that Orwell has brought up this idea of words that people borrow just so they can sound sophisticated, I want to go back to what he talked about earlier when it comes to dying metaphors, picking up on things that are, hackneyed, overused, ready-made, and using that as an easy way of communicating with somebody else. Does anyone have any idea of the modern-day equivalent of what Orwell is describing here when he talks about borrowing pre-packaged phrases in an attempt to communicate something to somebody without having to come up with it yourself? Pretentious diction prevents normal people from accessing higher education essays, quite literally gatekeeping via words. Yeah, exactly. That's why I always take a little bit of pleasure in taking an article and essentially translating it into everyday language so that we can see exactly how absurd it is. Propaganda? Not quite. Think a bit more. Aquarake, exactly. He is describing memes. What Orwell was talking about here is the memification of the English language, when instead of coming up with an original way of expressing what it is you think or feel, you are borrowing from something that has already been constructed and popularized and spread by other people, right? These are memes. And when you think about the point that he's making, well, I mean, if you think about the way that we use memes nowadays, right? What do we use memes as? Jokes. But jokes that save us the trouble of being funny. because the joke is ready made. The funniness is attached to the meme itself, right? When I say Amogus, skibbity riz Ohio sus, right? I haven't actually constructed a joke. I've simply started listing out words that have become funny due to the way that other people have used them prior to this moment. That is exactly what shitposting is. Exactly, Akarig, right? So when you think about it that way, right? If you think about memes as like, nowadays, internet memes as pre-made jokes, and what he's describing here as pre-made words, pre-made phrases, pre-made expressions, right? They are the exact same thing, and he's describing the exact same thing. And here is the problem, right? The same problem that he's describing here is something that we have in memes, right? Where memes are great if you simply want to get across a pretty simple message to a lot of people immediately. However, where they start to fail is if you were to try to get across something that is emotionally significant or something hyper-specific. For example, let's say you were trying to console a friend because their family member just died. You're not going to be able to do that using memes, right? Because while it is the case that there are memes about comforting, about death, about consoling, simply stringing them together is not going to result in a meaningful response. Same thing if you were to try to explain to someone the laws of, let's say, for example, if you were trying to explain to somebody the laws of thermodynamics, and you try to do it purely using memes, right? You would be essentially kneecapping yourself in your ability to present that explanation. Because you wouldn't be able to use jargon, you wouldn't be able to be precise when it comes to explaining various concepts. You'd have to default to what is the most popular way of, expressing yourself, as decided by the general population. Billy Aoki, is that a challenge? The funny thing, I don't think I've told this story on stream, but I have previously, in a previous lifetime, for any women who are watching this stream or watching this VOD, I hope you hear this and take this to heart. But in a previous lifetime, when I was actively in the, in on the dating scene, etc., when I wasn't busy with other things, I had a girl hit me up and message me, and ladies, take notes. This girl, she messaged me basically saying something along the lines of, we've known one another for a while, we're pretty comfortable with one another. There's something I was wondering if I could ask you, right? And naturally I said, yeah, sure, go for it. And she started like trying to hype it up, right? Going like, oh, it's kind of awkward though. I don't know how I don't know how to express this. I need to be more drunk to say this, etc., right? And naturally I was just like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Just, playing along with it, building up the bit, whatever. And she asks, in her exact words, she said, I think we should fuck. Thoughts? Question mark. I will never forget receiving that message because I just stared at my screen for like 15 seconds straight, just not saying anything because of how funny reading that in the messages was. And because I didn't reply for a while, she then immediately sent me a communism meme. Where it was one of those who communism was built for, and it showed like a picture of a construction worker on the other side versus who communism appeals to, and just showed like some some scrawny like academic looking person, right? And That's, when I talk about the difficulty of trying to express things using just memes and nothing else, that's what I mean, right? And again, ladies, if you ever want somebody to hook up with you, I can't say that it's going to work, but I can guarantee that it will make it very funny. So at least one of you is going to have a funny story to tell in the future. Should they find themselves streaming in front of an audience. But yeah, that relic of a meme, yeah. She's honest at least. Yeah, that's what I appreciated, right? Blunt, straight to the point. That's exactly. That is a fond memory that I will always treasure. But yeah, when I talk about things like having pre-packaged responses to stuff, that's pretty much the extent to that's pretty much the limit of what memes are good for, right? They are great tension breakers because of the fact that whenever you use them, you don't need to think about what they mean. You don't need to think about how to use them. You just send them, and people automatically, in their minds, sub in all of the meanings for you, right? Shinzo Abe. The ghost of Shinzo Abe compels you. Our cringe equals their fond memory. All of human history, all human interactions follow that principle. Everyone's cringe is going to be, well, in most cases, somebody's cringe will be at least one other person's fond memory because it's fun to talk about. But yeah, so again, I often do this thing with my friends as well, and I'm sure a lot of you will do something similar, where we will start off with like a meme phrase, right? Where, let's say, for example, Sonic the Hedgehog inflation. And over time, just for the sake of creating an inside joke, we will repeat it over and over as like a filler interaction, like an NPC dialogue line, while gradually stripping down the phrase into less and less words, to the point where eventually I will be able to go up to my friend, I will be able to say Sonic, and they will instantly fill in the rest of the phrase in their minds themselves. And that becomes the joke. The ability to just say a word and look into somebody's eyes and instantly know what they are thinking. Because you've conditioned one another to act that way, right? It's become a thing where we'll go up to one another and just say, I think Sonic, you think, and we all know that we're thinking inflation, right? When we will read the word inflation in like a newspaper article, we'll look up at one another and we'll go, okay. Yeah, we know we're thinking about Sonic, right? Same thing happened earlier on this year when they announced the Among Us live action film, where for a while we will... Instead of, joking about the movie, we would eventually get to the stage where we would just say green, So again, one of the main selling points was that an actor by the name of Elijah Wood would be playing the Green Among Us, one of whose defining traits is the fact that he enjoys pizza, right? And instead, to brain rotify that, we just stripped that down to the most basic of words. Green wood pizza. And now every time we're like, we're having a moment of silence and we just want to break it for whatever reason, we just look at one another and we just say green or wood or pizza. And we instantly know that the other person is thinking about the live action Among Us movie. It's so funny. But yeah, again, Chairman, get away from the medallion. No, yeah, there is a live action Among Us movie in the works apparently, starring Elijah Wood. It's quite funny to think about. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, I recommend looking it up. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Alan. It's a Pavlovian response, right? Memes are a form of Pavlovian conditioning where once you are exposed to an image long enough, you start to, the connotations that image contains they embed themselves in your head. So if you're exposed to similar stimuli, you will come up with the same connotations, right? It's the same reason why every time I show off that picture of a black chair with a wooden desk to the side that looks vaguely like an imposter from Among Us, people will instantly look at that and go, Amogus, 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 right? Because we've received Pavlovian conditioning to associate the shape of something squat-looking with a circle in its top right to be Among Us, right? The meme. So the key thing here, to tie it all back to what we were talking about with Orwell, is the fact that it becomes the process of interpretation is less of a process and more a reflexive action, right? When we see a meme, we reflexively think of the joke. When we encounter a used up metaphor, Achilles' heel, we reflexively think of what it was originally supposed to evoke, weakness. And the same thing is what Orwell is talking about here with pre-made phrases, pre-made expressions, right? The problem that he's pointing out and that he wants his audience to address is the idea that there are going to be some phrases, some words, where they get used to the point where the meanings that are associated with them, not their actual definitions, become so prevalent, people become so conditioned to associating those connotations with those words, that they don't think about what is being said critically anymore, because it all becomes reflexive, right? Or a crewmate because they look the same. Or this particular chair. Yeah. Again, nowadays when people use that emote, they think cuck chair or sad, right? And it's the same principle. It's all conditioning, right? Acoreg, is it Pavlovian or is it turning us into Skinnerbox pigeons? ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both? Yeah, it's like muscle memory, Hapini. Exactly. So to move on with what he was saying, the final thing that he points out as a flaw that is pretty common in the way that English is written is the phenomenon of meaningless words, right? In certain kinds of writing, particularly in art criticism and literary criticism, it is normal to come across long passages which are almost completely lacking in meaning. Words like romantic, plastic, values, human, dead, sentimental, natural, vitality, as used in art criticism, are strictly meaningless in the sense that they not only do not point to any discoverable object, but are hardly even expected to do so by the reader. When one critic writes, quote, "The outstanding feature of Mr. X's work is its living quality," end quote, while another writes, quote, "The immediately striking thing about Mr. X's work is its peculiar deadness," end quote, the reader accepts this as a simple difference of opinion. If words like black and white were involved, instead of the jargon words dead and living, he would see at once that language was being used in an improper way. Many political words are similarly abused. The word fascism has now no meaning except insofar as it signifies, quote, "something not desirable," end quote. The words democracy, socialism, freedom, patriotic, realistic, justice have each of them several different meanings which cannot be reconciled with one another. In the case of a word like democracy, not only is there no agreed definition, but the attempt to make one is resisted from all sides. It is almost universally felt that when we call a country democratic, we are praising it. Consequently, the defenders of every kind of regime claim that it is a democracy, and fear that they might have to stop using that word if it were tied down to any one meaning. Words of this kind are often used in a consciously dishonest way. That is, the person who uses them has his own private definition, but allows his hearer to think he means something quite different. Statements like Marshall Marshal Peyton was a true patriot. The Soviet press is the freest in the world. The Catholic Church is opposed to persecution, are almost always made with the intent to deceive. Other words used in variable meanings, in most cases more or less dishonestly, are class, totalitarian, science, progressive, reactionary, bourgeois, equality. Yeah, this also applies to the word based, exactly. However, again, if you read just that part from when he was talking about fascism onwards, you could very easily think that this was written by somebody yesterday. Because the problem he's describing is almost exactly what we are going through in current day in the West, right? So, again, it's this deliberate misuse of a word just for the sake of projecting its connotations to an audience with no regard for its actual definition. So again, equality, progressive, progressive equality, reactionary, fascist, bigot, Nazi, based, woke. All of these are words that have fallen prey to this same problem, right? Where yeah, he was ahead of his time. Although, that being said, we can say that, I say that as a joke, but in reality, this is a problem that has persisted in, I would say, all languages for hundreds of years. This was just, an example of somebody putting it into words, especially eloquently. But this is by no means a problem that was, that was not present prior to our point in time, and perhaps even not prior, that didn't exist prior to Orwell's time either, right? That one about the Soviet press is correct, though, because it doesn't cost anything to put out, because the user no longer exists. True. In a way that also indicates that we've probably always gone through the same things all throughout history. Yeah, exactly, right? What we are going through now is nothing new, right? It's just that we are still looking for people who will speak out about it uniformly. The thing that he said about democracy in particular is especially pertinent when you consider some of the articles that I was referencing earlier with headlines taglines like, "To protect our democracy, we must remove online anonymity," right? Because again, everyone has their own definition of democracy, and yet when someone tries to enforce one distinct definition, they almost always receive pushback from all sides, nonetheless, no less. Yeah, which is kind of comforting in a way because we've survived until now. Yeah, that's true, and that's the thing, right? Because something that is sorely missing from modern day discussions of politics, especially in the US, is the understanding that the world is not going to end, right? Things may not be peachy, right? Things may even get really hard. But the world isn't going to end, right? Any struggle that we are going through, no matter how dystopic it might seem, has already been survived in the years prior. Now, wanting to prevent the same thing happening twice, that's a slightly different mission statement. And I will say, in regards to that, it is a good idea to pay attention to the lessons of the past and try to speak out when you notice that things are starting to rhyme in the present. But at the same time, there is no point in assuming that we live in a period of time that is utterly unique, right? Kiernoth, if I see someone using the word woke in their normal talk, then I know exactly what that person means. Yeah, but the problem is, a lot of other people will have the exact same response to you, where they will go, "Oh, I know exactly what they mean," and yet they will think something that is extremely different from you, right? And that's the reason why the word itself has started to lose its utility. So, Kiernoth, it's peachy for me, I voted for him. Good for you, good for you. But again, and this is something that I mentioned this earlier on, but the amount of hysteria that has accompanied the latest US election is not dissimilar to... Actually, I'll segue quickly to brief tangent, right? And this is something that a lot of you might have heard of. I think some of you might even be old enough to be told stories about this prior. But I want to share with you one of the most pertinent examples that get taught in media school of the potential of mass media to encourage hysteria or to induce hysteria in a population. In 1938, in the US, the night before Halloween, a radio host by the name of Orson Welles, who also later on went to become a pretty famous movie director, hosted a broadcasted reading of War of the Worlds. However, what ended up happening was that his reading of War of the Worlds, which is a novel that talks about an alien invasion, right? It was so immersive, so convincingly performed, that people around the US listened to their radios and mistook it for being an actual news broadcast. And as a result, they took what was being said as truth. People panicked en masse. They packed their bags, took their families, and pushed them all into the car so they could drive away from home at a moment's notice. People were panicking throughout the entirety of the night. And it wasn't until the day after that people started to realize, oh, that was just supposed to be a funny broadcast, not an actual announcement that aliens are, coming down to wreak havoc. And I see a lot of the same thing happening on social media in the aftermath of the US election as well. There is a crisis that mainstream American media especially has been pushing, right? This idea that if Donald Trump wins, the world is going to end, right? You are going to lose your rights. If you're a woman, you kiss goodbye to abortion, feminism, the right to vote, the 19th, whatever. If you're a minority, you're going to be deported, put in concentration camps, whatever. All of that stupid stuff. And the problem is that people have bought into the broadcast, right? People now think that the aliens are real, and you see the consequences of this mass hysteria playing out in real time. People are called Nazis, fascists, bigots, reactionaries, right? In a way that does not at all match the definitions of those terms. And as a result, you can't have Nazis winning, otherwise you're going to become the home of the Nazis, right? And that kind of fear-mongering has a real cost. And it's why I look at, mainstream media's treatment of the right in particular, and I do think that, the political right, that is. And I find that to be, if I'm being completely honest, more than a little abhorrent. Because not everyone is equally equipped, mentally speaking, psychologically speaking, to be able to approach things with a degree of skepticism, right? A lot of people have built up their trust in these institutions to do their job. And I've had talks about this subject with other people before, and I find it worrying how many people trust institutions simply because they are institutions, right? And the way that I've explained it, aliens are real, armchair, how can we have a talking armchair? You make a good point, touche. But, yeah, and the thing is, a lot of people tend to trust institutions simply because they are institutions. And the way that I would explain it is that institutions are not trustworthy because they are institutions. Institutions emerge because of centralized trust. At some point throughout history, these institutions emerged because enough people trusted them at the same time to do a certain job. And if they're no longer fulfilling that job, if they're no longer sticking to their original mission, what reason do people have to trust them? The problem is most people don't actually get to that stage in reasoning, so they end up blindly trusting institutions. They end up blindly trusting the state. And as a result, when there are abuses of power, like there were in the media, mainstream media, legacy media, around the time of the US election, where media outlets were fear-mongering to increase viewership, you see the costs of this. And the sad part is quite a lot of the people who are now in a state of actual severe panic, but actually considering serious self-harm, they may never be able to wake up from the nightmare that has been induced in their minds. And this is part of the reason why I am so against legacy media as it exists today, despite the fact that I went through pretty much the entirety of a media degree. Because, unfortunately, the way that we are taught in media is we are taught on a tools and concepts first basis. Ethics comes last, or close to last. And so people tend to view the use of, people tend to see all of these tactics that we are taught. For example, how to manipulate a public, how to create propaganda, what makes effective propaganda. And we are never taught why we shouldn't resort to that, how to cure the effects of that in people, how to deprogram the brainwashed. We are simply given this assumption that throughout history, these tactics have always been used by bad people, but we're never really taught that those tactics themselves are bad. So what ends up happening is you have an alarming number of media graduates who go out into the world with the assumption that, this way of doing things is not inherently unethical, it's just been used by the wrong people, which is a very dangerous mindset to have. On top of that, there is also the fact that far from encouraging media students to question entrenched social beliefs and how those beliefs have been perpetuated by, media practices, media practitioners, you are only taught about one and the other separately. You're not encouraged to draw a connection between the two. I'll give you an example. We are taught about things like social movements, right? We are taught about, movements like Black Lives Matter, Me Too. I don't think we were ever taught about Stop Asian Hate, but then again, Stop Asian Hate had a very short shelf life. And when we're taught about those social movements, we are also taught, some of the various concepts that accompany them, right? For example, we're taught about compassion fatigue, the cost of burning out your audience on too much bad news when you're trying to elicit some sort of emotion from them. We are taught about things like, how to make how to use data, essentially how to manipulate data to bring out a certain outcome, or the very romanticized way that unit was titled was data-driven storytelling, how to weave stories out of data, which essentially taught people how to, make a story out of data, right? And again, we are taught about these mechanics of how to make a compelling media campaign. We are taught about these social movements, but we are never taught to question how those social movements became so large. For example, quite a lot of people do not know that Me Too is sponsored by Match Group, which is a gigantic corporation that owns the world's largest portfolio of dating apps, right? And again, when you consider some of the impacts that Me Too has left on society, well, one of which has been that men and women no longer seem to know how to approach one another, a problem which seems to be very conveniently solved by dating apps, you start to get into this kind of territory where, you realize that social movements are not quite all they're hyped up to be, right? They set out with a goal, they don't really accomplish it, but then they have to keep going anyways, which means they have to shift their goals. That's why Me Too in its current state is no longer just about representing all victims to make sure all stories of sexual violence get heard. It's now become about changing culture, changing language, right? Or in their own words, they want to take down capitalism, which is about as far from, advocating for victims of sexual violence as you can get. Aquarake, how come so many journos are easily brainwashed and yet so well-spoken and critical? That's the point, right? We're only taught tools. We're not taught how to think. We're given tools. We're not taught how to think. We are taught what to think, but we're not taught how to think. That's the problem. So essentially what you create are a bunch of very well-armed robots most of the time that end up leaving universities, going out into the world, and then they will be the ones to, well, most of the time they will only be foot soldiers, right? Everyday journos that are tasked with writing stories according to agendas that have been handed to them. But every now and again, you get the occasional propagandist who is so well equipped in terms of skills, but so disconnected with the world around them that they will set their mind to accomplishing a utopic goal and burn down the rest of society, or encourage the other people to burn down the rest of society without ever acknowledging that that is what they're doing, right? Or even worse, people who set out to, well, make a personal problem a social problem, a problem for the rest of society. And this is, and again, if anyone watches this and they think that what I'm about to say is outrageous, I urge you to go back and watch the previous stream that I did last week on Me Too and, hyperopia, tech companies, etc. But one of the most nefarious parts of the way that Me Too has manifested is that Me Too has become a movement that is obsessed with making the entirety of society, making the issue of surviving sexual assault, of not having to confront your trauma, because it's not about preventing sexual violence, it's about preventing memories or taking away memories of sexual violence. That was the conclusion that we reached by the end of the stream. Me Too has now become a movement about people who are trying to forget about sexual violence and trying to force the rest of society to change so that that becomes possible. And the thing is, that is the way that you justify that is by saying that everyone is complicit, the whole of society is complicit for perpetrating sexual violence. That was the reason why, when you look at Me Too's rhetoric, they don't talk about the role of individual abusers. They don't talk about, how they need to confront, jail, prosecute a monster in human form. They only talk about things like changing language, policy, society, as if you take down capitalism, you will prevent sexual violence. And that's the problem, right? This was a bunch of people who had very real grievances, right? Who had been failed by society, but who, in their passion to fix the problem that they suffered from, ended up focusing way too much on changing society and have completely neglected the problem of how to deal with the monsters that are abusing the social systems as well as the other people who inhabit those systems to create victims in the first place, right? With all due respect, I didn't think that was the case. That's fair enough. I mean, again, if you want to see more of the reason why I've come to this way of thinking, I would advise you to go through that stream. I've time-stamped it as well, so it's easier to get through. But yeah, movements like Me Too have strayed far outside of their original premise and remit. in an attempt to stay relevant because there is money behind it now. And as a result, right? Yeah, they want to change the system without removing the perpetrators, which is a problem, right? And again, that is a stance that they've taken because they've turned evidence into a taboo subject. So, yeah. Again, the main thing is that we are taught to accept these movements without questioning, one, how well they're working, and two, what are some of the less altruistic possible motivations behind it. Because the moment that money gets involved in a social movement, you can no longer blindly assume that it has people's best interests at heart, right? So, again, it's, yeah. Narratives, yeah, it's kind of insane. Yeah, 4B is another great example of a social movement that is just window dressing for a social problem, right? Let's say that you are either a misogynist or a 4B feminist, right? In Korea, South Korea. It is a lot more palatable to say that you are refraining from engaging in romantic relationships with the opposite sex because you chose not to, and because every member of the opposite sex is a pig or a slut, than it is to simply admit that your society is arranged in a way that is so fucked because of a combination of, government corporate incest that all of your lives are basically occupied with working and little else, right? Again, 4B is very, misogynist and misandrist, I should say, but I wanted to specifically specify 4B as a feminist movement, right? The problem is, right, when you dress it up as a quote-unquote feminist movement, when you try to make it sound empowering, you hide the fact that the real problem you're trying to escape from is something that is, well, really quite daunting to face. And that's a common thread that I find in a lot of these social movements, especially those that gain their traction and rely on social media to sustain themselves. They set out with these utopic goals, right? Ending sexual violence, ending racism, ending, ending misogyny. And when you look at all of these movements, they basically are just these sort of, they have, or at least they start off with some very important, very valuable symbolic messaging. But over time, they just become hollowed out, zombified parodies of themselves. And unless people realize that, there is a risk that they will accept these movements wholesale, fall into the narratives that these movements inevitably resort to in order to guarantee their continued relevance. And then the problem that the movement will once be, that the movement will once claim to be an advocate for or a solution to, will end up getting worse, because the problem is still there. It's just that people don't think about it as much. For example, a major problem I have with Black Lives Matter is the fact that Black Lives Matter, in trying to propel itself into the mainstream and keep its place in the mainstream, has created a narrative that racism is exclusively a problem between black people and white people. It has essentially turned the whole issue of racism into a binary that follows the tropes and narratives of American culture and history, right? And the problem is, when you turn an issue that is as universal and timeless as racism into a binary between two specific groups of people, not even ethnic or cultural groups, mind you, just groups based off of skin color and nothing else, right? You have severely hobbled the ability of people to have more complex conversations about the whole topic of racism. Same thing with Me Too. Me Too has turned the issue of sexual violence into a woman versus man thing, which has almost completely eradicated people's ability to talk about how men can be victims of sexual violence. Same thing when it comes to 4B, right? Because 4B has effectively become a cope among South Korean feminists about how even if they wanted to form romantic connections with men, they probably wouldn't have the time to, because the society has fucked both of them, right? So again, yeah, it turns something non-binary into a binary thing. Exactly. Kind of ironic how that works. Everything becomes a team sport, and the team sport automatically renders whatever topic it revolves around impossible to discuss with any sort of complexity. And that's the problem with these social movements, because they're never just a moment. They have to be a movement, and staying as a movement implies that you need to make sure it is still relevant. In my mind, right, in my opinion, ideally social movements would be like mayflies, where they would emerge, they would, create something new, and then they die, because they would have accomplished their objective. In actuality, what ends up happening is they emerge, they may or may not accomplish their objective, money gets involved, and now suddenly there is a reason for them to continue that is not their original objective. And this is something that is almost always the case when you look at any social movement, especially those that crop up on social media and sustain themselves on social media. So yeah, the death of nuance is an issue, exactly. And this whole thing is part of that, right? What's the deal with the Chaebol family? There's a pretty good video about that. I forget the title and the guy who made it. If you just search up, stuff about the Chaebol family on YouTube, you'll probably get like a few pretty high quality documentaries outlining the situation. But yeah, they'll be able to talk about it far better than I could. So yeah, I would recommend doing that. And that's why Twitter is evil. This isn't just a Twitter thing. Every social media is built to encourage tribalism, identity-based, politics, discussion, etc., etc. And it's built to incentivize, people to become. It's built to incentivize animosity towards people who don't belong to your quote-unquote group or tribe. So, regardless of whether it's Twitter or not, this is always going to be a problem, so long as it's on social media. That's why these social movements never have a shelf life that they're never able to maintain their own integrity, because they have to become team sports. They have to play by the rules of the medium they choose to get their message out into the world. And unfortunately, if you actually look at movements like Black Lives Matter, like 4B, like Me Too, you see this happening again and again. So yeah, it's not Moon Channel, it was something else. But yeah, I watched a different one. But in any case, to continue, now that I have made this catalogue of swindles and perversions, let me give another example of the kind of writing that they lead to. This time it must, of its nature, be an imaginary one. I'm going to translate a passage of good English into modern English of the worst sort. Here is a well-known verse from Ecclesiastes. Quote, I returned and I saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favour to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all. End quote. Here it is in modern English. Quote, Objective consideration of contemporary phenomena compels the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity, but that a considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. End quote. You can start to see the major difference between Ecclesiastes and the modern English that Orwell has made up here, right? To go on, this is a parody, but not a very gross one. Exhibit 3, above, for instance, contains several patches of the same kind of English. It will be seen that I have not made a full translation. The beginning and ending of the sentence follow the original meaning fairly closely. The original meaning basically being that life isn't fair, right? Not everything will be assigned on the basis of merit. Everyone is subject to time and chance. Except the first passage gets that across quite clearly, but the second passage obscures it using flowery words and expressions. So to go on. In the middle, the concrete illustrations, race, battle, bread, dissolve into the vague phrase success or failure in competitive activities. This had to be so because no modern writer of the kind I am discussing, no one capable of using phrases like objective consideration of contemporary phenomena, would ever tabulate his thoughts in that precise and detailed way. Kind of like how nowadays there is a group of people that refuses to define what they mean when they say a woman, right? The whole tendency of modern prose is away from concretedness. Oh, by the way, I don't want to get across the impression that it's a partisan issue by any means. The people who refuse to define what a woman is are just as much of a problem as people who can't seem to define what woke is either, by the way. It is a problem that is present on both the political left and the political right, especially in the extremes of either sides. But yeah, to continue. Now analyze these two sentences more closely. The first contains 49 words, but only 60 syllables, and all its words are those of everyday life. The second contains 38 words of 90 syllables, 18 of those words are from Latin roots, and 1 from Greek. The first sentence contains 6 vivid images and only one phrase, time and chance, that could be called vague. The second contains not a single, fresh, arresting phrase, and in spite of its 90 syllables, it gives only a shortened version of the meaning contained in the first. Yet, without a doubt, it is the second kind of sentence that is gaining ground in modern English. I do not want to exaggerate. This kind of writing is not yet universal, and outcrops of simplicity will occur here and there in the worst written page. Still, if you or I were told to write a few lines on the uncertainty of human fortunes, we should probably come much nearer to my imaginary sentence than the one from Ecclesiastes. Oh, I am on the right and I can succinctly define work. Again, I'm not saying that no one can. It's just that it's very common that those who essentially use it as an alt-off cooldown don't seem to be able to define it that well. I definitely do agree that there is a definition for woke, just as I agree that there is a definition for woman. It's just a matter of whenever people use it, whether they use it in a way that is, well, that conforms that definition or not, right? As I have tried to show, modern writing at its worst does not consist in picking out words for the sake of their meaning and inventing images in order to make the meaning clearer. It consists in gumming together long strips of words which have already been set in order by someone else and making the results presentable by sheer humbug. The attraction of this way of writing is that it is easy. It is easier, even quicker, once you have the habit, to say, in my opinion, it is not an unjustifiable assumption that, than to say, I think. If you use ready-made phrases, you not only don't have to hunt about for the words, you also don't have to bother with the rhythms of your sentences, since these phrases are generally so arranged as to be more or less euphonymous. Euphonious. When you are composing in a hurry, when you are dictating to a stenographer, for instance, or making a public speech, it is natural to fall into a pretentious Latinized style. Tags like a consideration which we should do well to bear in mind, or a conclusion to which all of us would readily assent, will save many a sentence from coming down with a bump. By using stale metaphors, similes, and idioms, you have saved much mental effort at the cost of leaving your meaning vague, not only for your reader, but for yourself. This is the significance of mixed metaphors. The sole aim of a metaphor is to call up a visual image. When these images clash, as in, the fascist octopus has sung its swan song, the jackboot is thrown into the melting pot. It can be taken as certain that the writer is not seeing a mental image of the objects he is naming. In other words, he's not really thinking. Look again at the examples I gave at the beginning of this essay. Professor Lasky, 1, uses 5 negatives in 53 words. One of these is superfluous, making nonsense of the whole passage, and in addition, there is a slip alien for akin, making further nonsense, and several avoidable pieces of clumsiness which increase the general vagueness. Professor Hogben, 2, plays ducks and drakes with a battery, which is able to write prescriptions, and while disapproving of the everyday phrase put up with, is unwilling to look egregious up in the dictionary and see what it means. 3. If one takes an uncharitable attitude towards it, it is simply meaningless. Probably one could work out its intended meaning by reading the whole of the article in which it occurs. It's even like the fascist octopus would be a hell of a Dark Souls boss. Agreed. Yeah, the first example was so egregious. Yeah. Accorrect woke equals priority of diversity against the heterodox of merit. I would also add in performativity to that definition. But yeah, again, the problem is that most of the time, because of the fact that the word has become so overused, it's become spammed so often, most people, when they hear the word woke, they will not automatically conjure in their mind that definition, right? And that's why personally, I've made the effort of avoiding using that word, because now the word woke has become so many different meanings to so many different people, to the point where it will mean opposite things to two people at the same time when you use it. Because, for example, just as you pointed out, Aquaric, that woke has, you can define woke as the priority of diversity against the heterodox of merit with a performative approach, right? People who advocate for things that we would describe as woke would hear it as, its original definition when the phrase was first coined was to be aware of social injustices that are happening around you, right? It basically just meant aware, to summarize it crudely. So again, to two different people, it would mean two completely different things at the same time, which is what renders it a bit of a clumsy word to use if you're trying to make a point. That's why, again, I would recommend, if you are advocating for things in particular, if you're trying to push against that kind of stuff, I would advocate for avoiding using the word woke, because of the fact that most quote-unquote normies instantly shut off at the mention of the word because of how overused it's become. Yeah, Noxon, instead of woke, it should be baidzor. I agree. Again, Orwell would disagree with this because of the fact that he is against importing foreign words to simply make up for insufficiencies in your own language. But as a Chinese person, I like the use of baidzor that I think Ban Min from Permaband has managed to popularize a little bit. Yeah, I think it's a good decision to avoid it. It's become a perfect example of what Orwell describes. Exactly, right? When a word can mean not even different, but opposite things to two people at the same time when they hear it from the exact same statement, it's probably a word that needs a little bit of time, away from use to regain its actual definition, right? Okay. Where were we? 4. The writer knows more or less what he wants to say, but an accumulation of stale phrases chokes him like tea leaves blocking a sink. In 5, words and meanings have almost parted company. People who write in this manner usually have a general emotional meaning. They dislike one thing and want to express solidarity with another, but they are not interested in the detail of what they are saying. A scrupulous writer, in every sentence that he writes, will ask himself at least 4 questions, thus: what am I trying to say? What words will express it? What image or idiom will make it clearer? Is this image fresh enough to have an effect? And he will probably ask himself 2 more. Could I put it more shortly? Have I said anything that is avoidably ugly? But you are not obligated to go to all this trouble. You can shirk it by simply throwing your mind open and letting the ready-made phrases come crowding in. They will construct your sentences for you, even think your thoughts for you to a certain extent, and at need they will perform the important service of partially concealing your meaning even from yourself. It is at this point that the special connection between politics and the debasement of language becomes clear. What's ban mean? Ban milk? Really cool VTuber. I would suggest you go check out Permaband with Ban Min. Her fan base has decided to... her fan base has created Ban Milk, which she will bonk you for bringing up in her chat. But it's pretty funny. I like the fact that we have creators like Ban Min around, because of the fact that, well, how do I say? I am, maybe this is just me personally, but I am sorely deprived of discussions on matters like, for example, the encroachment of identity politics into all aspects of Western society from a perspective that is not thoroughly enveloped in the West just yet. Because Ban Min approaches this from, Ban Min is invested, but she has a bit of perspective from someone who doesn't live in a Western country, which is probably, not at risk of simply writing it all off as diversity and nothing else, right? It does introduce a little bit of variety that is nice to consume when it comes to discussions like this. She is really pleasant to listen to. Yeah, I agree. I'm missing context who is Ban Min. Just search up Permaband with Ban Min or give me Banhammer on Twitter and you will find who she is. She's basically a social commentator, ex-VTweeter, now become VTuber. She has completed the transition, emerged from her chrysalis into a beautiful butterfly, so to speak. I'm a weird guy that would not mix Chinese and English while talking unless these snobs pretend they're fancier than thou by inserting random English words that have a perfect Chinese replacement. I have the same problem, but with Latin instead, when it comes to speaking English. But yeah. Yeah. Wholly organic. She's on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. So you can just search her up and you'll find her. In any case, in our time, it is broadly true that political writing is bad writing. Where it is not true, it will generally be found that the writer is some kind of rebel, expressing his private opinions and not a party line. Orthodoxy, of whatever color, seems to demand a lifeless, imitative style. The political dialects to be found in pamphlets, leading articles, manifestos, white papers, and speeches of undersecretaries do, of course, vary from party to party, but they are all alike in that one almost never finds in them a fresh, vivid, homemade turn of speech. When one watches some tired hack on the platform mechanically repeating the familiar phrases, bestial atrocities, iron heel, blood-stained tyranny, free peoples of the world, stand shoulder to shoulder, one often has a curious feeling that one is not watching a live human being, but some kind of dummy. A feeling that becomes stronger at moments when the light catches the speaker's spectacles and turns them into blank discs which seem to have no eyes behind them. And this is not altogether fanciful. A speaker who uses that kind of phraseology has gone some distance toward turning himself into a machine. The appropriate noises are coming out of his larynx, but his brain is not involved as it would be if he were choosing his words for himself. If the speech he is making is one that he is accustomed to make over and over again, he may be almost unconscious of what he is saying, as one is when he utters the responses in church, and this reduced state of consciousness, if not indispensable, is at any rate favorable to political conformity. Yeah, Ardentop sounds familiar? Yeah, exactly. NPC is not a new concept. Exactly. This has existed for years before, decades, possibly even centuries, because before they had robots, they had automatons. Before they had automatons, they had puppets. But it's the exact same principle either way. Orwell was so ahead of his time. Yeah. Although it's less, I would say it's less of being ahead of his time than, simply commenting on an issue that has never gone away and possibly never will. Okay, I watch a Romanian named V who's a troll. Yeah, I watch V as well. Commentators like V, Ban Min, they have very, they're very articulate people that have very, I find that they have very insightful ways of summing up, these sort of ideological conflicts that we find being very common nowadays. Flesh automatons. Yeah. In our time, political speech and writing are largely the defense of the indefensible. Things like the continuance of British rule in India, the Russian purges and deportations, the dropping of atom bombs in Japan can indeed be defended, but only by arguments which are too brutal for most people to face, and which do not square with the professed aims of political parties. Thus, political language has to consist largely of euphemism, question-begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. Defenseless villages are bombarded from the air, the inhabitants driven out into the countryside, the cattle machine gunned, the huts set on fire with incendiary bullets. This is called pacification. Millions of peasants are robbed of their farms and sent trudging along the roads with no more than they can carry. This is called transfer of population or rectification of frontiers. People are imprisoned for years without trial, or shot in the back of the neck, or sent to die of scurvy in Arctic lumber camps. This is called elimination of unreliable elements. Such phraseology is needed if one wants to name things without calling up mental images of them. Consider, for instance, some comfortable English professor defending Russian totalitarianism. He cannot say outright, "I believe in killing off our opponents when you can get good results by doing so." Probably, therefore, he will say something like this. Quote, "While freely conceding that the Soviet regime exhibits certain features which the humanitarian may be inclined to deplore, we must, I think, agree that a certain curtailment of the right to political opposition is an unavoidable concomitant of transitional periods, and that the rigors which the Russian people have been called upon to undergo have been amply justified in the sphere of concrete achievement." End quote. The inflated style is itself a kind of euphemism. A mass of Latin words fall upon the facts like soft snow, blurring the lines and covering up all the details. The great enemy of clear language is insincerity. When there is a gap between one's real and one's declared aims, one turns it as it were instinctively to long words and exhausted idioms, like a cuttlefish spurting out ink. In our age, there is no such thing as, quote, keeping out of politics, end quote. All issues are political issues, and politics itself is a mass of lies, evasions, folly, hatred, and schizophrenia. When the general atmosphere is bad, language must suffer. I should expect to find, this is a guess which I have not sufficient knowledge to verify, that the German, Russian, and Italian languages have all deteriorated in the last 10 to 15 years as a result of dictatorship. So, if you just read this paragraph, you could very much think that this was written in current year. Deja vu, exactly. But yeah. This assessment of politics as a mass of lies, evasion, folly, hatred, and schizophrenia, I really do think that is one of the best summations of what politics is that I have read in a piece of writing. But yeah, this belief that there is no keeping out of politics, right? That politics is a mass of issues, right? That all issues are political issues. This is very much a talking point that people use nowadays as well when they justify forcing political agendas and messages into, unrelated works of fiction, for example. When was this written? Give me a second to check. 1946. So, what? 54 plus 24, that's 78 years ago, and it's still that relevant, right? This is a truly timeless issue. In every age of humanity, you will always get groups of ideologues trying to convince everyone that their pet social issue is something that everyone needs to care about, and the whole of society needs to be rearranged so that they can finally address that pet social issue, which will most definitely go away if you just give them enough power and influence. And that's the problem. Because these people will always crop up. Because hubris is human. And every time you forget the lessons of the past, new hubris will arise to repeat it and resurrect it. But yeah. You can see this exact same thing when people talk about diversity and inclusivity, while in the same breath excluding other people from certain spaces or ways of thinking, because, well, they're not quote-unquote diverse enough. So yeah. And we learned nothing. Yeah, it's human nature, exactly. But if thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. A bad usage can spread by tradition and imitation, even among people who should and do know better. The debased language that I have been discussing is in some ways very convenient. Phrases like "a not unjustifiable assumption," "leaves much to be desired," "would serve no good purpose," "a consideration which we should do well to bear in mind," are a continuous temptation. A packet of aspirins, always at one's elbow. Look back through this essay, and for certain you will find that I have again and again committed the very faults I am protesting against. By this morning's post, I received a pamphlet dealing with the conditions in Germany. The author tells me that he, quote, felt impelled, end quote, to write it. I open it at random, and here is almost the first sentence that I see. Quote, "The Allies have an opportunity not only of achieving a radical transformation of Germany's social and political structure in such a way as to avoid a nationalistic reaction in Germany itself, but at the same time of laying the foundations of a cooperative and unified Europe." End quote. You see, he, quote, feels impelled, end quote, to write. Feels, presumably, that he has something new to say, and yet his words, like cavalry horses answering the bugle, group themselves automatically into the familiar, dreary pattern. This invasion of one's mind by ready-made phrases lay the foundations, achieve a radical transformation, can only be prevented if one is constantly on guard against them, and every such phrase anesthetizes a proportion of one's brain. Sorry, a portion of one's brain. What is impelled you speak of? Compelled plus impaled? Perhaps. Community notes is funny as hell, yeah. By the way, all this jargon bullshit makes me really appreciate the push of community notes. Agreed. To continue. I said earlier that the decadence of our language is probably curable. Those who deny this would argue, if they produced an argument at all, that language merely reflects existing social conditions. That sounds really familiar. And we cannot influence its development by any direct tinkering with words and constructions. So far as the general tone or spirit of a language goes, this may be true, but it is not true in detail. Silly words and expressions have often disappeared, not through any evolutionary process, but owing to the conscious action of a minority. Two recent examples were Explore Every Avenue and Leave No Stone Unturned, which were killed by the jeers of a few journalists. There is a long list of fly-blown metaphors which could similarly be got rid of if enough people would interest themselves in the job, and it should also be possible to laugh the not-un formation out of existence, to reduce the amount of Latin and Greek in the average pretentiousness available. In the average sentence, to drive out foreign phrases and strayed scientific words, and in general to make pretentiousness unfashionable. But all these are minor points. The defense of the English language implies more than this, and perhaps it is best to start by saying what it does not imply. How is this so topical still? Because this is a timeless issue, right? It's always going to happen, so long as people exist and are speaking to one another. Directly choosing particular meanings of words is exactly what academics can do when they coin a term. Yeah, exactly. Do you think this nonsense jargon caused people to become too lazy to read? Yeah, I would agree. Because, again, the problem is it trains people to simply pick up on connotation and stop there, right? Instead of actually thinking about what is being said, or what even the proper definitions of the words being used are. To begin with, it has nothing to do with archaism, with the salvaging of obsolete words and turns of speech, or with the setting up of a, quote, standard English, end quote, which must never be departed from. On the contrary, it is especially concerned with scrapping every word or idiom which has outworn its usefulness. It has nothing to do with correct grammar and syntax, which are of no importance so long as one makes one's meaning clear, or with the avoidance of Americanisms, or with what is called having a good prose style. On the other hand, it is not concerned with fake simplicity and the attempt to make written English colloquial, nor does it even imply, in every case, preferring the Saxon word to the Latin one, though it does imply using the fewest and shortest words that will cover one's meaning. What is above all needed is to let the meaning choose the word and not the other way around. In prose, the worst thing one can do with words is to surrender them. When you think of a concrete object, you think wordlessly, and then, if you want to describe the thing you have been visualizing, you probably hunt about till you find the exact words that seem to fit it. When you think of something abstract, you are more inclined to use words from the start, and unless you make a conscious effort to prevent it, the existing dialect will come rushing in and do the job for you, at the expense of blurring or even changing your meaning. Probably it is better to put off using words as long as possible, and get one's meaning as clear as one can through pictures and sensations. Afterward, one can choose, not simply accept, the phrases that will best cover the meaning, and then switch round and decide what impression one's words are likely to make on another person. This, last effort of the mind cuts all stale and mixed images, all prefabricated phrases, needless repetitions and humbug, and vagueness generally. But one can often be in doubt about the effect of a word or a phrase, and one needs rules that they can rely on when instinct fails. I think the following rules will cover most cases. 1. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. 2. Never use a long word where a short one will do. 3. If it is possible to cut a word out, always cut it out. 4. Never use the passive voice when you can use the active. 5. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. 6. Break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. These rules sound elementary, and so they are, but they demand a deep change of attitude in anyone who has grown used to writing in the style now fashionable. One could keep all of them and still write bad English, but one could not write the kind of stuff that I quoted in those five specimens at the beginning of these articles. The YouTube. Too many of. Luckily, Chair isn't too famous. There weren't that many comments. What do you mean? Person with Chinese. Yeah. Is there a name that I can refer to you by that I unfortunately cannot read Mandarin, so we're going from this sentence is stupid to this stupid, lol. Yeah, these rules sound elementary, and the equivalent to them, isn't this common sense? It is. The problem is it's trying to resist the urge to sound smart, which is a lot more difficult than simple common sense, right? I have not here been considering the literary use of language, but merely language as an instrument for expressing, and not for concealing or preventing thought. Stuart, Chase, and others have come near to claiming that all abstract words are meaningless and have used this as a pretext for advocating a kind of political quietism. Since you don't know what fascism is, how can you struggle against fascism? One need not swallow such absurdities as this, but one ought to recognize that the present political chaos is connected with the decay of language, and that one can probably bring about some improvement by starting at the verbal end. If you simplify your English, you are freed from the worst follies of orthodoxy. You cannot speak any of the necessary dialects, and when you make a stupid remark, its stupidity will be obvious, even to yourself. Political language, and with variations this is true of all political parties, from conservatives to anarchists, is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. One cannot change this all in a moment, but one can at least change one's own habits, and from time to time one can even, if one jeers loudly enough, send some worn-out and useless phrase, some jackboot, Achilles heel, hotbed, melting pot, acid test, veritable inferno, or other lump of verbal refuse into the dustbin where it belongs. And that's the end of the essay. And I thoroughly agree with that last message. If we all want to fight for the improvement of language in terms of its integrity, its usefulness, its specificity, precision, all of us can do something in order to bring it towards that point. It might be as easy as refraining from using a single word, like, for example, woke, or soy, or fascist, or bigot. Or it might be as simple as laughing at other people who try to use those words, or misuse those words, I should say. Like, for example, when a journalist refers to gamers as reactionary or bigoted, it is helpful to our language to point and laugh at all of those journalists. Sorry, Amjad, didn't mean to distract or diss you. Nah, no worries, no problem. Dustbin. Yeah, exactly, Kirnoth. This is why memes work so well, because memes follow these rules. And exactly, what you will end up finding is that the more complex a meme is, the more text is behind it, right? Memes that are just walls of text, they don't tend to work as well because they're too preoccupied with explaining the joke, sounding smart, not trusting the audience to be able to understand what is going on or what you're trying to say. Whereas the funniest memes are just, green, wood, pizza, Sonic, inflation, right? Simple words, very basic, but are very, very effective at conjuring up a specific image or meaning in the audience's head, right? I love using soy. Me too. But unfortunately, when I am trying to, when I'm on stream, I try to avoid words like that because of the fact that it has been overused a little bit. Sonic inflation. Yes, Aquareg, Sonic inflation. But in any case, I hope you enjoyed going through that particular essay, because now we're going to start using some of those concepts. So to boil down some of what Sinful Lad, jelly, I'm not soy. Every time I see someone type out like a jelly quote, I just hear it in her voice, which is how you know that it's terminal. It's terminal. But in any case, I have the awawatism. But yeah, if you really boil down what Orwell was saying, right? If you look at the main flaws that he identifies that you should try to avoid, right? The 4 that he went through, to give a little bit of a refresher, are the following. First, dying metaphors, cliched turns of phrase that sacrifice originality, authenticity, and precision for ease of interpretation, essentially memifying language. Second, verbal false limbs, superfluous phrases, and over-reliance on passive voice and, big words, to simulate objectivity, project significance, and obfuscate responsibility. Third, pretentious diction, using words for their connotations instead of their definitions or relevance to what you're saying. 4. Meaningless words, words that have been abused to the point of losing all meaning and used in a way that purposefully disregards their actual definition. Yeah. We seem to have a lot of Star Knights in chat. Based. If Orwell was alive today, he'd be a master shitposter. I have no doubt about that. Jelly's the good kind of brain rot. I agree. Jelly is like Bijou with maximum awawatism. While I can see the similarity in that comparison, I do think that Jelly and Bibu are quite distinct from one another. One day Armchair will do a 24-hour stream. Perhaps, but it will take a while for me to be able to reach that power level. Bijou is not a misogynist. If you ever encounter a woman misogynist, take what she says seriously, because she will almost always know exactly what she's talking about. Same thing if you encounter, a male misandrist, right? There will always be at least some points that are worth taking into consideration or taking seriously. Now, obviously, any misandrist or any misogynist is always going to be a little, disconnected from reality, because you can't hate an entire gender and still be an entirely sensible person. However, that being said, it is worth understanding that at least one or two of their criticisms will be somewhat grounded in reality, backed by experience, right? Jelly. Yeah. one day stream with 1,000 slides. Yeah. Side eye to Lucy Pie's songs. Jerry, I only know sexist jokes, Hoshiyumi. It makes a funnier, because the thing is with jellies, and this is the thing that separates, in my opinion, this is what separates male misandrists from male feminists, and this is what separates Jelly from, let's say misogynist pick-me's, is that when she makes jokes or criticisms about her sex, it's not done in a way that's designed to pander or purposefully diminish with the intention of with the intention of gaining approval from an external audience, right? From an audience. It is simply a self-deprecating acknowledgement of real flaws and patterns of behavior. That's what makes it funny instead of cringe. That's why whenever you see guys talking about actual flaws in men, for example, how we seem to be terminally incapable of processing hypotheticals unless those hypotheticals are justified to us beforehand, right? It doesn't come off as cringe as a male feminist simply saying all men are pigs, because one is grounded in objective reality and self-awareness. The other is simply an impotent attempt at appealing to an audience who will probably not even take that attempt seriously. So yeah, again, the key is self-awareness. Exactly, Ayane. So, to break these down a little bit more, right? First one, dying metaphors. Some examples of dying metaphors that we have in modern speech that I find to be particularly common and egregious include in the spotlight, put on a pedestal, soapbox, a blast, slap to or in the face, information highway, in your face or down your throat, growing pains, the brains behind or of, and family. I especially despise family as a metaphor whenever it's used by a corporation or a business that's trying to ingratiate itself to its employees by implying that there is some degree of social connection or relationship that they didn't even put any effort in establishing, right? I cringe every time a CEO addresses their employees as family, if there isn't any sort of major system of providing benefits or, paid leave or whatever already included. Because in that scenario, okay, I can tolerate that use of the word family or that use of family as a metaphor. But in any other situation, no, that's just cringe. My family. Did I just hear slap tour? I love my Niji Sanji family. Yeah. Niji Sanji is very much to blame for this becoming a cliched metaphor in VTubing, in my opinion. The next example, verbal false limbs. And I actually want to take a time to read this out to you guys to see if you can spot what is wrong with this. Some of you might be old enough to recognize where I've got this from before I reveal it in a second. But to read it out, quote, "That is the choice that must be made, not simply in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but across the entire region, a choice between hate and hope, between the shackles of the past and the promise of the future. It is a choice that must be made by leaders and by the people. It is a choice that will define the future of a region that served as the cradle of civilization and a crucible of strife. For the challenges that lie ahead, we see many reasons to be hopeful. In Egypt, we see it in the efforts of young people who led protests. In Syria, we see it in the courage of those who brave bullets while chanting. Peaceful, peaceful in Benghazi, a city threatened with destruction. We see it in the courthouse square, where people gather to celebrate the freedoms that they had never known. Across the region, those rights that we take for granted are being claimed with joy by those who are prying loose the grip of an iron fist. For the American people, the scenes of upheaval in the region may be unsettling, but the forces driving it are not unfamiliar. Our own nation was founded through a rebellion against an empire. Our people fought a painful civil war that extended freedom and dignity to those who were enslaved, and I would not be standing here today unless past generations turned to the moral force of non-violence as a way to perfect union. Organizing, marching, protesting peacefully together to make real those words that declared our nation, quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal," end quote. You know, reading through this could just refer to, Iran, Israel today, if you didn't know any better. Some suggestions? War on terror? Yeah. Can any of you guess who said this? Who was the speaker making this speech? Yeah, American people is such an overused term as well. Yeah, I agree. Well, yeah. Any idea who said this? Actually, yeah. I mean, with man, he means mankind, yeah. Yeah, the whole thing about the Israel-Palestine conflict, it's not going to end in our lifetime. It's not going to end in our lifetime. Rumsfeld? No. Bush? No. Hassan? XQC. No, not quite. No, not one of the Bushes, although it is funny that you would guess that. I'll wait. I'll give you, let's say, 10 more seconds to see if somebody guesses it. 10... 9. Asmongold. There we go. Runic with the correct answer. This was a speech by Obama. Riku Tazumi before he fired Solen. I wish. Yeah, this was an Obama speech when he was talking about the conflict in, Israel, in the Middle East, right? I saw a tweet the other day that said Obama tricked all of America into bombing Middle Eastern children with nothing but aura, and I've never agreed more with an assessment of Obama's administration. The man was really, really good at doing all of the things that Orwell pointed out in the essay we just read, right? Yeah. Obama of all people. Yeah, when you think about it this way, I could imagine it in Obama's voice. Yeah, thanks, Obama. See, when people remember Obama, generally they remember him as being, cool, well-spoken. What they don't remember is the fact that he basically propelled a lot of American involvement and a lot of exacerbation in the Middle Eastern conflict through nothing but basically just aura. And when we look through his speech, we can start to see some of the examples that Orwell raised of verbal false libs that we talked about earlier. For example, when he refers to this, the Middle East, right? This is basically in the context of them acknowledging that the American military has just been part of two really costly conflicts in Iran and the Middle East, right? And this is now effectively him trying to justify going back in, right? And when he refers to this region of the Middle East, notice the language that he uses, right? A region that served as the cradle of civilization. So again, it makes it sound grand, right? But if you talk about it that way, like, the cradle of civilization. Like, I get that he's appealing. He's very obviously trying very hard to appeal to the sort of the Christian background of most Americans. But what's more interesting is the way that he refers to this place as a conflict-filled region. He describes it as a crucible of strife. A crucible is a sort of a container in which metal or other elements are melted together, right? Melted into a mixture, or the more metaphorical definition is when things are forced to combine through external outside forces, right? Or things are pressured into changing due to outside forces. Now, the funny thing is, though, if you actually consider what he means by a crucible of strife, what he's describing is a war zone. But he can't say war zone, because that wouldn't sound politically compelling, right? It's just, crucible of strife sounds poetic, right? It dilutes the impact of what he's asking people to do. If you go ahead, you see other examples of the same thing, right? You also see the use of tired metaphors like, prying loose the grip of an iron fist, right? And again, the whole point of a speech like this is to delude people into thinking that it's possible for them to end this conflict. A conflict that long outlived them. A conflict that long outlived their ancestors, their parents, grandparents, and will most likely long outlive them, right? So it is essentially an art form in convincing people of agency that they do not have, right? The scenes of upheaval in the region may be unsettling, but the forces driving it are not unfamiliar. Note how he says not unfamiliar instead of the same, right? He says not unfamiliar instead of familiar, probably because if you were to describe this war zone as familiar, people might reasonably start asking, okay, why are we going back in, right? And again, when you look through Obama's speeches in particular, even though they are often taught in schools as the epitome of good use of language, you start to see some pretty interesting examples of advocating for, frankly, quite deplorable things, but just in really flowery, neat language, right? Our people fought a painful civil war that extended freedom and dignity to those who were enslaved. I would not be standing here unless past generations turned to the moral force of non-violence as a way to perfect our union. Now, here's the problem, right? What he's advocating for is sending the military back in. And he's sending them back into a war zone. That's not exactly the definition of non-violence, is it? Right? But however, consider, why did he use the word non-violence instead of force of peace? Because if you just took the sentence in isolation, peace should have been a viable substitute. Except when you consider it in the context of what he's actually trying to say, which is, let's go back into that war zone. We're fighting a battle to assert our values in a foreign nation. Using the word peace would rightfully be laughed at by his audience as being absurd. Imagine for a second that this sentence, instead of using the word nonviolence, said, and I would not be standing here unless past generations turned to the moral force of peace as a way to perfect our union. Again, force and peace do not exactly gel well together in a sentence, and yet he's doing everything in his power to avoid trying to, he wants to say peace. He wants the connotations of peace so badly, but he knows he can't use the word. So he just says non-violence, because non-violence still contains the word violence, which prevents that level of dissonance when it's immediately or almost immediately preceded by the word force, right? Force of peace. The fuck? If he were to actually say that, people could tell that this is a sort of a newspeak gobble. It's just newspeak gobbledygook, especially essentially, right? Yeah, exactly. Newspeaking our way into another war. Most peaceful riot are comments. Yeah, that's a good way of describing this. That is quite literally what Obama was specialized in, right? That was his legacy as a president. That was his most dangerous and potent tool as a president. And when you think about it that way, when you look back through his speeches and try to consider the message he's actually advocating for, you start to realize how fucked of a presidency Obama's was, especially with regards to foreign policy. Another thing that Orwell raised as a problem, right? Pretentious diction. Now, we went through an example of this last week in that stream where we were talking about tech companies and especially tech bros from LA, California, right? He was pro-war. He was very pro-war. He just disguised it in language that made it sound like he cared about peace. As we went through just then, right? Well, again, you can only be pro-war if you actually call it war, you know? That kind of thing. Summit, yeah. So again, to those who didn't watch the last stream, Summit is basically a conference, a networking event in LA that took place in LA in 2017 that markets itself towards shit. Sci-Fi Freak, thank you for the $100. Holy shit. Aka Super Chad. Ambrose Bierce, the Devil's Dictionary lecturer, and one with his hand in your pocket, his tongue in your ear, and his faith in your patience. So take this blessing that's worthless unless given away as your payment, my good man. Yeah, that lecturer noun, one with his hand in your pocket, his tongue in your ear, and his faith in your patience. So take this blessing that's worthless unless given away as your payment, my good man. That is an excellent way of defining a lecturer. And when you think about Obama's speeches, lecturing is exactly what he did. Actually, relatively recently, I think within the last 1 or 2 months, there was this video of Obama just like basically just lecturing a bunch of like black American men about how it's important to go vote for Hillary because she's a sister or whatever the fuck. And when you looked at that video of him just standing there, hands in pockets of his suit, talking down to other people, you get very much the same vibe, but without the same veneer of being poetic that was present in his speeches during his presidency. But yeah, it's man. Yeah, a lot of people saw that, yeah. If you're going to tell people to vote, for fuck's sake, make a better argument than just she's a sister or whatever the fuck. Use policy, or don't use identity politics. Are you kidding me? Like, come on, man. It's also sad because Obama's reputation has gone through this sort of weird line on a graph where it sort of spiked after he left presidency, mostly because a lot of people were busy pointing and laughing at Trump, going like, ha ha, funny man uses simple words. Although, now having read through this thing by Orwell, I actually respect Trump more for using simple words, not flowery language. People sort of, their respect for Obama like ballooned upwards for a little bit. And then when people started to look back and think, oh, hold on, he drone-striked Middle Eastern children, it started to dip a little bit. And in recent times, it sort of crashed. And that, the reaction to people watching him lecturing those young men was the first time I think I've seen such a widespread, unanimous disapproval of something that Obama was doing. And to be honest, I 100% understand that because, fuck off. If you're going to condescend to people in that manner, you might as well just not speak, right? Flowery language has no place in politics when people cannot afford groceries, when people are worried about crime. And, you know, it's just so... For me, it's kind of sad as well, because Obama... You say what you like about his ability to deceive, and I will say plenty of things about his ability to deceive his audience into thinking that his message is better than it is. But he was... I do think that it's worth studying him as an example of compelling speech, right? Compelling writing. And now, given his recent dip in reputation, the fact that people can no longer take him seriously, I do think we've been robbed of quite a few examples of quite what I would describe in as, you know, brutal terms as possible, as just propaganda, that I do think are worth taking seriously and studying, not as exemplars of what you should aspire to, but of, well, things that you need to avoid as a listener. But yeah, he always was condescending. He sold it well, exactly. Again, like in the words of the tweet, right? He had aura. He had aura. He had gravitas. Randall, that's a great word, right? Gravitas. That is exactly what his, you know, I would make the argument that that's exactly what his bid for presidency floated on, right? Aura, gravitas, the impression that he knew what he was doing and saying, and that you should trust him because, you know, he knows what he's doing and saying. Yeah, it's rhetoric, exactly, right? I recommend The Gentleman by G.K. Chesterton. I think anyone vibing with this segment would enjoy it a lot. I'll give it I'll check it out. Han Chen-jung, unfortunately, Trump is Trump. See, Trump has a different kind of appeal as in terms of rhetoric and as a politician, right? And this is now thoroughly sort of derailed into a discussion of, you know, politicians and their rhetoric and their appeal. With Trump, you get something that no other politician, Democratic politician, has managed to pull off to the same degree, which is the understanding, what I call the sharing of the joke, the acknowledgement of the joke that is the Democratic president. Now, what I mean by that is simple. With a democracy, as I described right at the beginning of this stream, right? It is a game. When you want to win the game, the political game of democracy, the game that you must play is that you must try to be the one who alienates the smallest number of demographics, right? By nature, what that means is that the best politician for a democratic society is an everyman, right? Someone who is supposedly capable of equally representing all groups. The thing is, when you think about that premise, it's fucking absurd. Because how the fuck can a single person represent every possible group in a society, all of their disparate interests, etc.? And I say this talking about, you know, balance. You can say that, oh, they just need to balance all those ideas out. True, but balance is not part of their rhetoric. In any democratic presidential bid, political campaign, you will pretty much never see balance being a key theme. So for all intents and purposes, they are all campaigning on the idea that they can represent everyone equally, regardless of how disparate those groups they supposedly represent are. And when you think about it that way, the Democratic president is kind of a joke, right? This idea of someone who everyone is supposedly able to relate to. However, with Trump, you get this element, you get this sort of, this degree of self-awareness that you don't seem to get with other jokes, right? Because a president that comes across as if they're trying to seriously embody the joke figure of the everyman president is always going to be the butt of the joke at some point. But with Trump, he kind of gives off this air as if he knows he's the butt of the joke, right? He is willing to be the meme, right? Because if you look at his campaign this year, what has he done? He's put himself in a garbage truck as a key thing in his campaign. He's made himself a McDonald's worker for a day as well. And when you look at the images, it's just so funny, right? Like, you can't really say that about Kamala Harris's campaign, right? You can't. There are no parts of that campaign where you really go, okay, she's making fun of herself, right? She is doing this with the intention of making herself a meme. No. I think Donald Trump is the only president to have this same degree of being willing to make himself the butt of the joke, right? And in doing that, you get this sort of rapport between Donald Trump and his supporters that you don't get with quite a lot of other presidents, where other presidents and their audiences, with other presidents, their audiences expect them to be this sort of serious embodiment of an everyman, right? They need to live up to that impossible standard of equally representing absolutely everybody, being equally sensitive to everyone's concerns. Whereas with Donald Trump, right, his supporters understand it's all a joke, it's all a meme, right? When he pretends at being relatable, he knows that you know that he knows that he's not actually he's not actually a middle-class American who's just working at McDonald's for a paycheck. He does it because it's absurd, right? Or at least I would assume that that's the rationale behind why his campaign manager, Susan Wiles, I think her name is, if I'm remembering this correctly. I should, because I think she's been elected as chief of staff. But yeah, this was probably the rationale behind that decision, right? Same thing with the garbage truck. It's just a funny meme that works because it plays on the awareness of the absurdity of a democratically elected president, which is not something that many other presidents do, because many other presidents are too busy campaigning on the premise of being taken seriously, instead of showing that they are aware of the very flaws that they are, the very flaws surrounding their society and their position in that society. And that degree of self-awareness, that willingness to self-deprecate, is something that I think goes quite a long way towards promoting the same sort of dedication between Trump in Trump's supporters that I think quite a lot of other presidents could sort of tap into. Because the problem with a lot of other presidents is that they have to go in with the assumption that the system is working just fine, right? That the candidates may be flawed, especially the opposite candidate may be flawed, but the system is fine. With Trump, his joke was based on the fact that he knows that you know that he knows the system is flawed, right? And that's why it worked. So I would like to see more of that in future elections, not even just in America, but in democracies in general. Because the more that politicians are willing to acknowledge the flaws in democracy, the less liable we as a society are to spiral out of control into destroying ourselves with things like identity politics, with things like tribalism, etc., etc. Because democracy has flaws, and pretending it doesn't help anyone, right? And that's partially why I do admire how Trump was able to campaign by making the joke society, democracy, and himself instead of just his opponent, right? Because that's what usually other candidates tend to do, right? They just make the joke about the opposite candidate, or maybe sometimes themselves, but they never get far enough. They never reach that degree of self-awareness necessary to point out the flaws in democracy. That's what made Trump funny, right? Yeah, Trump is meta, exactly. And that's why I think it's such a waste that so many news outlets are too busy trying to paint him as a bigot, a fascist, a Nazi, or whatever. Because there is so much to dig into conceptually in terms of rhetoric, in terms of persuasiveness, in terms of why his campaign worked, that people just won't talk about because they're too busy trying to label all of his supporters as bigots, as people who discriminate against others, as transphobes, as homophobes, as whatever. Right? So many ists and phobes. None of it touches on the actual reason, the actual rhetoric, the actual things that can be useful in future that actually made his campaign work. Well, I shouldn't say that like it's the only thing that made it work. There are also a lot of flaws that were present in American society at that point that made it so that people wanted, it would be understandable if people wanted simply a change of regime, even if they weren't a Trump supporter previously, or weren't a Republican previously. But I do think that a lot of the persuasiveness behind Trump's campaign needs to be looked at in a way that doesn't involve all this screeching and screaming about bigotry and fascism and racism or whatever the fuck other words that the mainstream media uses. Because there's so much there. And no one seems to want to talk about it, which I find to be supremely frustrating. Yeah. Trump memed himself to presidency? Kind of, yeah. Look, I understand your perspective from the rhetorical standpoint, but the issue from policy and actual action. Yeah, and again, I don't want to make this sound as if, I think Trump is perfect candidate for America. I don't know. I'm Australian. My say in your politics counts for, less than nothing. But I will say that Trump's campaign provides a schematic that is worth looking at regardless of which country you come from. Right? And I'm talking just about his campaign. What makes him appealing as a president-elect in a rhetorical sense? More than, policy or any of that, right? Because, again, like I said, I know nothing about political policy, especially not, political policy as it pertains to America, right? You guys have problems that I can't even begin to fathom. But, yeah. In any case, pretentious diction, right? Some of the examples, like these bits of marketing in summits, the ways of describing themselves. Summit is a community made up of the world's most diverse makers and holistic leaders. Summit gathers and inspires people to effect positive change in the world. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. Problematic is another weasel word. Yeah, I agree. See, the funny thing about this is that you can tell that it was written by somebody who knows English well enough to know all the buzzwords, but doesn't know English well enough to get grammar right. Because if you understand, if you have an actual knowledge of the words, you will realize that effect and affect are different. Effect with an E is a noun. Affect with an A is a verb. Here they're using effect as if it's a verb, whereas in fact it is just a noun. So it's kind of funny how often tech bros have enough. Tech bros always give me the impression that they have read a thesaurus but not a dictionary. They will use all of these words that sound like, great, etc., etc., but they won't use them in a way that actually makes sense. They just sound good. They have the definition of connotation above meaning when it comes to word slop, right? And then the next thing that they wrote here, and this is if you thought this was word soup, this is infinitely worse. Invitation only, one-of-a-kind experiences where superhumans make magic, melding, mixing, moving and nourishing our ecosystem of global leaders and explorers to live their biggest life. The only travel essentials required are passion and curiosity. Now, the thing is, right? If you actually try to pull this apart, there are a bunch of different metaphors that are being thrown in together as if they make sense. When you think about it, the main metaphor that this is built off of, this is the structural foundations of this sentence, right? They are trying to say nourishing our ecosystem of global leaders, creators, and explorers, right? Now that makes sense if you contained it within just that small phrase. However, they expanded it outwards to live their biggest life. Now, grammatically, it's just word soup, right? However, even the metaphor in and of itself, nourishing our ecosystem, so the ecosystem is the metaphor. Now try combining every verb that they threw in beforehand to see if it makes sense. Melding our ecosystem of global leaders. What the fuck do you mean by that? Mixing our ecosystem of global leaders. What the fuck do you mean by that? Moving our ecosystem of global leaders. Again, yet another example of them not really getting it right. Because it's not designed, it's not written to make sense. They're not using words for the sake of their meaning. They just think that melding, mixing, moving, and nourishing are, nice sounding verbs. And the metaphor they wanted to go with was ecosystem of global leaders, to imply that everything is interconnected and mutually beneficial, etc., etc. So they took these two unrelated things and just jammed them together as if they mean the same thing, as if they synergize, which they do not. And again, that's that's the definition of this kind of pretentious diction, where you just take a bunch of words without caring about what they mean, jam them together because you think it sounds nice, and just pass that off as actual English, right? Which this is not. And every single time I see this, it's always the same sort of thing, where there will be a bunch of verbs slung together, followed by a metaphor, which will only work with the last verb in the previous list. And whenever you try to use one of the earlier verbs besides the last one, to sort of graft it onto that metaphor, it will make absolutely zero sense. Because again, the objective isn't to make it make sense. It's just to give some vague impression that it sounds nice, that you sound smart, that you know what you're talking about, right? Whereas superhumans make magic makes me angry. Yeah, I agree. Because again, it's two opposing metaphors, right? Superhumans implies that you have, powers that stem from your own capabilities, right? Something internal, right? Some sort of like mutation or like, evolution or whatever. Whereas magic is like wizards and shit. And they just jam those two things together as if they synergize, they made sense. Exactly, they don't, right? They don't. If I were to rewrite this, yeah. The word graft is accurate because you're Frankensteining a sentence together. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, if I were to rewrite this into a sentence that actually makes sense, I would just say, invitation only, one-of-a-kind experience where people make magic. Where people make magic and nourish our ecosystem of global leaders, assuming that I need to retain at least some aspect of the original, sentence. Essentially, just take this phrase, but change almost everything about it, and it would be much better. But yeah. And then finally, we have meaningless words. Now, when we look at the current state of, political debate and discussion, there are so many words that have just lost all meaning, right? Fascist, Nazi, woke, grifter, reactionary, far right, soy, cuck, bigot. All of these things basically mean nothing aside from just negative, bad, not worthy of respect. When you call somebody soy, you don't mean that they are literally soy or even a soy consumer, right? When you call someone a grifter, it no longer means someone who is pretending to comply with the demands of a movement for the sake of extracting profit from the people who believe in that thing genuinely. Incel, pedo, all of them. Liberal, yeah, exactly. There are so many words that have been overused to the point of being meaningless. And this is something I talked about in my second ever stream, but all of these words act as precedents for exactly what you need to do if you want to stop a word from being offensive. Just use it. Use it a lot. Get everyone to use it, especially outside of its intended context. And I guarantee you, within the span of less than 2 or 3 months, that word will have lost all meaning, right? And I say this for people, especially when I look at, for example, the N-word, right? Because I can't count the number of times that people have expressed that they are offended at the N-word because of the fact that, it's supposed to be like a symbol of, oppression, slavery, whatever. But if you really wanted to take all of the venom out of the N-word, just let people use it. The only reason it retains venom is because you insist on elevating it to the standard of this magical, this pseudo-magical thing, that the moment you say it, you must be looking out to hurt somebody with darker skin, right? Whereas in actuality, if you want the N-word to lose all of its venom, just do the same thing to it as people are currently doing with fascist, Nazi, soy, cuck, grifter, woke, etc. if you simply made it so that, not only is it in rap, right? Don't confine it to only one form of art. If you got everyone to use the N-word in everyday conversation, especially when they're not referring to black people, and especially if they're not referring to it in a negative way, right? If they used the N-word in the same way as people would use homie, for example, or bro, or guy, or dude, I guarantee you, within less than a month, the word would lose all of its ability to hurt people. Because it would have become meaningless. So yeah, you should never say that word, Yeah, this is the thing that I do find this to be another example, a little bit of doublethink that I observe in quite a few African Americans, where they will say that the N-word is a slur, while unironically using that as a way of identifying themselves, right? They will say, like, in a way that isn't like, it's not designed to be self-deprecating. They will refer to themselves with the N-word while also saying that it's a slur. If you identify as something, if you use a term to identify, as an identifier, it can't also be a slur because you identify as it, which means that it becomes factual, not pejorative. It would be like me referring to myself as a chink or a gook. It doesn't work. If I wanted to say it's a slur, I wouldn't use it to refer to myself. I wouldn't say I'm a chink or I'm a gook. Yeah, boys, Nietzsche is a slur now. Chat defanged this word. That's the problem, though, because this would need to be a society-wide thing, right? You would need a lot of black influencers in America to simultaneously make the decision to ask their audiences to start doing this around the same time. That would be what is necessary to thoroughly, defang the word, is the way you put it, Sinful Lad. But yeah. Nietzsche's sister is the worst slur. I think Latinx is a way worse slur. I agree. You see, the thing is, though, Latinx is funny in a way that the N-word isn't, where the N-word was, again, throughout history, actually used as a way of really, it was unironically, and I say unironically because the stage of online discourse has rendered it impossible to discuss with a straight face. But the N-word was once, in history, unironically used as a tool to oppress a group of people. Now, the thing about Latinx that makes it infinitely funnier is that it was a word invented by out-of-touch people who wanted to condescend down to Latinas and Latinos about how to make their language more inclusive while knowing nothing about their language or culture. That delicious bit of irony is what makes that word so funny to me. Mercurius Orlicus, N-word. Yes, that one. So Nietzsche's sisters isn't a slur. I still remember back at the beginning of the year or halfway through the year when the Nietzsche sisters tried to imply that sister is a slur of some sort on par with the N-word or the F-slur. Yeah. Did you know... This is also why I'm so this weird insistence on putting the N-word in a museum in a glass case on display is also why it part of the reason why it bothers me as well is because now it interacts in a really unhealthy way with American mainstream media's encouragement of narcissism, where every single time, and we saw this when I went to town on Shizzy, but every time an African American comes across a foreign word or a foreign language that sounds even remotely close to the N-word, right? Like nigai or nega, they will instantly jump to the conclusion that, oh, that must be the N-word in English, right? And I understand that's not all African Americans, but it happens often enough and receives little enough pushback, to the point where it has now become a stereotype among people outside of America, right? It feeds into the ignorant American stereotype, specifically ignorant African American stereotype. And again, this is a problem that would instantly be fixed if that word was simply allowed back into mainstream vocabulary. Because, again, you can't defang a word if you don't allow people to use it outside of its intended context. So, yeah. Korean ni ga means you. Yeah, exactly, right? Nigero, as in run as well. Yeah, exactly, right? The Chinese sound, exactly. Nega, right? It's always very annoying to me when I see an American hear someone pronounce nega. So it's kind of like it's like what I said last week, where if you keep hearing dog whistles, bro, you are the dog, right? Where there will be times when I see like this weird perking up of the ears whenever they are listening to a Chinese person just speak Mandarin, right? They'll be saying a perfectly normal sentence, like, for example, they'll be at a shop or, like, let's say, for example, that they were... Or even, okay, so the example that I went, the music video where it's like Sunshine, Rainbow, White Pony, right? Where there will be this, this sort of, you'll have all of these sentences in Mandarin where nothing registers, and then the moment someone says nega, they will instantly like pick up on that and like make a big deal out of it. Now, granted, that is a biased sample size because I watched videos of people reacting to it, and when you're reacting to something, you are incentivized to exaggerate your reaction as much as possible. But the fact that I see it occur so often unironically as well is what pisses me off and irritates me about that particular, that idiosyncrasy. But yeah. Ah, yes, that song. For a moment, the word was fairly normalized in the early to mid 2000s, and it wasn't offensive then either, because of the fact that so many people used it that it was basically divorced from its original historical purpose, right? Again, like I said, if you want the word to lose all meaning and lose all venom, just let people use it outside of its intended meaning. You can't turn the word into a taboo and also complain about how it's still a weapon that's effective against you today, because you're the one making the decision to stop it from being, well, you're the one making the decision to preserve the weapon instead of breaking it, essentially. But speaking of meaningless words, or words that I wish people would stop using, which it runs kind of contrary to what I was talking about just then. But in terms of other meaningless words, what you might have noticed is that if you look in any particular group of people or any particular space or industry or whatever, you will have different sets of meaningless words or phrases. For example, VTubing as a space, as an industry, has its own distinct set of words and phrases that at this point in time basically mean nothing. For example, drama tuber, allegedly, pedo, reflect on my actions, unfortunately, hate, make this right, disappointed, valid. All of these words have been used so much in the realm of VTubing, especially on VTubing Twitter, that they basically don't mean anything anymore, right? All you get when people say allegedly, is this vague idea that, oh, they might be protecting themselves from some sort of defamation suit down the line. Or it's basically used as a substitute for claim, suggest, accuse all at once, right? Educate yourself. I can't believe I forgot that one. Educate yourself is yet another, you know what, I'll add it in now. Educate yourself is yet another example of a phrase that, yeah, like you said, it's used so often that it basically doesn't mean shit anymore. But yeah, so again, when you all common V tweets, exactly, right? So again, there's so many of these phrases have been just hackneyed to the point of losing all usefulness, all utility. For example, this is purely, pedo is just, it doesn't mean anything because of how often it's being spammed by VTubers that, have a bi-monthly spasm of trying to decry lolly and shota, right? The tourists keep this one alive. But you also have the stock standard, apology pilled, filler phrases like reflect on my actions, disappointed, unfortunately, make this right. Every time I'm reading through a corporate statement and I see this, oh yeah, do better is another good one. Hold on, let me add that to the list. Every time I see one of these phrases in a corporate statement or something, my eyes just gloss over, right? I basically don't even register at all what is being said, because nothing is being said. It's just a stock phrase. But yeah, all of the other ones as well, like, you know, the word hate has become so overused to the point where you can no longer tell whether it's a noun or a verb, right? You can just, every time someone just uses the word hate, all you can tell is that it's just, you know, negative, right? Same thing with disappointed and, you know, valid, right? Where basically valid is just something is vaguely good or understandable. So again, valid, the problem with using the word valid instead of anything else is that now you're in a state where when someone says your feelings are valid, you don't know whether they mean that your feelings are contextualized, understandable, justified, explainable. They're all different, slightly different things. There is overlap, but they are different things. And whenever someone says the word valid, you just have no idea which of those they mean, because someone's feelings can be any number of those, right? Let's say, for example, that let's say, as a thought experiment, that I said a slur on stream, right? And that a clip of that emerged, and people were giving me shit for it, and I went onto Twitter to, you know, to say, oh, I am so persecuted, I am so put upon, I feel so, I feel persecuted, right? And someone says, your feelings are valid, right? Are my feelings understandable, justifiable? Like, what? Again, it's part of the problem with overusing the word. It just, you lose the ability to add some nuance into the way that people communicate with one another. Same thing goes with disappointed, right? Where you get into this stage where nowadays when someone says they're disappointed, you just know that they mean they feel negatively about something you've done. That's pretty much it, right? It doesn't give you any indication as to what exactly that feeling is, because of the fact that disappointment has been so overused, right? Do they mean that they expected better, or does it just mean that they always felt bad and this just confirmed that, you know, their prior judgment of you, right? Again, disappointed only works in terms of its actual definition if you previously supported or believed in that person. However, what I tend to see is that you will get a lot of people saying, I'm disappointed in you, or I'm disappointed to see this, when they never actually engage with the person prior or their content prior, which again ruins this word, because using it outside of that, you know, its actual definition has now rendered it so that when people say they are disappointed, it now just means I don't feel good about it. And that's it. Same thing kind of goes with drama tuber, right? Where I would make the argument, in fact, I've done an entire stream on this, where I do think that the label has merit, right? In fact, I would class myself as someone under the label of a drama tuber, because technically I do talk about drama, right? My goal is to dissect dramas, no matter how informatively I try to do so. That is my niche, my content niche. However, it's now gotten to the point where it is also used as a pejorative, to the point where now nobody wants to claim the title of a drama tuber, even if that is accurate to what they do, or accurate to at least some portion of their content, because it's such a radioactive word, right? And again, that radioactivity comes from its overuse, right? So yeah. Reminds me of trademark laws on commonly used word which would lose the trademark status, which is why people hate people using the word Google in place of search online. I like it's honestly kind of funny that these giga omega corporations are caught in this sort of Sisyphean endeavor of trying to make their product popular enough to the point where it pervades every aspect of your life, but also not popular enough to the point where they lose a trademark. It's such a funny thing that a company as large and rich and powerful as Google is still caught in this impossible task of executing their business while also in a way that, like, you know, makes it pretty much inevitable that they will at some point lose control over their branding, which is just, it's just poetic. right? Yeah, drama tubers is just another slop word at this point. Yeah, basically, right? And again, obviously, you have things like, educate yourself, do better, right? It doesn't mean anything, right? It just means I don't like you, or I don't like what you're doing, or, basically just I don't like what you're doing. That's pretty much all it means, right? It doesn't actually give any form of instruction or any guidance or anything like that. It's just something that people say to express the fact that they dislike you for a reason that you probably aren't even able to change. So, again, now that we have all of this under our belts, right? Now that we've gone through all of these concepts, let's apply them. Let's look at some of the worst examples of corporate statements that we have seen in this industry, and there are two that I want to go through. One more recent, one that has been the crowning turd on the shit pile in terms of bad corporate statements that we have seen throughout our time in this industry, and really pick them apart according to how they exhibit some of these flaws. First one. You can probably guess which one I'm talking about. Notification of contract termination with Selen Tatsuki. Now, this, I don't think I need to remind you, right? When this went live, everyone and their mother and dog showed up to dunk on this piece of shit. The whole reason why I'm here today is because this was such a bad statement that I just couldn't resist the urge to make a video about it, because I saw that nobody else had the same perspective I did who was making videos at the time. But see, when a lot of people were reacting to it, a lot of people focused on the idea that it came across extremely insincere, right? But when they were expressing that, a lot of the criticisms centered around the actual outright lies that are present in this document. Outright lies such as the idea that Selen did not try to contact the artist responsible for making Last Cup of Coffee. She did. She was the one paying for it out of pocket. And the idea that she didn't that she disregarded copyrights, because Lily Pichu later came out to say that no, she'd already given perms way in advance to when this video was released. So, again, those were the two things that most people picked up on, right? Because, again, those were lies, right? Provable lies. However, what I want to add on to this, in retrospect, is the fact that not only are there outright lies in this document, but it is deliberately written deceptively. There are plenty of the tricks that we have just spent the last few hours talking about in regards to Orwell, the stuff that he, outlined in his essay, that are present in this document as well. And I've color-coded the bits on the side here. So green means dying metaphor, blue is a verbal false limb, yellow is pretentious diction, and red is a meaningless word. Now, let's go through this, line by line. We sincerely appreciate your ongoing support of Niji Sanji and Niji Sanji En. It is with regret... Oh, Kieran, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. I hope the new Footstools enjoy that. It is with regret that we have had to make the difficult decision to terminate our affiliation contract with the Niji Sanji En Liver Selen Tatsuki due to multiple breaches of contract and misleading statements on social platforms. For transparency, now that's the first word that I really picked up on having no meaning. Transparency, especially in the realm of VTuber terminations, if you happen to be someone who works at a VTubing agency and you're watching this VOD or you're watching this stream for whatever reason, don't use the word transparency in your termination notification. The audience isn't stupid. At this point, we have already had enough instances of Black Corps trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes to the point where transparency is at best a meaningless word and at worst a signal that, you are attempting to lie to us. So if you have any sort of negative news, just don't use the word transparency. If you are committed to transparency, show that in the way that you present your information. Don't use the word, though, because like I said, the word is meaningless. Idle EN used to use that? Yes. So when Idle was still under Avial, this word got spammed off cooldown ad nauseum, right? People were so sick about hearing about transparency by the time that Idle got shipped off to, what was the name of the group, that Brave group? That now it has basically become a word that I don't think anybody wants to hear a corpo write into any of their statements, right? Actually, no, amendment. If they want to write it into a outline of values or commitment to their audience or whatever, I think they can get away with that. A lot of people are going to roll their eyes, but I don't think the reaction is going to be outright negative. However, if you have negative news and you're trying to make a press release for that, do not, under any circumstances, include the word transparency. We know, you know, that something bad has happened, and so you are going to want to try to salvage your company and its image in any way, shape, or form possible. Don't use that word. That is a commitment that you cannot keep, and we, as the audience, know that. The Curious Orcas, thank you for the gifted membership. Tria, I hope you enjoy that. Funnily enough, it would only be pre-Brave Idol. Yeah, it was a signal for people being deceived. Exactly, right? Never say you want to provide transparency. Show, don't tell. That's a great, that's a great rule to stick with, Kirnoth. Brave Group owns a horrifying number of VTuber groups. I would say that, they do seem to be like they're the sort of, portfolio-oriented VTuber corpo, where it could honestly go either way, right? They seem to have a lot of money and they're willing to spend it on supporting the talents that they do, that they are in charge of, which I think is a good thing. They also were very generous with the Idle EN girls when they were ported over. It's just that, yeah, you are right in that the number of corpos that they own is it's quite a daunting number, and I'm among the group of people that would advocate for keeping an eye on how Brave Group develops over the next few years. I'm always suspicious of when people buy up too much of a certain industry or space. But in any case, to go on, we have provided detailed explanation of the circumstances and reasons that have unfortunately, there it is, there's another meaningless word, led us to this decision below. We know, you know, that you don't give a shit about Selene anymore, so just say, led us to this decision. Don't say unfortunately, don't pretend that you care. It just sounds condescending, right? Activity rules for affiliated livers. Any color has established activity rules that our affiliated livers agree to comply with. These rules are designed to prevent infringement of third-party rights, leakage of confidential information belonging to any color or third parties, belonging to any color or third parties, damage to the reputation or credibility of third parties, and other acts that may violate rights, engage in illegal activities, or involve socially condemned behaviors. Now, normally I would sort of, my eyes would gloss over a bit, but I don't think that's utterly meaningless. A lot of contracts, a lot of deals have, a morality clause, for example. However, this next bit, not so much. As a company, we are confident that in order to deliver content to our fans, for our fans to enjoy in the long term, and to create an environment where our affiliated livers can safely perform their activities with the support of fans and various stakeholders. We are confident that in order to deliver content for our fans to enjoy in the long term, and to create an environment are affiliated. Does this sentence make sense? Hold on, let me read this again. That does not look like it makes sense. Hold on, let me read this out again to make sure I'm not just having a stroke. As a company, we are confident that in order to deliver content for our fans to enjoy in the long term and to create an environment where our affiliated livers can safely perform their activities with the support of fans and various stakeholders. It is essential for both our livers and our company to unite and adhere to compliance with the activity rules. Now, again, the problem here is that they've used several words which we know are deceptive at best, right? So, safely. We know they don't give a shit about talent safety. Selene tried to end her own life twice. Also on top of that, they wrote, essential, unite, adhere with compliance. We are confident to deliver content to our fans to enjoy in the long term, to create an environment where our affiliate livers can safely perform their activities. Again, you have all of these words that you didn't need to add in, but you just added in because they sounded nice, or they projected this impression that it was, in their words, a safe space, right? Somewhere where it was, a good place for people to make content. Now, we've been given much reason to doubt that as of late. But again, and at this point, the facade was beginning to fail. So just reading this made a lot of people cringe instinctively. Next, violations by Selene Tatsky of the activity rules. And yet another example of pretentious diction. Despite our efforts to uphold these rules, you didn't need to say that. You could have just launched straight into Selene Tatsky has repeatedly violated activity rules since joining Niji, right? Again, this was not a phrase that you needed to add in, but it's a phrase that makes you sound nice. To be fair, I do think that it's possible that they hired somebody who could actually fluently speak English, but it was unfortunately someone who was so thoroughly brain-rotted to comply with this level of Corpo speak that they ended up bloating out the statement to 3 pages. I believe it was Cottontail VA who commented under the original post saying 3 pages of yapping and nothing of substance said, or something along those lines. But yeah, this did not need to be 3 pages, right? You could have cut so much from this. But in any case, to continue, since joining Niji Sanji in 2021, Selene Tatsky's actions in violation of the activity's rules encompass a wide range of issues such as non-compliance with rights confirmation and authorization flows. Now, when they say non-compliance, right, I suspect that the reason why they said non-compliance instead of failed to comply was because that would have been a lie. She didn't fail to comply with rights confirmation because, again, like I said, she'd already gotten perms from Lily Pichu more than a year in advance of when she actually ended up posting the video, right? However, in the first video that I ever posted to this channel, one of the things that I explained was that in the way that this is written, it's very deceptive without being an outright lie necessarily, because it combines rights confirmation with authorization flows as if they mean the same thing. They don't. Rights confirmation means that you confirm with the copyright holder that it's okay for you to do what you're doing. Authorization flows means that you go through management in the way that they tell you to, right? Which basically means that you wait for the bureaucracy to, catch the fuck up. However, what they've done here is they've mixed one accusation that is probably legitimate, because again, Selene did post the video before she got the go-ahead from all layers of management, however many layers there are to that particular onion. But she probably broke that rule, but she didn't break the other. But they lumped it all together to make it sound like she broke both. And this is why this particular instance of verbal false limbs being used is so nefarious. Because essentially it's flinging all manner of dirt in the hope that something sticks, right? Which could potentially lead to infringement of third-party rights, including copyrights. Again, as we've already established, this was never a problem. The violation could also lead the violation could also include unauthorized usage of works and assets belonging to others affiliated with any color, disregarding the intentions of these parties, as well as a lack of communication with the creators, resulting in delays in Selen Tatsky's commission of payments to commission payments to creators. Furthermore, there have been ongoing reports about inappropriate behavior by Selen Tatsky throughout her time as a Niji Sanji Ian lifer. Now, remember when Orwell said that use of verbal false limbs include a reliance on passive voice instead of active voice? Yeah, there have been ongoing reports, not, livers, other livers have made ongoing reports. Someone has made ongoing reports. We have made ongoing reports. We have received ongoing reports. Again, absolutely no indication of any sort of personhood, responsibility, or allocation of blame for anything that's going on. It's just blank, oh, these reports just happened. They're an objective fact. Never mind where they came from, but they're definitely real, right? They're definitely there. And again, it's this reliance on passive voice to convey the idea that you are being neutral, you are presenting an objective fact rather than just an allegation that Niji is relying on when they wrote this particular part of their document. Throughout our time as a Niji Sanji, we have been addressing these concerns as they arise. And again, the community note that that is still there to this day on this announcement is the fact that lack of communication with creators resulted in delays to Selen Tatsky's commission payments to creators is a lie. And again, this is something that a lot of people fixated on, but all of these other things are worth pointing out as well, because these are things that other statements made by other VTuber companies might end up exhibiting as well. Now, I will say, granted, there are a lot of these things that could be used innocently. However, when they are used in tandem, as often as they are in the same statement as you see with Niji, then I would say it's safe to say that it's more than a little intentional, and it's more than a little nefarious in its intention. To go on, as a company, we recognize that these violations of the activity rules could damage the trust placed in Niji Sanji En. We are also aware that... we are also aware that such violations jeopardize the ongoing activities of other livers affiliated with any color. Furthermore, we had consistently issued warnings to Selen Tatsky each time there was a violation of the activity rules. However, she repeatedly disregarded these warnings, often failing to reciprocate communication with managers. Additionally, Selen Tatsky has repeatedly posted false or misleading information on social media, insinuating that the violations of the activity rules were due to mismanagement by any color. Again, reliance on passive voice. Note that they say, even though they are trying to convey an accusation leveled against them by Selen, right? They say mismanagement by any color instead of any color's mismanagement. Now, that might sound like a meaningless distinction. However, the former, right, mismanagement by any color, implies that the mismanagement just happened, right? No cause, no source. However, any color's mismanagement, even though grammatically speaking it basically means the same thing, has an added connotation that any color is responsible for the mismanagement. Hence why they're playing around with the order of the words. Also why this comes off sounding a little weird, right? A little bloated. Because grammatically speaking, there is a shorter way of saying this. You could have said, insinuating that the violations of the activity rules were due to any color's mismanagement. Shorter, you've saved a word, right? You don't need to write the word by. But now you have the implication of responsibility. You don't want that, right? So again, continuing on. In May 2023, we sent a notice to Selen Tatsky stating that any further violation of the activity rules or engaging in false or misleading statements that could damage our company's reputation would result in the termination of our affiliation contract. However, she has continued to violate the activity rules. Again, the beginning of the next paragraph. Amidst the aforementioned circumstances, you didn't need to say this, right? It comes off pretentious. You can just say on December 26th, 2023, Selene Tatsky posted a music video. You don't need to lead with this dramatic opening. You are terminating a talent, not weaving a fairy tale. For fuck's sake. Posted a music video on the Selene Tatsky Niji Sanji En YouTube channel without prior approval as required by the activity rules. The materials for the music video were shared for the first time with our management on December 26th. Again, note the use of passive voice. The materials were shared. They didn't say Selene Tatsky shared the material for the music videos, because that would imply that she actually did her job, right? That the fault was not with her because, she did share the materials. No, the materials were shared. We have no idea who sent them. We have no idea when we received them. They were just shared in retrospect, right? And then to go on. Since some elements of the music video lacked proper authorization, again, instead of saying, since we had not authorized some elements of the music video, which is functionally the same, but again, it has the uncomfortable and inconvenient connotation of responsibility by any color, right? Or Niji. So they avoided saying that, and instead they just default to passive voice again by saying, oh, some of the elements of the video lacked proper authorization, without bothering to outright say who is responsible for authorizing that. Now, I want you to imagine these two sentences again, except rewritten in a way that actually, uses active voice, right? Selene shared the materials for the music video with management on December 24th. Since some elements in the video since management had not authorized some elements in the music video, on December 25th, we communicated to Selene Tatsky that permission needed to be obtained. Again, you can very clearly see if you simply, they mean the sentences, right? In the version that I just read out and in the version that it's written, they mean the same thing. However, with my version, you can very obviously tell it's no longer hidden what is actually going on in this scenario, right? It was a perms problem because any color, despite receiving the work from Selene ahead, when they should have, failed to authorize it for whatever reason. They were dragging their feet. And that's why it violated the activity rules, because the approval was simply not going to be feasibly handed out in a time that would be reasonable, right? In a reasonable time frame, right? But you see the same thing being used again. Permission needed to be obtained from relevant parties. We know that the original artist of the song, gave permission. We know the other livers probably wouldn't care. So all that's left is Niji themselves. So when they say from relevant parties, they are effectively referring to themselves. It's like me saying armchair said, right? It just sounds pointless and weird. On top of that, though, again, permission needed to be obtained from relevant parties instead of Selene needed to obtain permission from us or from management. Because again, that would give away, that wouldn't sustain the deception that this was somehow Selene's fault and management had nothing to do with it, right? Requested her to, wait before releasing it. Despite this, Selene Tatsky disregarded the notice. You didn't need to say that. You should just say, you can just say, despite this, Selene Tatsky proceeded with the unauthorized posting, right? You don't need to say she disregarded the notice. That is obvious when you then followed it with a phrase that said she posted it without authorization. It's just words that you've added in to make it sound more egregious than it is. It's pretentious. And people aren't stupid. They can pick up on it, even if they can't put it into words. But to continue, our immediate response was to make the music video private until all authorizations were confirmed on our end. Instead of saying, until we confirmed all authorizations. At the same time, the reasoning was clearly explained to Selene Tatsky. Again, notice how they say the reasoning was clearly explained instead of we clearly explained the reasoning, right? Again, it's trying to remove themselves from any sort of responsibility in terms of communicating with Selene. And you might say, oh, that's a bit of a nitpick. However, they do the exact same thing where they actually use, active voice properly later on when they reverse the roles between themselves and Selene. However, Selene Tatsky took to social media, specifically X, making the misleading statement. Again, they misused the word misleading because when she said management has privated the song, that's not misleading, that's a fact. In fact, this was such an egregious lie that the first community note that was put onto this post, if I remember correctly, was about how it's not misleading, it's not correct to say that this was a misleading statement because that's literally what management did, right? Furthermore, Selene Tatsky's post includes a statement encouraging third parties to re-upload the music video which breaches any colors various misunderstandings. Again, misusing the word misunderstanding. Misleading, misunderstanding. No, those two words do not apply when someone has stated a fact, right? That damaged the reputation of both Anycolor and Niji-san GEN. In an effort to calm the situation, we sought, you didn't need to say that, right? You can just say, we sought to publicly disclose the reasons. You didn't even need to use the word sought, right? You can just say, we publicly disclose the reasons for making the music video private, or to have Selene Tatsky disclose herself, while being mindful. Mindful my fucking ass. If someone is in the hospital because they attempted to take their own life, you call them and your first words are, hey, can you hop on your Twitter real quick to tell your followers to get off our ass? I don't think that comes across as very mindful. Though then and again, I don't think they care a lot about what their words actually mean in this statement. Being mindful of Selene Tatsky's physical and mental health, management did their best. Again, yet another phrase that didn't need to be in there and comes across as pretentious because everyone and their dog and mother knows it means nothing, right? If you're calling someone who almost took their life to tell them, to get their fans, to get off your ass, you don't actually care about them. In their communication with not only Selene Tatsky herself, but also her emergency contact. However, despite frequent communication with Selene Tatsky's emergency contact, while remaining considerate of her situation, yet another superfluous, pretentious phrase, we were unable to come to an agreement on how to proceed. Again, to come to an agreement instead of we were unable to reach an agreement, or, again, we were unable to agree on how to proceed. You don't need to bloat out we weren't able to agree with to come to an agreement. Just say to agree, right? And again, this is the same thing where you pad out the length of a phrase in order to convey this idea of, to make it sound better, essentially. Especially when read out loud, right? For fuck's sake. The decision was made. Again, passive voice. Instead of we made the decision, it's the decision was made. Never mind by whom, right? It was just made. To temporarily remove her access to accounts on various social media platforms and video distribution services under the name Selene Tatsky. Termination of affiliation contract. After attempting to address the aforementioned situation and communicating with the legal counsel representing Selene Tatsky, we conveyed the necessity for. Now, conveyed the necessity for is a really long way of saying instructed, demanded. That is exactly what they are trying to say, but they're trying to obscure and dress up here. Right? When they say we conveyed the necessity for, try reading it as we instructed Selene Tatsky, and it starts making a lot more sense. Azahara, this comes off as a high schooler trying to increase the word count on an essay. Yeah, it does. But again, what I want to move away from is the assumption that this is always due to incompetence and not due to malice. Because in several of these instances that I pointed out, it is very deliberately written to obfuscate the meaning of what they're actually saying, right? when they say we conveyed the necessity for, the reason why they say it that way instead of saying we instructed or we demanded is because that would instantly give away every other pretentious phrase where they pretended to care about Selene's well-being, just like that, right? Because you don't make demands of someone who is still in the hospital after an attempt on their own life, right? It's pretty absurd to say that. So, again, we conveyed the necessity for Selene Tatsky to inform the public about the reasons behind our decision to make the music video private. Additionally, we expressed to Selene Tatsky our expectations for future compliance with the activity rules from here on. This is some, oh, don't kill yourself, you're so sexy, ah ha ha type energy, but like in Corpo speak. Despite our efforts, Selene Tatsky demanded that Any Color should be held legally responsible. She claimed that she was no longer able to engage in her activities as a liver due to the decisions made by Any Color, was being harassed by other affiliated livers due to mismanagement, while refusing to acknowledge her responsibility for violating the activity rules. Again, you didn't need to say this. You've already said this for pretty much every paragraph prior to this point. This serves no purpose besides making it sound more egregious in a pretentious manner. Moreover, Selene Tatsky insisted that if the negotiations did not progress, she would proceed to release a statement regarding her claims to the public. And thank fuck that she did, because otherwise we might not have Dokibird with us now. Oh shit, Lumi. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Lumi Raiders. I hope you had a nice stream. I really, really hate how YouTube has made the raid icon white text on white background. If it wasn't for the fact that I recognized your icon, I would have no clue in hell who is raiding me at any particular point in time. They really need to fix that. Holy shit. But in any case, we're going through, well, this is a bit of the tail end of the stream, but we're going through some of the Corpo slop speak that infests VTubing as an industry. Oh, you were playing Baldur's Gate based. Oh, and then final page of this awful, this absolute abortion of a statement. Any Color believes that the claims raised by Selene Tatsky are in fact referring to, you didn't need to say are in fact referring to, just say referring to, or just refer to, right? This accomplishes nothing but making it sound more flowery. Wait, Armchair's on dark mode? Yeah, I am. That arose when she was, in fact referring to situations that arose when she was warned about her breaches of the activity rules and attempts to shift the responsibility for these violations, damaging Any Color and Niji Sanji Ien's image. This has led to the deterioration of the relationship between her, Any Color, and other livers affiliated with Any Color. Any Color firmly believes that we and the other livers under our affiliation have not engaged in unjust practices towards Selene Tatsky. Considering the irreparable damage, again, you didn't need to say that. You could have just said, considering the damage, our company's reputation. You didn't need to add the word irreparable in there, besides just fluffing up that phrase. To our company's reputation and the threat to ongoing activities of other affiliated livers, we regrettably... Again, you didn't need to use the word regrettably. It means nothing. We know you don't care, so don't include that word. Adverbs are one of the few word types that are completely unnecessary to what you write. So if you include something like that, at least fucking mean it. Azahara, Starbucks coffee $8, one last cup of coffee $50 million. It's really poetic. We regrettably concluded that the termination of our affiliation contract with Selene Tatsky was unavoidable. Now, I want to make this very clear. I get what they're trying to say, right? They're trying to say we had to. However, unavoidable does not mean that. Unavoidable simply means that this could not have been avoided, whereas in actuality, according to the situation that has been laid out here, it could have. It could have been avoided by having your management actually approve things in a timely manner. Right? And so again, this word is being misused in a way that renders it pretty much meaningless, right? Unavoidable just means we had to do it, which is not the original definition, right? Since becoming a part of Niji-Sanji En in July 2021, Selen Tatsuki has undeniably played a significant role in the growth of Niji-Sanji En. We fully understand that our decision to terminate the contract will have a significant impact on Selen Tatsuki's fans and supporters of Niji-Sanji En. However, ensuring responsible content creation through adherence to the activity rules is fundamental to our mission. The fuck is your mission? You didn't need to call it that. You could have just said operation or is necessary, fundamental to our mission. Like, get off it. It is with deep regret that we must part ways. Again, you can just say, it is with deep regret that, we must terminate this contract, right? Or we must part with. You didn't need to say we must part ways. And again, I get that might sound like a tiny little, it might sound like a tiny irrelevant detail, a tiny difference, to the point where it might not even mean anything. But in actuality, it's all adding up to the same overarching pretentiousness that infests this entire document, and it's part of the reason why so many people immediately found this to be extraordinarily hard to read. It is with then we must part ways with our affiliated live as Selen Tatsuki, as we could not reach the agreement on our points of view. However, we would like to ask for the understanding of our fans to the circumstances that led to this decision. As of today, the 5th of February 2024 JST, Selen Tatsuki's activities will cease. Her YouTube membership will be closed. Her social media accounts will be made private. Small detail. But they could have said, and we will close her social media accounts, or we will make her social media accounts private. But no, they will be made private, never mind by whom. And again, I'm not going to go on too much about this, because this is fairly common wording in a lot of termination notices. But when you put this in the context of everything that's been put into this document prior to this point, yeah, I think this is more intentional than anything. We will also gradually halt the sale of merchandise and voice-related content. Please note that merchandise produced in 2023 featuring Selen Tatsuki or including her in the lineup may be released in the future. Selen Tatsuki's revenue payment for these has either already been completed or is planned to be settled by the end of February. The Niji-Sanji En VTuber group Obsidia will pursue their activities with Rosemi Lovelock and Petra Gurin. We sincerely thank all the fans who supported Selen Tatsuki and apologize for any inconveniences caused by this announcement. We humbly request. Again, this is not out of character for a VTuber termination notice. However, with everything else that's been said, this just comes off as a little bit more pretentiousness to sprinkle in on top. We humbly request your continued support for Obsidia and Niji-Sanji En in the future. For all inquiries in this matter, please contact any color, etc., etc., etc. So yeah. There are 2 outright lies in this document. But the entire document is deceptive for more reasons besides just those 2 lies. And hopefully now you can recognize that. However, something else, a bit of deception that isn't necessarily in the words, but in the implication, in the idea that it's trying to subtly get across to the reader. This is a company attempting to mask as a person, right? Someone who has been personally injured by Selen Tatsuki's supposed violations, right? Niji is trying really, really, really hard to sound as if they are not a company, but a group, right? A group of people that has been injured by Selen. not a faceless corporation, which they are. And a lot of the document, all of this pretentious diction, is supposed to, build up that impression in the minds of the reader, right? Oh, we're not some, nameless, faceless suits. We are a poor group of people that have been bullied by Selene into this point where we are losing our reputation, etc., right? Which brings me to the next example, the last example I want to go through, the final document that I want to read through. And this is fairly recent. EIEN, EIEN, Project Public Announcement. Now, some of you may have seen this on Twitter a while ago, and this was the post that convinced me to add this entire section onto this stream, right? Prior to this, again, like I said right at the beginning of the stream, for those who, the non-raiders who are watching me, I was going to just talk about Orwell, spurg out a little bit and call it a day. But this convinced me to actually apply some of those principles to a real statement. And the reason why I find this statement to be so egregious, I would say, well, probably not exactly the same degree as Nietzsche's Selene termination, but equally bad for different reasons that I don't want to see catch on in this industry, which is why I'm ripping into it now. Well, those reasons will become obvious in a second. It has come to our attention that a lot of misinformation has been spreading about our talents and internal company information. Immediately, it starts to sound as if the "our" whoever wrote this wants to replace "our" with "my." And as we go on, you will quickly realize that a lot of the instances of "we" were probably written by someone wanting to say "I." Now, an interesting thing about this particular announcement is that despite how unprofessionally it's written, I can almost guarantee this was written by a member of upper management, which narrows down the list of possible writers considerably. And the reason why I would make that assumption is two things, really. First, this is written horribly. This is Corpo speak. Well, this is an emotional rant, or a subtweet, essentially, a glorified subtweet, masquerading under the guise of Corpo speak. So, again, doesn't really change the fact that it's written unprofessionally, right? You can tell through the tone alone. But second, it's still up. If this was written by somebody who was only hired to make a statement, I guarantee you, with the reception that this document received when it was posted live, would have been taken down. The fact that it hasn't been taken down is what gives away to me that this was written by a higher-up. So, there were no authority figures that could come down from on high and command them to take this down, as horribly and ill-advised of a decision posting this was. But in any case, first, verbal false limb, right? It has come to our attention. Not "we have noticed," not "so-and-so has brought it to our attention." No, it has just come to our attention. Never mind how we noticed this, never mind where we looked to find this, it has come to our attention, right? Absolutely, completely nebulous how this occurred. Then, we would like to say that we are very disappointed. Again, this is pretentious diction, but it's pretentious for a reason that is different to how Nietzsche's statement was pretentious. Now, Nietzsche's statement was pretentious because it tried to get across the idea that what they were doing is grandiose, high-minded, etc., etc. This is quite different. This is diction that is designed to make it sound like a personal grievance, right? And this is where we get into an interesting sort of dichotomy between this statement and the one we just looked at. See, Nietzsche's statement was a corporation attempting to mask as an individual or as a group of people, and we saw through that. This, even though it might look on the surface to be the same thing, is the opposite. This is a person masking as a corporation, right? And it doesn't work because a corporation would not have these concerns and wouldn't express these concerns in this way, right? It is corpo speak, but it is intensely human corpo speak. in the sense that the words are, you have the same sort of disconnection between what is being said, and you do the same use of euphemism, overused words, dying metaphors, whatever. But the topics and the way that they're presented do not align with a corporation's interests of simply presenting itself in the best light possible. It simply sounds like an attempt to shut down rumors that hurt a person, not a corporation, as we'll get into in a bit. We are very disappointed it has come to this. We do not approve of slander, rumors, or defamation. Now, here's what gives away that this is a personal concern and a corporate one. They've used legal terms, but they haven't given examples of things that would lead to, this being an actual that would lead to a civil suit. Because had there been actual slander or defamation, a corporation would not bother to say this. They just sue or threaten to sue. The problem is here, slander and defamation not being used in their legal sense. They're being used because they have connotations of being insulting or egregious, and whoever's writing this statement just wants those connotations, right? We do not approve of slander, rumors, or defamation of any parties or individuals in any situation. EIEN Project is a young company. Again, young, when you're referring to a company, is an utterly meaningless word. You are no child. This is a company that we're talking about. A company may have inexperienced people. It may be put together in a disorganized way, or it might lack preparedness, or, well, again, just blanket experience, or, But it is not young. No one involved in this situation is young. You don't get to make that excuse. We are a young company in the VTubing industry that has gone through a lot of growing pains. Now, I should have added a little bit of green there, because again, growing pains is such an overused metaphor when it comes to companies trying to describe themselves, right? Or describe difficulties that come with getting larger, or upscaling, or upsizing, or whatever you want to call it. Again, just leave the dying metaphors alone, right? When you say a lot of growing pains, we know you mean difficulties with expanding, right? We have not been without criticism, and no one will ever. Again, this is just more overly dramatic diction that makes this sound like a personal grievance with the occasional Corpo speak sprinkled in. No one will ever claim that no mistakes were made. No one person is to blame for where we are today. Where we are, by the way, is in the shitter. This statement didn't need to be published because Iron was about to die anyways. Now, they were about to die while withholding some of their models, which is a bit of a shame in my opinion, and this is an opinion that quite a lot of other people share, but they were about to die nonetheless. If you are going to go down as a corporation, you can at least go down with a little bit of dignity. And dignity this is not. We do not want anyone casting blame at a specific person or persons in any way. Again, this is another thing that convinces me that this was not written from the perspective of a corporate or of a corporation. A corporation does not care if you level blame at specific persons. They will try to obfuscate who the persons responsible are as a matter of course, but they won't care if all you seem to be accusing are individual people. Now, those who would care are the actual individuals that are being accused of wrongdoing or poor performance, which again is yet another indication to me that this was written by a single or maybe two higher-ups at most. Someone with enough power to make sure that this stays on their account even after the public backlash, but who has enough personal investment in the supposed rumor, slander, and defamation to write something up anyways. Talents and management were a team. If I ever read through a corporate statement where management refers to themselves and their talents as a team, as the entire corporation is collapsing in front of me, man, I'm going to go on the warpath. Because This is about as dead and hollow as a metaphor can get. Not only has it been done to death, to the point where when you say that people who work together are a team, no one cares anymore. No one actually takes that seriously anymore as a metaphor. But when the context flies in the face of this metaphor, you might as well just skip over this entirely, right? Yeah, team, family, the two most egregious dead metaphors that corporations simply can't seem to let go of. Come up with something new, for fuck's sake. And we had our dreams and worked hard toward them together. But unfortunately, it didn't work out the way we had hoped. We would like to clarify the following: accusation of failure to complete contracts, casting of blame. Now, already here you see a little bit of, this reliance on passive voice. Casting of blame. Never mind who is blaming who for what, right? Just that there is blame and we are uncomfortable. So we would like to address it, right? Again, just obfuscating the problem that you have, probably because you contributed to the problem. And then finally, accusations of favoritism. Now, this is the equivalent of walking up to a stranger, shaking hands with them and saying, "Hello, my name is Armchair Expert, and I definitely don't have an armpit kink." Like, hello? What do you think people are going to think when you've brought that up without any prompt whatsoever? And that's exactly what they've did. Prior to this, if there were people talking about favoritism, casting blame, accusing them of failure, or management of failure specifically, they were just rumors. Now that you've come out and made this statement where none needed to be said, no one was making any hard accusations, yeah, I think you've sent the wrong message. Now, this is the kind of blindingly obvious thing that a PR person or anyone with even a modicum of PR experience would be able to tell you. Yeah, it's like Niji denying bullying, right? But no. Look, when I gave that as an example, right? That's an example. I'm not saying I do. I'm not saying I do. There is no hard confirm. There's no hard confirm. I'm just giving that as an example. Hentai tag streams, that happens in the future. That happens in the future. No, Eddie. No. That was just an example, right? That's just an example. But in any case, yeah, if you go up to somebody without a prompt and you share some information with them, you can't really blame them for then assuming that is the case. Chairman is based. Yes, I will neither confirm nor deny until we actually get to do that tag rating stream later on, as it's part of the induction for every VTuber. We sniff that. No, Kiernoth, down. I cannot confirm nor deny the allegations. I'd like to plead the fifth. Fun fact, in Australia we actually don't have the fifth, so we don't have a choice. We go completely silent and risk getting prosecuted for that, or we just, we talk and we risk getting prosecuted for that. But in any case. In regards to failure to complete contractual obligations, while the details of the contracts laid out very specific requirements of both parties, there were instances where the contractual obligations were not fully met. Again, more passive voice. There were instances where the contractual obligations were not fully met. Okay, who caused those incidents? Who failed to meet their contractual obligations? Why say this and then stop short of that? Because what you've essentially done is you've brought up an accusation without refuting it, which basically just confirms the accusation, or at the very least brings it up in the forefront of the mind of the public. So again, this proves to me that this is an unprofessional higher-up writing this statement, because no experienced communicator would look at this and say, good, I think this is worth posting. This will definitely help your case. This is the case for all parties involved to various degrees. Again, why can't you just say this is the case for all parties involved? Or this was... You don't even need to say the sentence, because everyone would have assumed that this was the case for all parties. Unless you wanted to spread out blame, like butter over a piece of bread, to ensure that no one side has more than another. Like, come on. We know what you're doing. So why did you post this statement? Many are aware that the talents participated in providing their feedback. See, notice how they said participated in providing instead of provided. Maybe because if they just said provided, that would imply that they actually received those bits of feedback, right? Instead, now they've bloated it out to participated in providing, to create the illusion that there is somehow this sort of liminal space between the talent saying feedback and management receiving it, right? That's what they've done by bloating out this phrase, what should have just been a single word into three, right? Participated in providing their feedback. No, what you mean is they provided their feedback, which now puts you in a position where you either did or did not implement some form of action in response. You either did or did not respond sufficiently. And, of course, whoever's writing this doesn't want that to be the case, because that would imply a responsibility, when they're, in actuality, trying to shirk it. Pretty obviously. Participated in providing their feedback on management performance and company operations. Please be aware that management provided feedback to talents as well. See, again, here you notice that, whereas when it comes to talents providing feedback to them, they will obfuscate it by saying participated in providing. But when they're flipping the roles, right, when management is providing feedback to the talents, they just say, oh, management provided feedback, instead of management also participated in providing feedback to talents. So you can start to see that not only has this been written by a higher up, not only has this been written by an unprofessional higher up, so probably someone who's not great at their job, but this has been written by a higher up who is being extraordinarily unprofessional, who has issues with their talents. Because otherwise they wouldn't throw their talents under the bus, no matter how subtle a way that they are doing it, through wordplay. And we've put all of this together without needing to resort to any rumors, but just reading this document. In case anybody who has been involved with this is watching, in case anybody who works at a company who might conceivably be called upon to write a document like this in the future, I hope you take this as a warning as to why things like this are not advisable. Because all of those conclusions we've just reached would not have been, well, they would not have been as evidenced as they currently are if this document did not exist, if it was never posted, if this was written in a journal, perhaps, or in an anonymous 4chan post, although I don't really recommend just posting on image boards because that won't really get you validation. Just tell a friend, or go to therapy, or write in a journal. Don't do whatever the fuck this is. Corporate accounts are not where you should be voicing your personal grievances, no matter who those personal grievances are with. Because it's a corporate account. If you're going to air a personal grievance, air it on your personal account. Or again, if it is a legitimate grievance that has legal, civil implications, then get a lawyer. Exactly, Kirnoth. Don't do this. This just makes everyone look worse. So again, participated in providing their feedback to management, while management provided feedback to talents as well. Everyone made steps toward improving. Iron was quite lenient, and understanding with our talents regarding their performance, because we knew they had very realistic personal circumstances that we wished to treat with the utmost respect. It's a little empty considering the fact that you didn't just give away all of your models, even though since your company's collapsing, it's not like you're going to have any use for them, right? If you really care about their issues, you want to give them the best leg up in life that you can, why not just give them their models for all of the talents when they leave? Why are there some talents that are leaving with their models and some that are not? You don't gain anything by keeping those, because that's IP that you probably won't be using again and will become radioactive after your company shuts down. I mean, look at Wachter. If you want to try that, well, be my guest. More content for me and other creators like me. But I don't think that these people would want to do that. So it serves no purpose behind just gathering figurative dust on some hard drive somewhere. So that doesn't really gel well with the idea that they wanted to treat all of their talents with utmost respect. At least, well, not equally, right? Wachter, you mean 910 Inc.? Yeah. And we were a young, yet again, that use of the word young in a gross attempt to... The weird thing about this is that the reason why this reads like such a skin-walked attempt at corpo speak is because this is a person masking as a corporation, masking as a person, right? That's why this reads so off, so uncannily. Because again, this is written as if, this is a person pretending to be a corporation who is, speaking as if it wants to convey the impression that it wants to be treated like a person, right? So again, this really should have just been, at most, something that you posted on your personal account, not your corporate account. Yeah, exactly. Our company's underaged are bullshit, right? Make them like a baby. Yeah, that's exactly how this comes across. We were a young company with room to grow and improve. Again, this is such a tired metaphor. Don't say we had room to grow and improve when you are basically already collapsing. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach a state that aligned with everyone's wishes and goals. In regards to casting of blame, again, that use of passive voice, blame has been cast, never mind by whom, directed at whom, or, where or when, or how we found it. Just, it was cast, and that's enough for us to write this statement. In regards to casting of blame, we have seen and heard, again, this is one of the places where it reeks of the fact that the person writing this document wanted to write I and not we. Barely legal company. That's a good one. We have seen and heard a lot of feedback and rumors. Now, I didn't see them on Twitter, not really. So they must have been looking in other places, forums, image boards. If that's where you're looking to get your feedback, I'm sorry. It's terminal. We have seen and heard a lot of feedback and rumors that specific talents, current or former, individual members of management were specifically to blame for the company. Oh, would you look at that? Yet another little piece of evidence that points to the fact that this was written by a single, or at most two, higher-ups. Eddie, young corpos are still corpos. Exactly. There is no age when it comes to corpos. They're not fucking human. And despite their attempts to humanize themselves, that's nothing but advertising, marketing, and propaganda. A corporation is not human. It will never be. And to treat it as such is, I would say, pretty naive. They exist for one reason and one reason only. To part you and your money. Now, how much they make that parting worth it is different from company to company, but that is, at its core, the goal of every corporation. And that is their only goal. Everything else they do is simply a method that they use to achieve that goal of making money. Individual members of management specifically to blame for the company being unable to remain operational. To be clear, There is a word for what they are describing when they say unable to remain operational. That word is failing, collapsing, falling in on itself, if you want to be dramatic. But you don't need to say remain operational, unable to remain operational. This was the exact kind of verbal bloat that Orwell was describing in his essay, all to avoid actually admitting failure and, as a result, admitting responsibility for failure. Being unable to remain operational. Just say, company failing. Because at this point, if you're going to include everything else that this statement has already included, you might as well go the whole mile, right? Instead of just, hiding behind this Corpo speak. Again, like I said, it is all about avoiding responsibility with this statement, right? Wanting to address rumors and slander and defamation without actually providing anything concrete. This reads like somebody trying to achieve emotional catharsis, not actually clear up misinformation. And again, I can very easily see that being the case. And that is another reason why this shouldn't have been posted. This is false. The operations of Iron were never a one-person show. Again, one-person show is such a tired metaphor as well. Just use something else, right? If you want to be really pretentious, just an individual endeavor. Or even better, just say the operations of Iron were a team effort, or fucking anything. Actually, you know what? Not a team effort. Don't say that. That's equally overdone. Just don't say this at all, right? Because you didn't have to. It doesn't achieve anything. I just realized while I was in the middle of theorizing different ways that they could have phrased this, that I was trying to save a shit salad where no matter what you add or what you change, it is still a shit salad. But in any case, we're never a one-person show, and we all had our parts in the journey. Don't describe it as a journey if you're on the verge of collapse and this has solely been written and posted for the purpose of absolving a small group of people within your organization of responsibility for said collapse. The diction is pretentious because it doesn't match the context. At the end of the day, we weren't able to make it work. No shit, Sherlock. The company's dead. And while unfortunate, there's that word again, unfortunate. People really need to stop using the word unfortunate when corpos have negative news to tell the public. We know it's unfortunate. We can see that there is black text on white background, right? People aren't stupid. We can tell it's unfortunate. You saying as much is a waste of words at best and condescending at worst. Just don't use the word. 2 words. Actually, you know what? I'm going to amend the previous statement that I made earlier on this stream. If you are a management, if you are staff who works for a VTuber Corpo, 2 words to never use in any sort of press release about something negative. Transparency and unfortunate. If you use either of those words, you have failed at your job. And while unfortunate, it is not the fault of any specific individual. Again, it's not the fault. It's not, so-and-so's fault or our fault or we are not to blame. Just, it's not the fault of. Instead of no one is at fault. No one wants to be, again, not implicating anybody of any specific individual. In regards to accusations of favoritism, now this is the real there is no bullying in Niji Sanji, or there is no war in Ba Sing Se. In regards to accusations of favoritism, there has been a lot of speculation regarding this, but we assure you that we respect all our talents equally. Some claim that we held specific talents more strictly in regards to their actions. However, we considered breaches of contract and company policies by any talent with the same considerations. At the end of the day, don't say at the end of the day. I forgot to highlight that, but just don't. You don't need to, right? Just keep it professional, keep it brief. Don't resort to flowery turns of speech like this. Just say, we were ultimately more interested. One word, not what? 7, 6. Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7, right? Oh no, 6. I can't count. I'm stupid. Yeah, don't use 6 words when you can just use 1, right? We were more interested in supporting the talents and understanding that it is in everyone's best interest to allow the talents as much freedom as possible while still trying to uphold our company values. We can say that every member of Iron Project tried their very best. We respect our talents greatly and wish them the best in their future endeavors. We ask that everyone involved... Now, the reason why I labeled this as pretentious is because I have to ask, who is everyone involved? It's not the reader, because assuming that you came out with this, the reader has no reason to assume any of this is true, right? And the reader probably wouldn't be the one spreading the misinformation, right? This is addressed at people who are supposedly spreading the misinformation, and people only heard it but didn't spread it themselves. They are not part of everyone. And since this is a document that is addressed at people who don't believe the rumors, right? Or telling people not to believe the rumors, that is supposedly the target audience of this document. So the everyone involved, even though it seems aimed at the readers, does not functionally work that way. Which means that there is only one other possible candidate for everyone involved. It's not the audience. It seems to be aimed at other creators. Either creators that recently left, or members of staff that have recently left, or even creators from other agencies. Or in other words, just people who aren't just an everyday, VTuber watcher, or the audience that you are supposedly addressing with this announcement. So, again, you didn't need to write everyone involved. Because when people start thinking about who everyone involved refers to, you come to some pretty uncomfortable conclusions. More accurately, there is no favoritism in Niji Sanji. Yeah. That. Yeah, aimed at itself. It hurt itself in its confusion, right? Stop spreading misinformation that everyone continues to support all the talents positively. Now, again, I add this in for 2 reasons. 1, misinformation. If you want to disprove a rumor... If you want to kill a rumor, 2 ways of doing so. 1, ignore it. It will die out naturally, provided it has no more fuel over time. Or, disprove it. Unfortunately, this announcement has done neither. So when you say misinformation, I'm sorry, but people have no basis to see whether it is true or not, and they still don't after reading your statement. Your statement just comes off as, please stop talking about it, and nothing else. So again, pointless word. No point in including it. The whole statement shouldn't have been posted, but this word, nah, not really necessary. And finally, yeah, support the talents positively. A2, exactly. What do you mean, right? As if it's possible to support talents negatively. What are you trying to... Again, there is no point in including this word beyond simply, I hope that the reaction to this, that the vibes are still positive. And that's it. an utterly meaningless inclusion of the word positively, except simply an implied request for positivity in response to this statement that it has, frankly, not earned. Now, I want to be very clear. If there are harmful rumors circulating around your corporation and it risks actually harming your corporation, it is completely within your right to address those rumors on your corporate account. What is not acceptable, or I should say, what is not recommended, is puppeting a corporate account to address rumors that have nothing to do with the fate of the corporation, because the fate of the corporation has already been sealed in this case. If you want to address rumors that are regarding yourself, do so yourself, with your own accounts, in your own words, as your own person. Don't do whatever sock puppeting this is. And when I talk about professionalism in VTubing, this is what I mean. Members of management understanding their role as management. When they use company accounts, they tweet, they speak as the company. They don't use it as a platform to boost whatever personal gripes and grievances they have. Because they are people who can represent themselves. They don't need to hide something behind a corporate facade to lend it more objectivity or legitimacy. If you have a problem, and you really think it needs to be addressed, address it yourself, directly. Don't do this shit. When I talk about professionalism, that's what it is. Treating this like a business, allowing it to rise and die as a business. Not to drag in whatever baggage you have and force everyone else to pay attention to it. That's not what this is for. So at the end of the day, what I want you to take away from this stream, if nothing else, is to understand that not all deception consists of lies. And that, hopefully now, you are better equipped to discern when there is deception going on, even if that deception is not constituted of technical lies. We can say do better, but at the end of the day, the only way we can actually make things better is by pointing this stuff out, seeing it when it happens, pointing out to other people when it's happening, respectfully, of course, and, when necessary, laughing at it as well. Because you might not be able to shame a corporation, but you can make it damn near impossible for the corporation to move on unscathed in terms of its public image. There is such thing as hate watching and supporting a lolcow. True. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Spoiling his talent freedom stream with his serious voice rant. Again, the talent freedom stream will have quite a few other talking points. Again, I'm currently ironing them out behind the scenes. I don't think there will be too much overlap with what we've talked about today. Because, well, my issue with VShojo has never been that their management is bad at their job. In fact, quite the contrary. I think their management is extraordinarily competent. For VTubing managers, right? When we look at the some of the examples of management we have in this space, VShojo is definitely up there as having some of the most competent managers, in my opinion. However, my main gripe with VShojo is how, I suppose, disunified their talents can come off because of the occasional lack of professionalism. And I don't mean lack of professionalism as a one-off thing either. I mean a recurring pattern of behavior that I find to be quite concerning among content creators who belong to the same agency. But yeah. This announcement looks like pure deflection. Oh, it is. Absolutely it is. It is essentially one person's way of saying, look, I've heard that you're talking. I want you to shut up. I won't give you reasons to shut up, but I just want you to shut up. That's all this is, right? It's just one person or two people using a corporate account to tell everyone to shut up without giving any reason as to why they should. And the worst part is, when you come out and say that unprompted, all you do is you incentivize people to talk about it more. And the fact that whoever wrote this couldn't see that tells me that they are not very experienced in the realm of PR or, well, even any sort of public communication or public-facing communication. Yeah, at Sumonite, they're all very independent, but they have to be friendly, supporty. Yeah. That's part of the thing. That's part of the problem, as I've identified it. But again, more detail to be provided in 2 weeks' time. One thing, I am currently cooking you will notice I haven't put up a waiting room for next week's stream yet. That's because I am currently cooking a collab. I'm still not, things haven't been completely locked in just yet, but I'm talking out details and, ironing them out, hoping that nothing goes wrong with the person that I'm looking to collab with. If it all goes well, I'll be putting out an announcement later on, either early next week or, well, hopefully at the end of this week. But so yeah, keep your eye on my community tab to get updates on that. I think a lot of you will enjoy the collab because I find this creator to be quite cool, and I suspect a lot of you will as well. Anyways, like, subscribe, all of that stuff. Now I'm just going to... this whole thing about, this idea of doing this stream to go into the whole, you need to understand the whole importance of securing language type stuff. I hope that I've managed to sort of, declare how many slides this time. I'm not going for any records. It's probably going to be one of the shorter streams because it's a collab, and I tend to not really use too many slides for collabs because I would prefer to focus more on just talking to the person I'm collabing with. But yeah, the whole thing about this stream about, the importance of understanding that not all deception is constituted of lies, and, why protecting the integrity of language, insisting that words have specific definitions is not just a sort of stick in the mud thing to do, but actually serves a purpose, right? This is something that I've wanted to talk about for ages, and I appreciate all of you guys showing up to watch me yap about this. Yeah. Slides? No, not Parrot. Although, I would love to be able to collab with Parrot on something in the future. The man is... I have spoken to him in the past. He's been very helpful with any questions that I might have had about, a specific thing that I wanted to ask about YouTube moderation, for example, or some sort of content-related thing. So he's a very nice person. He's a very nice guy. For completely unrelated reasons, have you played or owned Metal Gear Rising before? I have not. I've never owned a gaming console besides just a laptop. So, never really been big into games like MGR and stuff like that. I've never really been much of a gamer. Well, that's a lie. Most of the games I play are just different genres from that. I just don't view them as games because I started off playing them on mobile. Which is, objectively speaking, the worst console. But yeah, I mean, the stuff that I play was, the stuff that I love doing is like Bloons TD or like Plague Inc. That's about as different from MGR as you can get, in my opinion. Noose? No, not Noose. Although Noose has, Noose has an excellent voice. Great stream, nice to listen to. Thank you. It's very kind of you to say so, and I hope you enjoyed it and found it informative. Puzzle games, exactly. Puzzle games, sim games, etc., etc. There's something about being in control of an entire, it's basically, It's basically all the TISM games, basically, right? Jellycore gaming, kind of. It's all strategy and simulations and stuff like that. But yeah, that's why we were spamming memes, Jack. Don't worry, I know about that. It's I know Metal Gear Rising because of Maxor's videos. So before MGR, you should play MGS2 first. Eventually, in the future, when I'm no longer poor, I will be able to create a gaming cave for myself. But yeah, what is the game that Clear Ite keeps spamming in people's replies on Twitter? Is it Civ? Or is it something else? I'm just gonna love FGO. I have a friend that is extraordinarily addicted to FGO. And it's a very interesting addiction to watch happen to somebody else in real time. A2, thank you for the 40. That's very generous of you. You now own Metal Gear Rising. I forget how much of a cut YouTube takes. I think it's 30%. MGR is on Steam. Okay, I'll put it to good use. I will buy MGR. Even if I don't have the console to play it just yet, I'll just have it in my library until I do. Thank you for that donation. It's very kind of you. Make a throne. I have considered making a throne because it would be funny with my branding. But I honestly don't know what I would put on the throne. And I don't know how the logistics of, getting things delivered to a certain place or something. Or if that's even a factor to think about with the throne. Is it you just buy something and then the supplier directly sends it to you? Or do you is there some sort of like address thingy? Oh god, FGO. Yeah. Oh, Europa Universalis. Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, I was getting mixed up with Civ. I have moral opposition to gachas. Same. 55 gallons of lube. We will bring the MGR playthrough stream into existence through sheer force of will. I have no doubt. Armchair should play ZZZ because he loves the music so much. True. I mean, to be fair though, with Zenless Zone Zero, there was only that one track that I really liked. I haven't listened to the others that much, but I think I remember briefly flicking through them, and that was the only one that really caught my ear. So, put a crown on the throne for maximum meme. This is honestly such a good idea. I'll set one up eventually by the end of this month, hopefully. It's just so I have a time frame to commit to. Yeah, this month has not been a great one for me, but I appreciate all of you being around. This is really nice to do. It gives me some purpose, gives me somewhere to, well, something to focus on, something fulfilling to focus on. Where is Limbus Sleeper Agents at? Limbus has possibly some of the best music of any game OST that I've come across. Their composers cook so hard. Have I tried Goddess of Victory? I have not, but I've heard pretty much all of the soundtrack from that. I have several playlists that have different songs from Decay on them. Keep naming mobile games. Puzzle games, slideshows like Dustborn's Desert Motorcycle Parts. Yeah, that's why I love Dustborn so much, because it was basically half slideshow and half FPS, right? Third-person game, sorry. GFL 2 releases in December. Huh. I don't get a lot of time to game nowadays because I'm busy between working and prepping stuff for stream, as well as, other stuff in the background. But who knows? Maybe in the future, if my circumstances permit, I will pivot into doing a little bit more of that, if not making it my main content. I really respect... I know that recently... I've seen on Twitter that there's been yet another Twitch streamer that has come out to give the brain-dead take that streaming is somehow the hardest job of all. Like, fuck off, right? But at the same time, I do respect the streamers who are able to simply play a game and then yap without a plan or anything like that. Because the people who are able to be entertaining without any sort of talking points or any sort of plan or anything like that, I admire the ability to simply yap engagingly, off the cuff. And that is a skill that personally I would like to be able to build up to. But, yeah. Again, not the hardest job, but I do think there are aspects of it that are worth respecting. It does require effort to be a good streamer. Exactly. Yeah. It's not hardest, but it still requires effort if you want to make something out of it. If you want to give your audience something worth their time. Blue Archive. I don't think my wallet is ready for Blue Archive, Robin. Yeah, that's a kind of talent. I love tangent maxing VTubers by a lot. Same. They are essentially infinite entertainment because they are such self-propelling machines of content. I mean, I'm sure streaming has challenges. Oh yeah, for sure. Again, I want to make this very clear. I will well, I don't like using that phrase. Saying that streaming doesn't have challenges is madness. But saying that streaming is the hardest job of all is madness and stupidity. Yeah, Pippa and Kirsha. Yeah, they are absolutely great at tangents and being self-sustaining yap machines. Have no time to game, and the most recent game I played was Dustborn. Yeah, again, that was part of the research process. I did it for you guys. And you have been very, you've made no secret of the fact that you appreciate the effort, which makes it a lot easier for me to do stuff like that, right? It is an unpleasant experience, but I don't mind going through it because I know that at the end of the day, I'll have something worth bringing to you, right? And that's my job when I make content. Now that I think about it, it's a bit like being the owner of a cat, bringing being an owner of a cat that goes out, kills small animals, and just brings the stiff corpse back to you, right? It's making sure that you bring something worthwhile, but something that they'll actually want. Imagine if every single time your cat left your sight, right, it came back clutching somebody's wallet instead of a dead bird. Now, granted, assuming you have a moral compass, you probably wouldn't like that very much. You'd probably be pretty uncomfortable at the prospect of that. But it's certainly more useful. Oh, hold on. Let me take a look at who's rating. Sorry. Anime Boomers Podcast, thank you for the raid. Sorry, I just had to pause for a moment to see who was raiding because of how awful YouTube is on dark mode. But yeah, welcome raiders, welcome in. We're just yapping about anything in particular. But yeah, I mean, actually, funny story. About 2 months ago, I just logged off of stream, right? I just hit end stream button, and as I usually do, right? Because when I stream, I have my room sealed up like a tomb. As usual, I end stream, right? Oh, hi Gator, hi. I forgot that was the name of the podcast that you hosted. But yeah, YouTube is really awful at showing who's rating you because if you're in dark mode, it's just black. It's just white on white. It's impossible to tell. It's impossible to read. But in any case, yeah. So when I end stream, I usually just walk over to my window and open it up, right? And I remember that on this occasion, I ended stream, opened up my window, and I was instantly hit in the face with this horrid smell of rotting fish. And when I looked over, right, this was around the time that the garbage was going to be taken out. So I assumed that maybe, just maybe, someone had an absolute biohazard in one of their bins or something like that. So I shut the window. I didn't think anything more of it, right? And again, I happen to have a balcony. This will be this will be relevant later. So I shut the window to my tiny balcony, and I think nothing more of it. the next day I open it up and, I get blasted in the face by the smell of rotting fish again. And so I go through the exact same song and dance of, holding my nose, shutting the window, and setting a note in my own mind not to open it again. And then the next day, the trucks came and they took out the trash, and I assumed that the day after that it would finally be safe to open my window. And yet when I did, the exact same happened. In fact, it was worse, right? A2, is this Amja's Asmongold arc? Oh, you have no idea how on the money you are with that one. So at that point, I was at a bit of a loss, right? I had no clue what the fuck was going on outside of my window to cause that. And then I looked down. I looked down at the floor of the balcony, and tucked away in the far corner from where my window opens, I see something small, dark, deflated, and feathery. All this time, it was not garbage from the street over, as stupid as I was for thinking that it was. I had been huffing fumes from the corpse of a dead pigeon for days. And I just realized that was where the rotten fish smell was coming from. Now, granted, at that point in time, I was like, "Oh shit, I'm stupid," right? I had the corpse cleaned up. I took it out to the bin, and finally, the smell was gone. And I thought nothing of it, right? Because birds die. Well, they don't die all the time, but when they do die, obviously, occasionally, one will randomly show up outside, right? But then it happened again. Throughout that month, right? That month where that dead pigeon showed up on my balcony, I would walk out. And when I walked out, the little bit of lawn outside of my house had a headless pigeon corpse hollowed out, just lying on the grass. And at this point, there was a pattern that was emerging here. There were way too many dead pigeons showing up way too close to this same area for me to simply dismiss this as just a bird dying out of nowhere. So the mystery persisted. And then one day, I woke up, I opened my window, and I hear rustling, the sounds of claws scrabbling on the metal of the little eaves of my roof. And I look up and I see this massive black crow, the tail of a massive black crow, just fluttering, wagging around just over my balcony, right? Just over the roof of my balcony. And as I'm watching this crow move around, I start hearing cracking noises. Then feathers start raining down from the roof of my balcony, and some of those feathers have little splotches of blood on them. The next day, when I went down, yet again, there was another headless, hollowed-out pigeon corpse on the grass outside. This big, black, feathery fuck had been murderizing pigeons on my roof. And the reason why I had all of these corpses littered about wasn't just because there was some sort of disease or some sort of poisoning spree. No, this was a serial killer that had found itself a home above where I lived. So yeah, Argon, we have ravens in Australia, don't we? Not crows. Again, I misuse the word, right? I refer to ravens and crows interchangeably, even though I know that species-wise they're not, right? But yeah, they're big. When they're big, they're ravens. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we had a massive serial killer on our hands, right? Yeah, a raven was doing it. Sorry, not a crow. Not a crow. But that was that particular mystery solved. But holy shit, birds can be brutal. That was the first time I'd actually seen a bird eviscerate another bird in real time. So, it's not magpies. No. I'm not even sure if magpies predate on pigeons. I don't think they're big enough for that. The Norizzler strikes again. So how'd you stop it? That's the brilliant part. I didn't. One day it just decided that it no longer wanted to kill pigeons on my roof. And then it just left. And from that day onwards, there were no more corpses on my part of the footpath, at least. I did end up seeing... it's still in the area. Like, when I take a walk around, I do occasionally stumble across yet another pigeon corpse, always headless, in, like, you know, a different part of the neighborhood. But not near my place anymore. Magpies do swoop humans, though? Yeah. It ran out of targets. Yeah, magpies are extraordinarily mean. You do not want to mess with a magpie. Fun tip, if a magpie starts swooping you, do not ever look up at it. Because it will, without any hesitation whatsoever, try to pluck your eyeball out of your eye socket. Because that is exactly, that's what they do. Where's the shrike if you want a smaller bird that kills things? The raven-pigeon war. It's not much of a war, if I'm being completely honest. The closest thing that the ravens have to a rival over here are magpies. And that's because magpies, despite not being the biggest birds around, have an absolutely foul temper. The magpies are the chihuahuas of the bird world. Terrifying, yeah. Actually, no, not quite right. I wouldn't say they're the chihuahuas because they have way more than just bark. I'd say they are the pit bulls of the bird world, the princesses of the bird world, so to speak. What's your favorite anti-swooping improvised gear? Funny thing, I've never been swooped ever, even though I've walked near magpies with, you know, pretty fledgling chicks. Even though I've walked near magpie nests, I've never been swooped. Maybe it's because they can sense I'm not that much of a threat. Or they don't perceive me as a threat. Honey badgers with wings. That's a good way of putting it, actually. Yeah. Not the white ibis. They're just bin chickens. Yeah, we call them bin chickens over here, not ibises. Ibis sounds way too regal for what they actually do. But yeah. They haven't swooped me. Ah, I see. I've heard stories about the cassowary. Yeah. Cassowaries are not a bird you ever want to mess with. Capable of disemboweling a man in one kick of its feet. What does raven taste like? That's a pretty bold question. I wouldn't know the answer, unfortunately. They don't know how to swoop a walking, talking chair. True. Bin chicken, not Bing chicken, bin chicken. They're like Dachshunds, they turn into torpedoes. Yep. That's a pretty accurate assessment. Terrifying. They remember human faces too. Yeah, exactly. Magpies have a long memory. A lot of the animals in this part of the world are this weird combination of being either... It's this weird combination of being smart yet stupid, where it's either going to be something about the way that they've evolved, like anatomically, that is extraordinarily dumb, or it's going to be that their intelligence is like through the floor, right? But the way that they've evolved is like, it's the smartest way to solve a stupid problem. And you can probably tell that I'm referring to a koala when I talk about this, right? Koalas have optimized their bodies to perhaps the dumbest lifestyle imaginable for an animal. Like, they chose probably one of the worst sources of nutrition They chose to specialize in it to such a degree that unless they find the, eucalyptus leaves on a eucalyptus tree, they won't even recognize it as food, right? Again, their bodies have been so optimized to processing it, this abysmal source of nutrition, that this is now the only thing that they can eat, and they can only eat it in hyper-specific circumstances. And yet they are, for all intents and purposes, an evolutionary dead end, and yet they still persist. If there was ever an animal, besides the panda, that evolved to go extinct, the koala is it. But yeah. But in other circumstances, right? You have animals that are really, they've evolved to do very fascinating things, right? For example, wombats have a butt that is so filled with gristle and fat that they basically use it as, well, hydraulic presses to kill potential predators that make the mistake of poking their heads into a wombat's burrow, because they just essentially, not only do they use their butts as plugs to make sure that, the predator can't get in any further, but they then end up crushing the skull of those predators in certain cases with just the sheer force of their ass. It's just so funny. Our wildlife is so funny. And then of course you have platypuses, right? Like, imagine describing to someone a beaver with the bill of a duck who glows in the dark, who glows on the UV light, I should say. Not glows in the dark, but glows on the UV light, and they glow green of all things. Which is just, it's just so funny. And they hunt like sharks too, because they use they use sensors in their bill to detect electric signals from their prey instead of using their eyes or anything. Which is like, it's just so funny. It's just such a funny combination of utterly incongruous traits in the same animal. But yeah, I love our wildlife. It's just so funny. And then you have quokkas. Quokkas are just, your average, probably the most lovable rodent that you can come across. Assuming that they are a rodent. I'm pretty sure they're a marsupial. It's been a while since I've managed to read their Wikipedia page, but yeah. Remind of the Shiori plus Bibu Gyat review. Perry the platypus. Yeah, Perry the platypus being this sort of weird bluish green. That is actually lore accurate to real platypuses. JV Robogato, thank you for the 50 pesos. But does it have a fedora? A good question. I've yet to see one in the wild with a fedora. Electromagnetics is technically right. Oh, okay. That's nice to know. Yeah, platypuses milk by sweating. Yeah, they excrete milk as in the same manner as we would sweat in order to feed their young. Which is it's kind of insane. Lyrebirds are nice as well. Basically, for those who don't know what a lyrebird is, it's a bird that's capable of imitating pretty much any noise that you show to it. There have been very funny moments where someone has made the grievous error of using a chainsaw in vicinity of a lyrebird, and afterwards they are basically constantly plagued with the constant revving of a chainsaw near their house because the lyrebird heard the noise and chose to mimic it. And you can't really control what they choose to mimic and when they choose to do it, which makes it extra funny when stuff like that happens. Yeah. It's the same with the echidna, yeah. True. Oh god. Yeah. I really envy Australia for the platypuses. Yeah. I mean, everyone talks about Australia as, the land of things that all want to kill you. Everything's venomous or dangerous or whatever. But in actuality, that's not really how we are, right? Most of the creatures here are chill because they only evolved to be venomous because they want to be left alone. And so long as you leave them alone, well, our nation is full of really, really cute animals. Really odd, weird, but cute. Although, that being said, if you go to a beach, that's a slightly different matter. Australia has a lot of interesting things in the water that are... Yeah, they're kind of nightmare fuel now that I think about it. Things like stonefish, basically fish that camouflage themselves as stones, but also have extremely venomous spines on the top of them, so that the moment you step on them, because you can't see them, they just inject this sort of excruciating cocktail straight into your foot. We also have box jellyfish. That's fun. I mean, actually, aside from those two, there's not really... Oh, there's blue-ringed octopi, blue-ringed octopuses. Oh, for reference, if any of you ever visit Australia and you end up going to a rock pool and you see a small octopus inside, do not, under any circumstances, approach that octopus. Do not touch it. Do not go near it. Stay well away from it. Because in Australia, we have a tiny species of octopus that's extraordinarily venomous, but is also small and is named after something that, well, essentially what happens is, when it is calm, it just looks like your average garden variety octopus, although with a slightly more yellowish tint. However, when it becomes distressed and aggressive, it starts to flare with blue rings, hence its name, blue-ringed octopus, right? And when it's feeling threatened and actually, probably looking to bite you because it views you as a threat or a predator, it'll start flashing blue. However, until that point, it just looks like any other octopus. And I have seen videos of people playing around with a blue-ringed octopus that has only just faintly started flashing blue, being completely oblivious to the danger that they are in by holding this little creature in their hand. But yeah, don't poke it with a stick. Jerry, you're not helping. Look, I promise that our country is a very lovable place to visit. You just need to stay away from all the animals. But, I mean, I say that as a joke, but I'm only half joking. If you don't approach the animals, it's not like they're going to chase you down, right? JV Robergato, thank you for the 50. When you approach an emu, they run away. Yeah. Yeah, we have cone snails as well. Yeah. For those who don't know what a cone snail is, it's basically... Think a sea snail that has a shell shaped like a cone. I know, mind-breaking, right? But the way that they hunt is they have this little harpoon that they tuck away in a small proboscis that they just inch out, and they can shoot like, they shoot in the exact same way that we would use a harpoon gun, right? Except it's not just, prey that they use this on. They use this on potential predators as well. So if you see a cone-shaped shell in the water that is especially colorful, do not, or has some sort of vivid patterns, don't touch it, right? Just leave it alone, because it might be home to a cone snail that has enough toxin to drop a man. So, yeah. Again, it's mostly, not being killed by an animal endemic to Australia is a pretty simple matter of simply not being stupid. Australian animals is very much it's very much natural selection. If you get killed by one, it's almost always a case of you being worth a Darwin Award. Giant beachworms, yeah. Although I don't think they're a problem. I think they're pretty harmless, if I remember correctly. Yeah, kiwis are New Zealand, not us. We don't own those. Kiwis, if you've ever seen, if you haven't seen it, I recommend searching up a video, but kiwis, just kiwi calls, are nightmare fuel. It's such a strangely harsh noise to come out of the body of such a small and cute animal. It's honestly quite funny. If you see sentences, can you form how many patterns do I need to know to visit Australia? If it's colorful, don't go near it. It's a pretty easy, if it's colorful and not a bird, just don't go near it. Is a pretty easy way to, Actually, no, scrap that. If it's colorful, don't go near it, because cassowaries are pretty colorful. Are we talking about the kiwi bird? Yeah, the kiwi bird, not the kiwi fruit. The country will fuck around and find out. Yeah, basically. That's basically what it is. I think emus can be cute when they become... when they're fully grown, not so much. They just look like, They honestly just look like, really, really thin birds in very oversized coats, which is not exactly my ideal version of cute. But I'd say they can be. They can be. I'm going to hell for thinking one of the answers are blue-haired people. I haven't actually seen a lot of people with dyed hair in Australia, to be honest. Maybe because, well, it's been a while since I attended an arts class in uni. Maybe that's why. Australia is safe, just don't. Real and true. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate summation. Although, to be fair, I think that logic works for pretty much any other place. If we're being pedantic, right? If we're being pedantic. Otherwise, yeah. Australia is probably more true than in other places. Australia is a platypus, I would say that in a roundabout way, platypuses are very similar to bears in that if you simply looked at them from afar, you could get away with thinking that they're cute. But if you're ever holding one, things are probably going to go very wrong for you. And I say that because one thing I forgot to mention when I was talking about platypuses earlier is their venom. They are venomous. They are one of the few mammals that actually secrete venom and have a body part that is designed to administer it to a victim. Male platypuses have spurs on their hind legs. Basically these sharp spikes, kind of like hypodermic needles, that they use to spar with one another during mating season. And the aim is to stab their rival so many times and inject them with a venom that creates such an intense sensation of pain that it doesn't even respond to anesthetics from what I'm aware of, right? And this is the kind of stuff that you see in Australian wildlife. So imagine, I think this has happened a few times before, where a tourist has come in, seen the platypus, made the mistake of picking it up, not knowing it's a male one, and then been injected with platypus venom. And platypus venom is, by all accounts, not a very pleasant sensation. So, J. Robogon, thank you for the 125 pesos. My favorite things have blue hair, just don't call her Chisai. Based. We can't forget about the gimpy thing. Yep. In Australia, there are so many things that have enough venom to make you want to plunge a body part into boiling water, but won't kill you. And there are also other things like the box jellyfish, which will give you a body, which will make you want to plunge that body part in boiling water, but will also kill you if you don't get anti-venom on time. Or if you don't get treated on time, sorry. I'm not sure if there is anti-venom for box jellyfish venom. Yeah, gimpy trees. Otherwise known as, they're not nettles. I forget exactly what they're called. It's been so long since I've called them something other than gimpy. But yeah. To be 100% fair, despite living here, I've never seen... I mean, if you live in one of the more rural areas and you haven't been to a zoo in a while, I could understand that. Exactly, you don't need to worry too much. We have the giant stinging tree here. I don't know if you get stinging nettles the size of trees in America. I don't think ours are the size of trees. They're a good deal smaller, but they are extremely... well, you don't want to go anywhere near them. The pain is excruciating. Oh, there's anti-venom for the box jellyfish now? Damn. It's been a while since I've kept up with all of this stuff. I haven't had the chance to watch a nature documentary in ages. I used to watch them religiously. Although, granted, I do watch videos from like Casual Geographic in my spare time sometimes. He makes really great videos. It's just... The commentary is very chill. He has a very novel way of describing wildlife. Yeah, because people keep getting stung. True. We needed a few brave soldiers to get stung by box jellyfish. So that, we could finally develop a cure or an antivenom. Dendrocnide excelsa. Ah, I see. Even the plant life could kill in Australia. To be fair, the plant life could kill anywhere. It's just a matter of swallowing incorrectly. Rip Steve Irwin. Amen. Steve Irwin was truly a timeless icon. Although that being said, his family has definitely taken up the mantle. I genuinely think that Steve Irwin is he started an empire, and the Irwins are as close to royalty as Australians are going to get, I would think. Yeah. There's also Backyard Naturalist for Australian flora and fauna. Okay, I'll give that a search once stream is over as well. I have a lot of things to read and look up once stream is over, which is nice. There's a lot of content for me to look at in between working on stream or vids or work. I'm googling Gimpy Gimpy, and one of the top follow-ups is Gimpy Gimpy toilet paper. Yeah, we're hardcore down here. We're hardcore down under. I remember reading about something where America bought some trees from Australia and those trees burned down an entire forest. Yeah. Our flora is fucked. There are entire species of trees that can only reproduce by being set on fire. Which is really funny because they have evolved to essentially shed tinder. They start fires, right? I believe the same sort of thing happens with certain species of eucalyptus trees that excrete hyper-flammable oil. So again, when you... yeah, I would not import Australian flora into your country if you don't want bushfires. Because Australian fauna has quite literally evolved to encourage the spread of bushfires. And the thing is, with those species of plant... what you normally get is this infinite feedback loop where the plants will make more fires happen in that area, which will kill off all other plants, which will give those plants more room to grow, which will mean that there are more fires in that area, and so on and so forth, until pretty much an entire field is full of just plants that would only be able to reproduce if they were set on fire. Just bushfire fodder plants, essentially. So again, come on, even the trees. Yeah, Australia we have a funny quirk in our flora where we have, arsonist plants. Yeah, nature is wild. Yeah, koala literally hitch rides on the wildfire. Exactly. So that's what's triggering Google to autocomplete TIL. An Australian soldier killed himself after using Gimpy Gimpy. Yeah. Ever heard of the Man of War? Oh yeah, funny story actually. Hold on, let me blow my nose real quick. Damn, I'm right. We've been talking for 7 hours. I'll probably be wrapping up soon. However, I will briefly tell you this quick story that I was told by a friend of mine. Medical students are a funny bunch of people. I once had a friend who was a medical student who went on a field trip with other medical students where they just went to a beach to chill out, right? And during this particular point in time, on this particular occasion, this friend chose, quite understandably, to go out swimming. Now, what they didn't know was that this was blue bottle season, where all the Man o' War jellyfish come out to play and start washing up on shores and infesting the waters. This was a friend who had come over from a different country, and so they were not familiar with stuff like blue bottle season. And so, this person got stung. And when they were sort of, in severe pain, trying to get themselves out of the water, which they succeeded at, they managed to drag themselves out, They walked up, they were bent over because of all of the pain they were in. And they went up to this group of medical students, mind you, that they were on that field trip with. And they asked if any of them could help. And all of those medical students just stood around gawking at the sting marks. None of them knew anything to do. Now, thankfully, none of them suggested peeing on her leg, because again, that's a myth that doesn't actually work. The reason why it caught on as a myth was because, in actuality, I believe putting anything, warm water or a warm compress helps with the pain or something. But yeah, don't piss on a jellyfish sting. That doesn't do anything. But in any case, all of those people just stood around looking at her. And I will never... emotional support. Yeah, pretty much. That's all the usefulness they amounted to, essentially. Eventually, one of them had the bright idea of going off to fetch a lifeguard and getting help that way. And thankfully, my friend did end up getting treatment, right? Although, because of how delayed the treatment was, according to her doctor, she still has the stings, the nematocysts, which is the name for the cells that drive the venom into your flesh. She still has some of them in her leg. It's just that, they're not constantly causing pain anymore. But from that moment onwards, I will never forget this. Every time... She was a med student as well, by the way. Every time she would talk about med students, she would always talk about how they are the scum of the earth, absolutely abysmal when it comes to common sense, utterly incapable of doing anything besides studying, devoid of functionality when it comes to real life situations. And she would go on these rants multiple times over the course of several, weeks or months. It's just I have no doubt it was an awful experience. But from that moment onwards, well, actually, that and a bunch of other things, but that was yet another dot on the graph to tell me that there's really nothing special about medical students. And by extension, I don't really think there's anything that special about doctors either. Everyone is equally, stupidity is equal opportunity, right? It doesn't matter what you do, what class you come from, what race, what sexuality, what gender you are. Everyone is capable of being abysmally stupid. And that was the moment that sort of, again, I've said this before, I'm Australian Chinese, and as the son of immigrants, right? Professions like doctor, lawyer, etc., they do get put on a bit of a pedestal. This was one of the most, in a perverse kind of way, this was one of the most affirming things that I'd heard since realizing that, those professions are on a pedestal and just, taking them down, etc., etc. But yeah, experience makes a doctor. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Sorry, did you just say piss might clean a wound a bit? Oh, no, sorry, vinegar. Yeah. I thought you were referring to piss, Whimsy. Yeah. Why you no doctor? My point exactly. It's such a shame that... I've talked about this before in previous streams, but it's such a shame that doctor is such a glorified profession when the universities that teach it often have such shit environments for the students to learn in. It's almost explicitly about trying to break the spirit and will of each and every medical student to the point where they just become sociopathic robots by the time they graduate and actually practice. And it's just such a shame to watch, because I have a lot of friends who are med students, and these are like, these are good people, right? They all have good hearts. They're all, they're doing the job not because they want money, but because they genuinely want to help someone. I have a friend who... I have a friend who Actually, another wholesome tangent this time. Back when the pandemic first started, I was in a bit of a rut, right? As were a lot of people back then. I was a little lost. I've realized that I was at a point in my life where I realized that I was okay at doing tasks, right? If I was given an academic assignment, I would be able to fulfill it. But I wasn't really doing much with my degree outside of that. I wasn't doing things that I was passionate about within my degree, even though I found my degree, the subjects of my degree, really, really interesting. And after lockdowns first started, I did a unit in my course around podcasting. To this day, that unit has been my best subject that I've ever done in any level of academia. I aced that unit. I killed that unit. And part of the reason why I owe to one of my closest friends, and coincidentally a mod of the channel, Kuzu. Kuzu was in a position where right after the lockdowns began, right after the country forbid people going in or out, he found out that his grandfather was about to pass away. And as, the year went by, at some point during that year, his grandfather did. And he wasn't able to fly over for the funeral. And for a while, from what he told me, this really fucked him up, right? And I mean, we would have talks where we just, sit down and I'd lend an ear to him just wanting to, process things a little bit. And I can't imagine what that would be like, right? Like not being able to be there to send off a loved one in person when it happens. But during this particular time, when I was, doing that podcasting unit, our final assignment was that we had to make a short podcast show of our, we could make it whatever we want. We could make it a radio drama, an audio documentary, some sort of abstract art piece, or an interview. And I asked Kuzu if he would be willing to talk about his memories of his grandfather. And he was kind enough to say yes. And when we sat down, when we started talking, when I put, when I reviewed the footage and, started piecing together that podcast, I was in a position where it's one of those moments where you get such a... How do I say this? It's this weird mixture of melancholic beauty where you could kind of hear that the wound wasn't completely closed over. Or at least that was the impression that I got, right? There were moments of rawness here and there throughout the recording. But as I listened to him talking about his memories with his grandfather, it was... And this might sound cheesy, but the only way that I can describe it was that it was an honor to be able to sit there and listen while he talked about things like, his memories with his grandfather, how he could tell that he was his grandfather's favorite grandson, how he would do things as small children do with older grandparents, where, that thing where you notice that their skin is a little looser around the hands, and maybe you lightly pinch it, and you're fascinated by how when you take your fingers away, that little steeple of skin still remains. And hearing him talk about all of these things, right, was an experience that I will never forget. And one of the things that he talked about, because Kuzu is a medical student, and he's one of the people I'm referring to when I say that, I believe that all of my friends who are in med do it because they care. One of the things that he brought up was the fact that he was inspired. I should actually, maybe not inspired, that's probably the wrong word. He was driven to become a doctor because of how many times he sat in waiting rooms with his grandfather because he'd had a fall or something similar. And they just wouldn't be able to see anybody. And he asked himself, why is this? Does Australia just not have enough doctors? And because he saw that as a problem, regardless of how young he was, he decided that he was going to be part of the solution to that problem. And that's where he is today. He's still slaving away in that degree. It is not a kind place to the people trying to make something of themselves in it. And he still works away at it, even if it takes quite a toll on his health. But I took that recording, edited it down to size, submitted it, wrote a reflection, all of that stuff. I ended up getting possibly the best results I would ever see from any other course, for anything else I did. I can say that. It was probably the best thing I had ever made over the course of being in my degree. It did the best, in terms of numbers, academics, got put onto a showcase of some description, I forget. But throughout my life, when I'm thinking about things that I'm proud to have made, I will always think about that podcast, that session that I had with Kuzu. When I think about, good stories that I have had the privilege of living through, gaining, I will think about that podcast. Because life is fucking rough. And I am honored that in that moment he was willing to share that part of his life, painful as it may be, with me. May make me sound spoiled, but feeling a bit fortunate that my 92-year-old grandfather passed away right at the end of 2019, pretty much right before the pandemic hit. Oh no, that doesn't sound spoiled at all. In fact, I'm glad that you didn't have to, nothing barred you from seeing your grandfather. It is a very rough sensation. Saying goodbye to family members is often it's not easy. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Mother-in-law recently passed just the day before we were about to go back. I'm glad that I helped my wife make recent visits back before to make peace. Yeah. Whenever you have a moment to offer a sense of peace to somebody who's going through strife, I find that it's often those moments that affirms humanity, which is a very weird way of saying it, I suppose. But especially if you spend a lot of time on the internet, it can become very easy to be swept away by, some of the more absurd and superficial aspects of life. And this is going to sound a little extreme, possibly even callous. But I do think it is a good experience to either have to confront the death of a loved one or to have been there for someone else who is currently doing so. Because that helps to ground you in anything else that you do, in my opinion. You remember that regardless of what you are doing, what you are trying to do, at some point you too will die. Everyone you love will die, and you can't even be sure in which order that is going to happen. And it's a cliche line, but it's a cliche line because, well, it works. Remember death, right? Make the most of life, be there for people who give you the opportunity to be, if you are capable, right? It is a very rare thing, I find in my experience, to have somebody approach you with the intention of opening up when you are conversing among men. Because I do think that in society, as much of a meme as that is, men are often relied upon to be the pillars of strength. And as a result, it's very easy as a man to get caught into this sort of loop of thinking that you need to remain strong all the time. And I talked about this in last week's stream, where I talked about, what does it mean to be a man, right? This idea of, being the pillar of strength in an environment, being a source of stability to those you love. And the thing is, I suppose, it is quite rare for a man to approach somebody else with the willingness to risk being vulnerable, especially when that someone else is not a partner or a parent. So, whenever it happens, I do hope that more times than not, the man who is approaching with the intent to be vulnerable receives whatever they need. Whether it is an ear to listen, or somebody to simply, just be there if they break down, to assure them that by the time it finishes, they are not less of a man, they are not less of a person. They are just human in addition to being, a man. Yeah, to be a miserable pile of secrets. That is the fate that every man dreads, even if he won't admit it. Right? The only time remember to die. Or, the modern translation, I believe, is remember you will die. Remember death. The only time I witnessed death was with my mom's grandfather, who was on his deathbed. I didn't get to stay until his passing. I didn't understand death back then either. Not sure I'm ready when I see my mom like that decades from now, as used to it as I think I am. You're never really ready. You can do everything possible to think that you are, but it's always a good idea to hold a little bit of doubt for yourself in your own mind. Where that was just meant to be a meme. It's unfortunately true, though. I know that it's a joke. I know that you were making a joke, but unfortunately, it's way too common, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, it's always, I find, a good idea to imagine how you would respond to someone you love dying, and then give yourself space mentally for the possibility that it might affect you a bit more than that. Because that way, when it happens, if it does affect you more than that, you don't have to feel ashamed of anything. You don't have to feel like you have some sort of weird obligation to not feel something, right? Doubt is an underrated emotion, in my humble opinion, especially when it applies to how certain someone is of themselves, of their own knowledge, of their own integrity, of their own etc, etc. Now, of course, I don't think that pathological self-doubt is good, right? Anxiety is one of the most awful conditions someone can have. But I do think that a little bit of doubt is good. Because it forces you to think about what if things don't turn out the way you predict they will. I'm thankful that my parents never shied away from exposing me and my brothers to the passing of others. We went to wakes, prayed, and reminisced and honored their legacy. That's the funny thing about Chinese culture, is that death is a taboo, which means that when it does happen, people are often very unprepared for, well, how to deal with it emotionally. As well as, the more, I suppose, banal parts of it, like organizing a funeral, finding a plot, etc., etc., whether you want to cremate or bury, all of those things. Because of the fact that in Chinese culture death is a taboo, you don't tend to talk about these things when the person's still alive, which means that when the person dies, well, now you're just stuck with a whole bunch of stuff that you need to deal with on top of grieving. That was something that I went through when my grandmother passed away. About, year ago? Year and a bit ago from now. In fact, her death was, I'll save that for another stream. But, yeah, Ayane, doubt will let you self-reflect. Exactly. Alright? When my grandmother passed away, because this was the first death that we'd had in the family, no one had talked about what we were going to do after she stopped breathing. And so, immediately afterwards, it became all about logistics, trying to plan the funeral as quickly as possible. And nobody really had the time to grieve. I remember that around the time when I was acting as a carer for my grandparents, where they were, getting really sick, I would go through these moments where I could not shed tears. For some reason, it was almost physically an impossibility for me to do so. But in my dreams, I remember this very clearly. I would have dreams about my grandparents passing away, dying, and I would remember weeping in those dreams. But when I woke up, all of that was gone. And so when my grandmother passed away, I was in this weird sort of emotional limbo, where I had gotten out all of my tears prior, or I felt like I had. Except I had never really cried for my grandmother. Only in my dreams. It is a weird thing when the passing of a family member gives you a sensation that is almost akin to catharsis. Because I remember very clearly that ever since my grandmother passed away, and I happened to be there when she did, I watched her, well, it sounds macabre, but I watched her die. Ever since that point, I don't think I've ever had any more dreams about her. She is, for all intents and purposes, moved on. And in a weird way, I do feel like I have as well. My grandmother taught me many important lessons, not always intentionally, many of them unintentionally, in fact. But one of the things that she was always adamant about was, do not sacrifice the living for the dignity of the dead. This is a very rough translation of the various things that she would tell me in Mandarin. But I have tried my best after she is gone to live up to that. To do with my life what I am able to with what she gave me when I was still a child. I appreciated my grandmother because she was she's not a perfect woman, not even close. She was in fact very stubborn, very flawed. Not the smoothest of childhoods. But she was understanding. As she grew older, she began to... The only way I can describe it is, she became a lot more self-sacrificing, understanding. She would ask me not to visit her simply because she could pick up, no matter how well I tried to hide it, that, well, seeing her was painful for me. Of course, I wasn't about to admit that. After all, I am a man. And I wasn't going to admit it to her anyways, because that would mean that she needs to comfort me when she is the one who is dying. But I never will forget that. And when I think about my grandmother, when I think about all of her flaws, when I think about the things that I wish she hadn't done, as she was, well, raising me, at the end of the day, I will always settle on that. The way that she was right up until she passed away, I suppose. Where she just wanted the best for the people around her. And I do think that is a nice memory of her to end on, I suppose. But yeah, I feel you with the catharsis. Yeah, again, it can be something that's quite hard to admit to for a lot of people. I mean, imagine saying that, oh, my family member dying gives me a sense of relief. But in a weird roundabout way, that is exactly what it is. When you're watching a family member slowly deteriorate in front of you, there is this sensation of always waiting for the penny to drop, right? Always waiting for the big moment, and over time that becomes exhausting. And when it does happen, you can very easily get into this spot where you feel this weird sense of relief, but also this weird sense of guilt that you feel relief. And I think one of the best things that my grandmother was able to impart to me was she released the burden of guilt. She told me that she wanted me to live my life, and that it was okay if I didn't stay hung up on comforting her. And to be fair, I do think that right up until she was, passing away, that I did put aside time in my own life to stay by her side. I am glad that while I do take her words to heart, I didn't listen to her words at the moment she said them. Because I do feel like I would regret her passing a lot more if I didn't spend as much time as I did around her. I, as a man, made sure that during her final moments, she felt loved. I made sure that she knew she had raised somebody who is capable of being strong. I feel comfortable making that assertion, based off of my memories of how I spent her last moments with her. And I do think that is something that, in retrospect, absolves, or not even absolves, but prevents any possibility of guilt at that. I went to a funeral recently. There's a big board that said, with scuff translation, people who experience life will come to experience death. Yeah. Thanks for feeling comfortable enough to share this with us. No problem, no problem. And don't worry, because whenever I share something with you guys, it's always something that I've made sure that I've processed myself beforehand, so that I'm not simply using you guys as an emotional receptacle. About the dreams, I had dreams of my dead grandma. And what is super interesting is that in the dream, I know she isn't alive or isn't supposed to be here. Huh. Must be some sort of, well, connection that persists. At least that is what my grandmother would tell me. My grandmother's like that right now. She keeps trying to do everything despite the fact that she needs constant help where someone needs to watch over her. The funny thing about, well, our grandparents' generation, I suppose, is they were raised on needing to project strength, right? The idea that to save face, to ask their children or grandchildren for help would be to lose face, right? Because they are supposed to be the progenitors, the ancestors. They are the source of strength. But again, it can make it very difficult to ask for help. So I very much understand what you mean by that. With my grandmother's very much the same when she was still not healthy, but healthier than she was right up until the end. What happened with my grandmother was eventually she became aware of the fact that she was dying, and so she gave up on trying to forcibly push away us when we tried to, do things for her, be close to her. Even something as basic as just telling her we love her. And that is a very hard thing to get across sometimes. Because I've talked about this on stream before, but my grandmother was the kind of person who, when she was not as old, not as ill, not as close to death, she was the kind of person who would resist any attempts at displaying affection, right? She wouldn't let people hug her, kiss her. She would not know what to say when you said you love her. She was unironically the kind of woman who would say, yeah, I know, instead of, responding back with, I love you. But at the end, she gave up on projecting strength. And for all of the pain that accompanied that particular part of her life, one thing I will always be grateful for is the fact that she realized that she was dying when she did, so that she could finally just drop the facade, and we could finally just get through to her, to express the fact that we loved her. Because if that hadn't happened, well, I try not to imagine what that would look like in terms of just the way that we would be emotionally as a family after her passing. But yeah. It's probably not the right time to ask about it or ever, but I wonder if some people feel guilty about keeping their elders alive for longer. It is absolutely a thing that does happen. In fact, you are... I might have a future stream talking about that. But, yeah, no, that absolutely happens. Sometimes people struggle to let go. It can seem very cruel to somebody when you tell them that you think it would be better if a loved one that you both share passed away sooner than later. Not being able to let go is a very real thing that happens in a lot of families, and it can be very hard to watch when you are, well, when you'd rather it not happen, but you don't really feel like intervening would be the right thing to do either. something similar happened to me. I'm aware the person came back in the dream, but I just kind of accepted it, and it's more of a hassle. Like, damn, you couldn't give a heads up. Yeah. Doing as much as you can without help gives a sense of agency, which is important. Yeah, that's true. In terms of death, I think my own mind implicitly agrees with Caesar's word on death. Quick and unexpected, rather than knowing you are slowly dying. It is hard to say which one people would prefer. Asking people to choose between the two is usually a very difficult question for most people to answer. Bloody ads being insensitive. That's funny. I feel you. Before my grandma passed away, she had severe dementia, forgot who she was, and she suffers as she was bedridden. Until now, I felt really guilty when I felt a bit relieved when she passed. Don't. Or, if you do, understand that you don't have to. When you watch a loved one suffering, it is the logical conclusion that they would be, and again, this is going to sound callous and cold, but quite literally, better off dead. Because keeping them around for longer simply extends their suffering more often than not. So, Javier Obagata, thank you for the 250 pesos. There's a phrase I've been hearing which has been thrown around as a joke, but it has more solemn meaning at this minute. Keep living as long as you'd like. Yeah. It depends on which perspective, the one dying or those surrounding. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. But again, if you are somebody who's watching a loved one suffer, and they do end up passing away, and you feel relieved, just understand that is normal. You feel relief because you felt love, and generally, people don't like watching those they love suffer. So anything that would take that suffering away, even if that thing is death, so long as it is not too violent or anything, well, it's pretty normal to view that as a source of relief. I am not afraid of death. I am afraid of the pain of death. It's gonna suck. Yeah. But even with those surrounding, there's such a thing as too long. That is true. That is true. The grieving has already happened in large part. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Something that, well, I am thinking, perhaps in the future, if I do a creator event, well, there are a few things that I would like to do, but I like the idea of a submissions contest of some sorts, getting other creators or other people among you guys to write things like, I don't know, a fable or maybe a TED Talk or whatever. And I have thought, how would I deprogram someone who has bought into manosphere or modern feminist misandrist propaganda? How would I explain to them that in reality we are all on the same side? And one of the things that I settled on was media mogul VTuber. One of the things that I settled on was reinforcing the idea. I'm not sure exactly how I would word it, but it will all come down to the same thing. That men and women are different, but we share the same enemies. Thieves, monsters, a life without love, and dying alone. When it comes to those things, there is no such thing as, man, woman, man versus woman. Because at the end of the day, those are things that are all of our problems. They don't belong to either one of us. And we can try to fight them on our own, but it's not going to be nearly as effective as fighting them together. Which I do feel like is a message that is lost on modern feminism, is definitely lost on the manosphere, which I do feel is a shame. It's quite a normal thing to say here, you're not suffering anymore, you'll be in a better place. I always thought it as a good wish for the departed, but now maybe it helps us to accept their past. Yeah. We're all human beings. Exactly. But in any case, we are drawing close to 8 hours, and I don't quite want to hit that mark, as tempting as it may be, because it will have implications for me once I try to timestamp this VOD. So, thank you to all of you guys again for tuning in and showing up. I don't think that we're all that different at all. It's just the way our society is structured makes it seem like, makes it so that we don't interact with enough people of the opposite sex. Yeah, I think there is truth in that. The current identity rights movement is pretty much because I am a victim, so I deserve to be above you. Yeah. Again, well, it's a topic for another day. It's a topic I've talked about already, but... Marxist infiltration, all about redistribution of power, your turn, my turn, I abuse you, you abuse me, that kind of thing. It all gets so tiring. But hopefully at some point in the future we snap out of this collective delusion in the West. It is maybe a little idealistic, but I like to hope that it's possible. Have a good one. Again, keep your eye on my community tab. I'll probably end up making another post on Twitter or something later on this week, once I solidify the collab a little bit more, hopefully, assuming nothing goes wrong. But in any case, yeah, thanks for showing up, you guys. And I cannot wait to hit live the next time I have something cooked up for you. In the meantime, thank you for the intriguing story about your grandmother's touching. I'm glad. Yeah. Thanks for showing up, guys. Otsu chair.